Chapter 405. The patriarch stayed behind to discuss matters, while the disciples left the Hua estate. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji naturally rode a cloud together. Han Qiongji furrowed her brows, while Li Qingshan seemed to be in thought. However, he maintained a faint smile the entire time. Qiongji, don't be sad. It's not worth it for a rotten person like that. Li Qingshan could not help but console her. What do you know? I know that he took advantage of her when she was down and disregarded his friendship with her. Shancheng just wanted to comfort her. Even if he did, what's wrong with that? It's not like they're children, so what's the point of taking advantage of her? You're just angry that he looked down on you. Han Qiongji had never liked Begonia's flowery ways. After hearing Begonia's story, she felt that while Jiang Shancheng's appearance was nothing special, he was still a man in the end. He should not be looked down on like that. So you're saying that I should be happy that he looked down on me? Then your wish has come true. I really am quite happy right now. I'm not joking with you. No matter what grievances you had when you were alive, he's already dead. I hope you can show him some respect. Do you know how ugly you look right now? I'm not joking with you either. I only respect people who respect me. I've never sought to look good to anyone. Li Qingshan smiled easily. Why, you really are unreasonable. Han Qiongji leapt up angrily and flew off the cloud, disappearing into the rain. Only Li Qingshan sighed gently. I'm not unreasonable. It was not like he was actually 18. How could he not know? Just now, he should be vague about it and brush this matter aside. After spending so many days together, it was not like there was no conflict between the two of them. However, as a man, he obviously would not bicker with a woman. However, Li Qingshan had always been considering something seriously, which was to confess everything to her. On this night, the war between the humans and demons was about to begin. This thought became extremely intense. At the same time, he also knew very well that it would not be that simple. When that time came, he would need her absolute tolerance. If he didn't handle it properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even turn from a lover into an enemy. Thus there was the conversation just now. But in the end, the result was not optimistic. If she could not tolerate his shortcomings, how could she tolerate him being a monster? If he could not even accept his criticism of Jiang Shancheng, how could he accept that he had personally killed Jiang Shancheng? Li Qingshan laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps this kind of request was too much. He had already expected such an outcome. Han Qiongji had her own standpoint and principles. He wouldn't change his mind easily just because of love. If it was Begonia, it might be possible. Forget it. Even lovers and friends have their own little secrets. It's better not to force it. On the lake of dragons and snakes, the autumn rain scattered thousands of ripples. Li Qingshan sat down cross-legged and slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the demonic energy in his body to recover. After a long time, he stood up and used up all the demonic energy in one go. His original body returned to Cloud Wisp Island. His clone flew towards the building. He still had many things in Begonia's possession. However, no matter what, he still felt rather gloomy. When he saw Begonia, he could not help but grumble. What happened? Begonia was greatly surprised, or even slightly delighted. It's got nothing to do with you. Where are my things? Li Qingshan stepped into the room and looked around before returning his attention to Begonia. The silk-woven, silver-white nightdress was as thin as a cicada's wings. It draped over her like flowing water, accentuating her graceful figure. Begonia's eyes flickered, and her lips parted slightly, but before she could say anything, I'm telling you, I'm not in a good mood. If you threaten me again, I'll strip you naked and hang you outside. Li Qingshan shoved her to one side and lay down on the lounge chair. Qiu Haitang hesitated for a moment before handing over the 200 treasures pouches. She was no longer the girl who had lost her heart to grief. Just the fact that she had been stripped naked was something she could not accept. This fellow in front of her was someone who could do anything. Li Qingshan accepted the 200 treasures pouches, checked them and shoved them into his bosom. Of the 200 treasures pouches, one was in perfect condition, which obviously belonged to Jiang Shancheng, while the other was slightly damaged, which belonged to the Green Vine Elder. The moment the duality formation of disintegration collapsed, Li Qingshan flew down as quickly as he could and removed the 100 treasures pouch from the green vine elder's waist. He used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block the attack for a split second before vanishing in the explosion. However, it was enough for him to toss out the 100 treasures pouch. 100 treasures pouches had always been light and extremely tough. As long as it was not directly struck, it could not be destroyed so easily. However, if it were not for his mirror clone, Li Qingshan would never have been bold enough to take on this risk with his original body. It was exactly because of his clone that he was bold enough to ask Begonia for the 100 treasures pouch. It's been a pleasure working with you. Li Qingshan was in a great mood. He patted Begonia's shoulder and was about to leave. There's something I want to tell you. I did what you said and tested him again. Begonia grabbed his wrist in a hurry and began talking to herself. That's very good. Li Qingshan sighed slightly after listening to that. Little Hua really doesn't get it. So much for helping you out so much. But since we're not fated to be together, it's better to end things early. It's not a bad thing. Thank you for listening to me so much. As repayment, if you have any questions, I might be able to answer them for you. Begonia placed her hand on her chest and smiled. She was noble and reserved. Forget about that. If we're talking about understanding a woman's heart, I believe there aren't many people who can beat me. Li Qingshan walked to the window and stopped. He turned around and said, all right. He hid all the details and only said that he had a big secret that he wanted to share with his lover. But after testing her, he felt that she wouldn't accept it. What do you think I should do? Hey, I'm asking you a question. He waved his hand in front of her. You don't have to do anything. Begonia came back to her senses. She didn't think that someone as wild as him would have such a delicate and complicated mind. His deep feelings for that woman made her a little touched. His distressed look actually made her feel pity for him. If he could win a person's heart, what secret couldn't he accept? This is also a suggestion. At least tell me how to ease the relationship. If I'm not wrong, she'll come back to you soon. What? Her position isn't as firm as you think. Unlike stubborn men, women will always take a step back for the love of their heart. I hope you can treat her well and don't let her down. Begonia's expression was very serious. Suddenly, she seemed very mature and almost experienced. As a foundation-building cultivator and a sect master, didn't she have her own persistence? But only she knew how many steps she retreated until there was no more room to retreat. On Cloudwisp Island in a bamboo forest, Li Qingshan sat on the veranda. He suddenly felt a familiar breath pass through the night rain. If this secret hurts your relationship and only makes her feel pain, you have the responsibility to keep this secret forever. This is also a kind of love, Begonia said faintly. She had once hoped that he could accept her, even if he only pretended to love her. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw a familiar figure leap over the treetops and fly into his arms. Her voice was hoarse. Bastard, why didn't you come after me? Do you know how painful it was for me? Chongji. Her whole body was wet, and her cheeks were wet. He didn't know whether it was rain or tears. Her delicate appearance made Li Qingshan wonder if he had made a mistake. Begonia was right. She wasn't as persistent or strong as he thought. Just as she could easily affect his mood, he could also easily hurt her heart. This was the price of love. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her deeply. I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will cherish this relationship. Li Qingshan stepped onto the windowsill and looked back at Begonia with a smile. Then he jumped up, spread his wings and disappeared in the night rain. The night rain beat against the bamboo forest, and the sound was particularly cold. The two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's bodies as hot as fire. Li Qingshan caressed her delicate body wantonly. Impatient with the obstruction of the layer of clothes, he directly tore her long skirt to reveal her snow-white round breasts. Ah! Han Qiongji exclaimed and said in a low voice, Go into the house. Right here. Li Qingshan pressed against her forehead. His eyes were gentle and domineering. There was no one else on the island, only the two of them. Han Qiongji was powerless to resist. In a flash she was peeled off like a white sheep without a single strand. The autumn wind was cold and she shivered. She had long been immune to the cold and heat. Although she knew that there was no one on the island, under the porch she was still embarrassed. But she didn't have time to think about it, and was immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the clouds and rain disappeared. Han Qiongji almost forgot how she returned to the house. She saw Li Qingshan's eyes open, staring at the dark dome in a daze. She got up and laid on her side, and placed her hand on his chest. "Are you still angry?" "No." Li Qingshan turned his head and grinned. "Actually, I'm not angry because of Shansheng but because of you. You're not usually so petty." Han Qiongji's finger drew circles on his chest. I understand. But if it wasn't for you I wouldn't be so petty." Li Qingshan held her hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Han Qiongji leaned on his chest. "You're not allowed to anger me like this in the future, do you understand?" "That's not necessarily true. I've already let you do whatever you want, but you're not even willing to agree to such a small thing." Han Qiongji angrily knocked her chin on the ground. "It's clearly me who's working hard. You're just lying down comfortably and enjoying yourself." Li Qingshan smiled. Seeing that she was about to get angry again, he said, Fine. I promise you if I anger you again, I'll chase you back." "What kind of promise is this?" I'm unlucky to like a man like you. If you don't chase me, I can only come back by myself. I'm really reaping what I sowed." "This doesn't sound like something Miss Han would say." Li Qingshan's heart softened, and he gently stroked her hair. Upstairs, Begonia pondered for a moment, smiled, and got up to close the window. In the distant building there was a faint flash of a green shadow, but when she looked again it was empty. Chapter 406. The night wind whistled and the drizzle filled his face. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew through the dark sky. The half-transparent wings of wind would expand and contract at times. He was like a red fish, leaping out of the sea of clouds at times and falling into the rain at other times. As he did so, he rapidly familiarized himself with its usage. At this moment the spirit turtle's demon core suddenly flickered, giving off a hint of warning. Li Qingshan turned around and hovered in the air. All he saw was the sky, but he sensed nothing out of the ordinary. However, the feeling of being watched became clearer and clearer. A streak of green light moved through the clouds. Fu Qingjin's expression was bleak, and his gaze was like lightning. When Li Qingshan stopped, he stopped as well, hiding in the clouds quietly. The drizzle did not stop. They stood in silence. Li Qingshan basically determined the other person's identity immediately. His trip to the tower had still exposed him at the end of the day. He wanted to use his clone to test his strength again, but when he thought about the 300 treasures pouches on him, he turned around and flew downwards, entering the underground through a cavern. What a vigilant prey! Fu Qingjin revealed himself. With prey like this, the mission as a liaison would not be too boring. However, now was not the time to reel in the net. Traveling underground, Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and searched for the path back to his territory. Just now had made him truly understand what it meant to be in a dire situation. He needed to respond immediately. Returning to the cavern, Millipede cultivated quietly on the stone platform, recovering his strength bit by bit. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, materializing from the void. It lunged towards him. Li Qingshan was already prepared. He suddenly turned around, opened his right hand and lowered it again. A soft, delicate figure fell into his arms. "Master, you're back." Yilyobo was overjoyed. "You've already undergone the heavenly tribulation." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, it's all thanks to the pill Master bestowed upon me," Yilyobo said gratefully. After ingesting the true spirit pill, she immediately felt her body full of strength. It began to change qualitatively. Finally, he broke through to the next realm and passed the heavenly tribulation. This was not only the effect of the true pill, but also because she had accumulated enough time at this bottleneck. Liobwa is willing to use any means to repay Master's kindness. Yilyobo licked her lips. "That's great. Continue to host the trade. I need more spirit grasses." "I'm not talking about this. Master, what do you think this is?" Yilyobo revealed a sorrowful expression. Then, she took out many spiritual herbs from her 100 treasures pouch. Before Li Qingshan left, He gave her many spiritual tools and spiritual talismans that he didn't need. After she passed the heavenly tribulation, she wanted to go back and show off. Along the way they conducted a few transactions. He also helped Li Qingshan obtain quite a number of spiritual herbs, none of which were less than 100 years old. Well done. Li Qingshan accepted the spirit grass and smiled. Now he had two choices. One was to abandon this place. In order to avoid Fu Qingjin's attacks, he could go deeper underground and temporarily live in Obsidian City. The other was to strengthen this place and turn it into a fortress against the demon slayer. Previously, he was more inclined to the former. After all, he had limited manpower. He wasn't cultivating for the rise of the great demon race, so there was no need for him to fight to the death with the demon slayer. But now he had other ideas. He still had to see the results of his meeting with the Spider Queen. Let's go. Come with me to see Yi Mingzhu. Please let me go with you, Master. Yi Liusu walked out of the darkness without a sound. All right, bring Millipede. Master Northmoon, long time no see. What good news do you have for me? In Obsidian City, Yi Mingzhu heard the news of Northmoon's arrival and immediately rushed back. Her attitude was extremely respectful. After receiving the help of his weapons, the Spider Shadow tribe had gradually turned the tables in the underground battle. Mistress Yi is the one who is riding the crest of success. Li Qingshan crossed his legs and sat on a high-backed chair. Yi Liubu and Yi Liusu stood beside him. How can I be worthy of Master Northmoon calling me mistress? You can just call me Pearl. This is all thanks to Master Northmoon. This is just a small gift, not enough to show my respect. Yi Mingzhu held a brocade box and offered it with both hands. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Pearl, you must have other requests. Li Qingshan opened the brocade box. Inside was 1,000-year black blood ginseng. It was completely black and overflowed with spiritual energy. It had a vague human shape. Unlike other spirit herbs, as one of the spirit herbs that could be consumed directly, the black blood ginseng was very valuable in the underground. May I ask if Master Northmoon still has the pill that Liubu ingested? If he does, I'm willing to exchange it for even more and even better spiritual herbs. Yi Mingzhu's eyes lit up. There were many night roamers in the clan who had reached a certain level but failed to break through. If she could obtain a few pills, they could instantly gain many powerful cultivators who had undergone the heavenly tribulation, forming a crushing force. Pearl, you sure are ambitious. Li Qingshan fiddled around with the black blood ginseng with a smile. There's nothing I can do either. If you're willing to assist me, Sir Northmoon, then I promise you that any request you have in this region in the future, Sir Northmoon will be absolutely satisfied, including me. Yi Mingzhu smiled coquettishly. I do, but before that, come with me to see the Spider Queen first. Normally, I'll take what I want personally. Li Qingshan smiled. If he wanted to protect his territory and deal with Fu Qingjin, the night roamers would be extremely important. However, he did not plan on using a weak method like an equal exchange. He wanted to grasp this power in his hands and establish a foundation for his authority in the underground world. Just a few dozen subordinates. What Fu Qingjin has, I have to have too. In Cobweb City, a bright red carpet was laid out before the throne. Helicoverpa Rosa stood behind the throne in a scarlet dress. She rested her chin on her hand and studied Li Qingshan. Northmoon, you've finally come to see me. Ma Spider Queen has summoned you, yet you've never come. Just what are your intentions? Blood Shadow's pale face was filled with undisguised hostility. I've been thinking about Ma Spider Queen at all times, but I've always been on the move for Ma Spider Queen's orders. I'm not like some people who only know how to pass their days leisurely in the territory. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and glanced at Blood Shadow. In other words, you've brought the Green Vine Elder's head? Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She became slightly interested. Unfortunately, I haven't. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Are you toying with Ma Spider Queen? Ma Spider Queen, I'll go above ground right now and bring back the Green Vine Elder's head. Blood Shadow scolded loudly before volunteering himself. Spider Queen's expression turned slightly cold. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. His laughter echoed through the high hall. What are you laughing at? From today onwards, No one can bring back a single strand of his hair. That's because he's already vanished with the Green Vine Mountain. Vanished? Helicoverpa Rosa was slightly doubtful. What nonsense are you spouting? Blood Shadow frowned. I couldn't help it. I was a little heavy-handed. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Helicoverpa Rosa curled her finger, and an oval mirror in the corner of the hall shone brightly. It was an arcane artifact. Li Qingshan was surprised. He saw the scene in the mirror pass through the rock and soil, arriving above ground. It reflected the Green Vine Mountain that had become a huge pit. At that moment even Blood Shadow was speechless. Only now did he understand what Li Qingshan meant by vanished. His first reaction was that this was impossible. Even if he used his full strength, it was impossible for the entire mountain to end up like this, unless he blew up his demon core. The corner of Helicoverpa Rosa's lips curled up, gradually widening. It was beautiful and cruel, a chilling laugh. It was like a thin thread, only passing through his mind. Outside, Yi Mingzhu shivered inside and lowered her head. She gained a deeper understanding of Li Qingshan's power. At this moment, the two powerful demon generals, Dragonsnail and Strong Stone, rushed over. They heard the Spider Queen's laughter and were extremely surprised. What's this pit? After bowing, Strong Stone looked at the reflection in the mirror and asked with a frown. The Green Vine Mountain. Dragonsnail said slowly, speaking even slower than before. She also doubted her own judgment as she stared at Li Qingshan deeply. You did it. Strong Stone's voice was thunderous, filled with surprise. You've done very well. From today onwards, I permit you to see me directly. There's no need to report. Helicoverpa Rosa's voice became much more amiable. No one would dislike a powerful and agreeable gift. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed. This was a privilege that only Dragonsnail, Strong Stone, and Blood Shadow possessed. Did this mean another demon general would be added to Helicoverpa Rosa's list of 3 from today onwards? Let's fight. Strong Stone licked his lips. Fervent battle intent rose up from his body, but he did not object. However, he didn't voice his objection. If this was really his doing, then he was indeed qualified to have such power. Blood Shadow said, "Ma'am Spider Queen, he's lying. North Moon, I don't believe you can do this. Are you bold enough to face me? This time I won't let you go so easily." Blood Shadow believed that with his own strength, as long as he obtained Spider Queen's permission, he would definitely be able to expose North Moon's true strength. He would make Spider Queen understand that he was not worthy of standing on equal footing with them. Stop! Helicoverpa Rosa called out to stop them. Do you want to face off against a clone? A clone? Apart from Dragonsnail, everyone was surprised. Yi Mingzhu suddenly understood why he was so fearless when he faced the entire Spider Shadow clan in the past. She became more and more glad that she had made the decision back then. You've been using a clone to deal with us the entire time? Blood Shadow's expression became more and more gloomy. He thought of the last time he was hunted down. He had disappeared into thin air in an inconceivable way. It turned out that it was a clone that had played him in circles. Safety first. I believe Ma'am Spider Queen can understand my worries. After listening to the whole story, perhaps even my brothers Dragonsnail and Strongstone would be able to understand. Actually, even if Ma'am Spider Queen used me as a scapegoat, I wouldn't find it strange. Tell me, what did you do that I need to use you as a scapegoat? I'm also very curious. How did you do it? Helicoverpa Rosa's curiosity was also piqued. Chapter 407. After seeing the Spider Queen, I immediately went up the Green Vine Mountain to kill Old Man Green Vine. But I fell for Fu Qingjin's trap of the Sword Collection Palace and lost my clone. Ever since then, the Green Vine Mountain has been enveloped by the duality formation of disintegration. It's impossible to enter. The duality formation of disintegration. You destroyed the duality formation of disintegration? Dragonsnail's calm face finally showed a ripple. He spoke much faster too. Brother Dragonsnail knows about it too? To be honest, I was unable to destroy the formation. I don't think anyone present apart from Ma'am Spider Queen can do it, so I've been thinking about a plan the entire time. That was until last night, when the members of the Demon Slayer gathered in an estate outside the Clear River Prefecture. Demon Slayer. Strongstone frowned. To demons, this name was without a doubt a great mockery. That's right. The so-called Demon Slayer is a group of sects led by the Sword Collection Palace. The current generation of Demon Slayer in the Clear River Prefecture seems to be under the rule of that Fu Qingjin. Continue, Helicoverpa said after some thought. When I followed them, I saw one of the Foundation establishment cultivators descending from the sky with a huge ship. Then he left first. Later on, I found out that the ship was called the Soaring Dragon Ship, and it was a powerful mechanism built by humans. I secretly chased after it, and there were 2 Foundation establishment cultivators on it. Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened in a single breath. The hall fell silent. He had hijacked a powerful human battleship, destroyed the formations of the Green Vine Mountain, and killed the Green Vine Elder all by himself. Just how soul-stirring was this series of actions? If he were not both brave and clever, how could he have achieved this? Kid, you've got some skill. What I admire the most in my life are the strong. You're strong and vicious enough. Strongstone laughed aloud and slapped Li Qingshan's shoulder. Demon Chi suddenly poured into his hand, and he slammed down with tremendous force. Boom! A huge hole had appeared where Li Qingshan had been standing. I want to fight you even more now. Strongstone raised his head and laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with light. There will be a chance. Li Qingshan dodged to the side and rested his head on his arm. Are you afraid that I will betray you? Helicoverpa stood up and looked straight at Li Qingshan. Isn't that your hobby? Li Qingshan laughed. Betrayal, jealousy, chaos, pain. Helicoverpa had long revealed everything in her nature without reservation, flaunting her evil like a mortal flaunting her good. Compared to saying the conflict between night roamers was for the sake of balance, it was better to say it was to please her. Do you have any objections? No, this is where your charm lies. You're also very charming. You make me want to have sex with you. Then I'll swallow you one bite at a time. Helicoverpa made her way down from the throne slowly and touched Li Qingshan's cheek. She licked her bright red lips and said with a deep voice that was filled with terrifying charm. A sliver of shock flashed through Yi Mingzhu's eyes. Li Qingshan shivered inside too. He had heard Yi Liubo mention a few underground customs. There were some customs underground. One of them was that the various clans would sacrifice male night roamers to the Spider Queen every year, while the Spider Queen would eat every single person she had intercourse with. There were no exceptions. If anyone were bold enough to have designs on her, then she would be their most fatal lover. Fortunately, due to the law that demons could not kill one another, she would not force demons to do so. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly and said to her who was only inches away, there might be a chance in the future. Oh, when? When you can't eat me. You're very bold. It's just a clone after all. If my true body were here, I might have pissed my pants from fright already. Li Qingshan shrugged. What reward do you want? Feel free to ask. Helicoverpa returned to the throne with a flash. I want to be the king of the night roamers. Li Qingshan answered without the slightest hesitation. Aren't you a little too bold? Helicoverpa face suddenly changed. She radiated with murderousness and a hint of sweetness. The night roamers were her most important toys, yet someone was bold enough to ask her for them. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed too. She suddenly understood what Li Qingshan was trying to say. What I want, I'll go get it myself. She was ambitious, but all she wanted was for the Spider Shadow clan to become the most powerful clan among the night roamers. Compared to her ambition, becoming the most powerful clan among the night roamers still seemed insignificant. If you don't agree to it, then all I can do is abandon my territory and flee to another place. Are you threatening me? Helicoverpa eyes narrowed dangerously. Of course not. Since you refuse to hand me over, the Demon Slayer's revenge will arrive very soon. My territory will definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. The Demon Slayer is rife with masters. Only by gathering enough strength can we stand a chance against him in a battle to the death. Or in other words, are you only satisfied with these small skirmishes? War is imminent. The strength of the night roamers is an extremely important force under your command, but right now there's still a pile of loose sand. When the time comes, they won't be of any use. In the end, they'll only be defeated one by one. I'll gather them together and turn them into the true sword in your hands. Against the demon slayer. Isn't that more interesting than killing one another? Li Qingshan took a step forward and said clearly. This was his objective. As long as he gathered the strength of all the night roamers, they would be a powerful force that could not go against the demon slayer of the Clear River Prefecture. Then, he would have the leverage to clash with Fu Qingjin. There was no need for any trade at all. The night roamers would have to offer up various spiritual herbs to him. Helicoverpa Rosa sank into her thoughts afterwards, as what Li Qingshan said did make sense. Before war, gathering their strength was very necessary. Mom, Spider Queen, you mustn't do that, Blood Shadow said in a hurry. If he really succeeded, his influence underground would completely surpass the three of them. He would become the strongest demon general under Helicoverpa Rosa's command. The three of them are all your seniors. Their age and knowledge far surpass yours. If two of them support you, then I'll agree. Right now you have an opponent. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled afterwards. I support you. I'll support whatever you oppose. Strong Stone said immediately, glancing at Blood Shadow scornfully. Strong Stone. Blood Shadow's voice was as cold as ice. However, there's a condition. You must fight me in your original form. If you lose, I'll take over this position. What do you think? Strong Stone raised his hand and pointed at Li Qingshan. No problem. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Strength always spoke between demons. At this moment, only Dragon's Nail remained. His back was hunched, and his head was lowered as if he had fallen asleep. As the wisest and most mysterious demon general under Helicoverpa Rosa's command, no one could guess what his decision would be. Strong Stone, you might be powerful, but you don't have the ability to lead, Dragon's Nail said slowly. If you want to do it, then I'll let you have it. Strong Stone snorted. I don't have that kind of energy. Blood Shadow, what do you think? I also support this, but the condition is the same as Strong Stone. Blood Shadow immediately changed his words. If Dragon's Nail also supported it, the situation would be very disadvantageous for him. Perhaps this was instead a heaven-sent opportunity. I object. Dragon's Nail took a step back and said slowly, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 408. Cunning Old Man. Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. If he wanted to obtain this position, he would have to defeat two powerful demon generals, while Dragon's Nail could stay out of it. If he failed, Blood Shadow and Strong Stone would not accept each other, and it would probably be difficult to determine a victor in terms of strength. At that time, Dragon's Nail might have to step forward to preside over the situation. Alright, then it's decided. North Moon, when do you plan to proceed? Helicoverpa Rosa pursed her lips. She was always in high spirits when it came to disputes. Within 3 days, I will definitely meet Her Excellency Spider Queen and have a showdown with the two seniors. Li Qingshan cupped his hands. After some probing, he had basically confirmed that Helicoverpa Rosa was an extreme pro-war member of the demon race. She would not care about the Treaty of Kings and hand him over. Of course, the final decision would still be in the hands of the Dragon King of the Sea, who ruled the entire Qingzhou fiendish demon world. But presumably, everyone could see that war was unavoidable. The chances of the Dragon King of the Sea killing his generals in the middle of battle were so small that it was almost impossible. Strong Stone's face was full of excitement, Blood Shadow's eyes were sinister, and Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly. The three powerful demon generals' gazes clashed fiercely before they looked away and took their leave. After leaving the throne hall and returning to the city of the Spider Shadow tribe, Li Qingshan looked down at the entire cobweb city from a high balcony. Her Excellency North Moon, how confident are you? Yi Mingzhu probed. 50%. Li Qingshan was neither arrogant nor unduly humble. Instead, he displayed a kind of transcendental confidence. If you are willing to help, perhaps I can increase it by another 10 or 20%. I will definitely satisfy Her Excellency North Moon. Yi Mingzhu lowered her head slightly. This chance of victory was already shockingly high. If my ambition can be realized, what's so difficult about yours? Uncle, that little brother of yours. How troublesome. There's nothing I can do this time. Gu Yinying said helplessly as she held the ink dragon talisman in her hand. After receiving the news from the Green Vine Mountain, She wished she could capture Li Qingshan immediately. She grabbed his neck and asked him what was going on. Did he really think that her words were just passing through his ears? The black dragon coiled a few times and said, "Then let's fight." Gu Yinying was shocked. A single sentence from the Dragon King of the Sea was better than 10,000 words from an ordinary person. With a single sentence, he had decided the situation of the entire Azure province and even the direction of the world. Is the peace of thousands of years finally going to be broken? Restricted to those below the second heavenly tribulation within the Clear River Prefecture. What? Why? Within Cobweb City, there was also a small black dragon that resembled a cloud, as black as ink. He passed down the orders of the Dragon King of the Sea. Helicoverpa Rosa was overjoyed at first before becoming furious. The battle she had been looking forward to all this time had finally begun, but she was restricted from taking action. Learn how to use your subordinates. Xiaowang finished this sentence. After saying that, it dispersed. It vanished without a trace. At the same time, Fu Qingjin received an order from the Sword Collection Palace. From today onwards, the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture would be under his complete responsibility. He could act as he pleased within the Clear River Prefecture. As long as he did not venture too deep underground and reach the existence called Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa would not attack him. But at the same time, he would not receive any assistance from Golden Core cultivators. They all sighed in thought at the same time. Were they planning on treating the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture as a chessboard? The Clear River Prefecture seemed to be a miniature version of the Green Province. The entanglements between the three organizations were basically the same. No one knew just what kind of tacit understanding the figures above had reached to decide on a game of chess like this. Were they planning on practicing for the future war? Or were they planning on using the cruel battle to warn these warmongers? Or perhaps it was just a game in their long lives. A wager. Gu Yinying stowed the ink dragon talisman away. Is my job to prevent people from interfering with this game? Everyone else would be fine. Except the old man from Pine Suff Academy was very stubborn. Only one person could make him stop. The wind blew and the pine trees rose and fell. The wind swept up the mist and rain, rolling over the pine trees like a cloud of smoke. It swam through the mountains and collided with a huge mountain. There was a series of lofty buildings on the mountain. There were 4 large words written in bold strokes on the door. It was the renowned Pine Suff Academy. The sound of reading reached their ears, passing through the autumn rain and rising into the sky. A streak of light descended from above, arriving outside a thatched hut at the back of the mountain. A dark-skinned scholar sheathed his sword. He was already a Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. The thatched hut before him was so simple and crude that even mortals would find it to be overly run down. However, the scholar behaved politely. He tidied his clothes and bowed. "Master." The wooden door opened, and a figure with his back bent over a table wrote. His small skinny body seemed especially large with the support of his robes. On the ground behind him, there were many bottles and jars. They were actually used to collect the rainwater that had seeped through the thatched hut. Junior brother Jiang is dead. The scholar was furious. After receiving Jiang Shanqing's distress message, he immediately went to provide assistance. But he never thought the outcome would be like this. Not only did he die, but they had even lost the soaring dragon ship that was extremely important to Pine Suff Academy. After listening to what had happened, the old man had just finished writing a piece of calligraphy. With a wave of his sleeve, a long sword hanging on the wall flew into his hand. The scabbard was very old, but it was simple and unadorned just like him. He made his way out of the door step by step, and his presence grew stronger and stronger. It filled the entire world with his large robes, the simple hut, and the entire Pine Suff Academy. His face was covered in wrinkles, stern and almost rigid. His sparse white beard swayed gently. In the eyes of mortals he was just a skinny small old man, but he possessed an unimaginable bearing, vast and fearless. He was the head of Pine Suff Academy, Wen Zhengming. "I'll be right back. Please wait, brother one." At this moment, a man came walking through the rain. At first glance he seemed to be no more than 20 years old, but he seemed to have the vicissitudes of 100 years old. He wore a luxurious crown on his head and wore purple clothes. His handsome face always seemed cold and indifferent, with a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, when Zhengming stopped, he frowned. "Sir Governor, what brings you to my thatched hut in the mountains?" "Originally, I didn't want to come to your thatched hut in the mountains and waste my breath on an old man like you." The person who had come was the governor of the Rui Commandery, the hereditary Marquis of Rui. "Did Ma Mgu send you to persuade me? If you want to avenge your disciple, you'll get the chance sooner or later, but not now. This isn't persuasion, this is an order." The school of Confucianism was unyielding, unmoved by poverty and uncorrupted by wealth. Even if Gu Yenying came in person, she would not be able to stop Wen Zhengming from avenging his disciple. However, the Marquis of Rui was the legitimate ruler of the Rui Commandery. Unless his orders were treasonous, no Confucian could defy them. It was not that they could not, but that they were unwilling. After a few words, Wen Zhengming returned to the hut and began to write away. His sword hung by his waist, unwilling to remove it. In the sky, Gu Yenying said to the Marquis of Rui, "Thank you. I will do my best to satisfy your request." The Marquis of Rui's expression was no longer as cold as before. His smile was as gentle as water as he stared at her face. Gu Yenying ignored his gaze and smiled in thought. The chessboard had been set, so where were the pieces? "Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, are you a soldier who will never return? Or are you a general who leads an army?" On the rippling lake, Li Qingshan confirmed several times that the spirit turtle's demon core truly did not give off any warnings. Just now he dove into the lake of dragons and snakes, and handed the Green Vine Elder and Jiang Shanqing's 100 treasures pouches to his true self. He passed through the formation of dragons and snakes and returned to Cloud Wisp Island. Han Qiongji had already left, leaving behind a note for him. "Old Wang wants me to return exactly because I'm the primary disciple of the School of Legalism." Li Qingshan placed the note down and turned around. All he saw was a petite figure in black clothes staring at him from afar as she supported herself with bamboo. Li Qingshan beamed with joy. "Little N, come over here. I've got something good for you to see." Little N did not lunge over like before. Li Qingshan's heart softened. He walked over and crouched down, rubbing her head. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Yeah." Little N nodded obediently. "It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Mom." Little Anne. Li Qingshan scooped her up with a smile. He was apologetic and doting. "Do you not want me anymore?" Little Anne wrapped her arms around his neck and said extremely softly, "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't want anyone else but you." Her tender voice made Li Qingshan's heart ache. "Then why didn't you come looking for me? I didn't dare to disturb you." Little Anne frowned slightly. "I promise I won't do it again." Li Qingshan looked into Little Anne's clear and dark eyes. When he was with her, there was no lingering feeling like Han Qiongji, but there was an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. It was a sense of belonging. She had once said that wherever she was, it was her home. Actually, that was not the case. Wherever she was, it was her home. Perhaps she would not always think about it, but she would never forget it. "Come, give me a kiss." Little Anne kissed him heavily on the cheek. Li Qingshan's face was filled with a brilliant smile. Even the overcast rain could not hide it. Little Anne was also infected. She revealed a shy and blissful smile. "Let me tell you, I've done something great recently." Li Qingshan showed off as he made his way into the house. He was not as awe-inspiring, not as brave and fearless. At certain times he even seemed petty, greedy, lustful, and full of flaws. However, this was him. There was no need for him to disguise himself. Their conversation after so long actually gave him an indescribable sense of carefreeness and ease, no less than when he sailed the ship and destroyed the Green Vine Mountain, even though Little Anne only listened with a smile. However, just how many people in the world could find a listener like that? Begonia had said that if he loved her, he would keep her secret forever. That was a very good way of putting it, but she had overlooked the most important point, which was Li Qingshan's feelings. It was not that she was ignorant. She was just imagining the perfect lover in her heart, but she never thought that a demon would have the concept of home. When he decided to properly cherish this relationship and stop making it difficult for Han Qiongji to keep his secret, Even Li Qingshan failed to notice the change in his emotions. He just felt like he had neglected little, and during this period of time, he really should not have done it. Chapter 409. Little Anne showed Li Qingshan the skull prayer bead she had refined. There was a string of 14 prayer beads on her slender wrist. They were as white as new. Even if these are skull prayer beads, are there any special changes now that there are 14? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Little Anne smiled. With a wave of her hand, the prayer beads scattered and landed on the ground. They bounced a few times and stabilized themselves. Yes, they had stabilized themselves. Every single prayer bead had become a complete skeleton. They were only the size of a finger, but their bones were thick, their claws sharp, and their fangs long. They seemed vicious and powerful. What's this? Li Qingshan bent down and studied them carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed in surprise. He could sense that every single skeleton possessed the strength of a regular demon general. They were just holding back right now, not unleashing their true power. Skeleton demons. Little Anne opened her right hand, and the 14 skeletons leapt onto her palm, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at Li Qingshan. Only after she flicked their heads one by one did they become much more obedient. However, in that moment, Li Qingshan truly felt a sense of danger. If they actually began fighting, these skeleton demons would definitely be a huge problem. The 14 prayer beads represented 14 fearlessness in Buddhism. They were the first completed artifact from the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty's artifact forging section, the weakest grade of skull prayer beads. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh in amazement. This ability truly was heaven-defying. Regardless of the person's cultivation, they would possess 14 times the strength of regular cultivators as soon as they underwent the heavenly tribulation. Just how powerful was it? This was not a unique ability. For example, the lone grave elder of the 3 elders refined corpse generals, or a master of Moism refined powerful mechanical puppets to achieve this effect. However, the difficulty of refining them and the high demands on the materials were all incomparable to the skull prayer beads. Most importantly, the skull prayer beads were closely connected to Little Anne. They were basically like clones, so she could control them as easily as moving her own arms. At crucial times, she could even merge them with her original body again to mend her bones and heal her wounds. This was a supernatural power that came from above the 9 heavens. Legend had it that it could be cultivated to the Bodhisattva realm. The higher one cultivated, the more powerful it would be. A white bone sword and a string of skull prayer beads. Little Anne could basically sweep through the foundation establishment realm, unless he faced someone like Fu Qingjin. He had a powerful treasure in his hand. Only cultivators who had reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm would have some difficulty. Are you trying to pressure me? Li Qingshan rubbed Little Anne's head forcefully. Originally, after he became a demon general, he was proud of his success and had a sense of arrogance. Only now did he wake up, not daring to be careless. Are you going into seclusion? Little Anne smiled shyly. His eyes flickered with anticipation. Good. After this period of time is over, I should go into seclusion for a period of time to properly raise my chi refining cultivation and quickly reach foundation establishment. I'll take a good look at what exactly Brother Ox left for me. At the very least, it'll be the accumulation of a golden core cultivator. I can't let you surpass me. Let me show you my spoils first. Opening Jiang Shancheng and the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouches, Li Qingshan was first disappointed before becoming overjoyed. Jiang Shancheng had only reached foundation establishment recently, and he was still a disciple, so his accumulation was extremely limited. Only the supreme grade spiritual artifact sword he wielded had some value. There were not a lot of other pills and spiritual stones. However, the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch was so abundant that it completely exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. Even if the other 2 elders of the 3 mountains worked together, they probably would not be able to surpass him. The tremendous amount of pills and spiritual herbs was basically too much for the eye to take in. The supreme grade spiritual artifacts all flickered with light. Among the pills, just the true spirit pill and the virtue accumulation pill amounted to over a dozen. However, what caught Li Qingshan's attention the most was not that, but a dark golden pill sealed in a bottle. That's an origin spirit pill. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. After spending so much time with Wuxia, he had basically grasped most of the common knowledge about alchemy, including the renowned origin spirit pill. Its effects were similar to the true spirit pill, also for breaking through to golden core. It was 100 times rarer than the true spirit pill. It was impossible for regular foundation establishment cultivators to possess one. Who knew what kind of fortune the Green Vine Elder had obtained, or if it was a gift from the Sword Collection Palace. After examining it, Li Qingshan stowed it away carefully. Then, he picked up a blade from among the many spiritual artifacts. The blade was purplish-green in color, varying in shades. Coupled with the distinct patterns of feathers, it seemed extremely vibrant. In his hand it was light as a feather, like it was nothing. Its overall design seemed like a strange bird. The hilt was curved and pointed, resembling the bird's sharp beak, while the blade was wide and large, resembling the bird's wings. The blade was circular, just like the strange bird's head. Its 2 eyes were wide open. It gave off a twisted, strange, yet mysterious and magnificent feeling. It made Li Qingshan feel like it was familiar. Suddenly, he thought of Wuxia's crystal resin cauldron. Although the patterns were completely different, the overall style was exactly the same. Did this supreme-grade spiritual artifact also come from the Mist Province? Although this was the only supreme-grade spiritual artifact that suited him out of all the supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, using a sword could easily expose his identity. The blade did not seem suited for killing. The blade seemed very blunt. He brushed past the blade with the tip of his finger and suddenly felt a hint of numbness. It rapidly spread up the tip of his finger, leaving behind a dark green, poisonous pattern. It was so vivid that it seemed like a verdant snake. This is a blade of poison. Li Qingshan was alarmed. He suppressed it with the spirit turtle's demon core in a hurry before forcing out the poison with demon qi. The poison was so powerful that even his body could not ignore it. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. The Green Vine Elder's blade did indeed come from the Mist Province. Because the hilt could absorb poison and the blade could release it, it was known as the blade of the drinking poison feather. The drinking poison feather was a strange bird of legends. Due to its fondness for eating poisonous items, its feathers were renowned for being venomous. Tossing its feathers into alcohol could kill, which was why it was said to quench thirst with poison. The blade's design originated from this. After the Green Vine Elder obtained it, he refined it with various poisonous items, which was why it possessed its current toxicity. However, he never had the opportunity to use it. Only when he obtained a more suitable weapon, the Green Vine Staff, did he store it away in his 100 treasures pouch, never using it again. The ox demon forge's its hide could block direct attacks, but it could not block the invasion of poison. However, that was not the case for other people or demons too. If they did not possess a cultivation method like the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, they would have to block it with everything they had, or the poison would invade their bodies and cause even more severe damage. In battle, who would give their enemies an opportunity like that? Li Qingshan raised the blade and smiled resplendently. He had finally found a weapon that could increase his chances of victory. Aside from that, the most important reward was a few sets of formation banners and discs for setting up formations. After being replaced by the duality formation of disintegration, the original formations of the Green Vine Mountain were now in the Green Vine Elder's possession. Li Qingshan had obtained quite a few formation scrolls and discs in the past, but they were all items at the level of Qi practitioners, so they were not worth much. These few sets of spirit arrays were true spirit arrays that protected the mountain. In a sense, it was even more important than spiritual tools and pills. It was absolutely impossible to establish a stable base without a formation. Otherwise, no matter how many experts you gathered, as long as the other party's cultivation was higher and they knew some concealment techniques, they would be able to enter unhindered territory. Even if the formations could not stop enemies, they could serve as warnings. Li Qingshan thanked the Green Vine Elder. With these items he could begin his plan. Little and prepare to go on a punitive expedition with me. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The news of the battle between the 3 demon generals had already spread throughout the underground world. Everyone in Cobweb City waited eagerly. This was a battle that would affect the fate of the entire race of night roamers. Hasn't he returned yet? Yimingzhu leaned against the window and gazed at the platform. The scarlet-red figure behind Helicoverpa rosa seemed like a god, also waiting. Don't tell me he's afraid, Yi Liuxing said coldly. He's going to challenge the two of them consecutively, so it makes sense for him to be afraid. He actually said he wanted to be the king of the night roamers. What shameless boasting! The elders discussed softly and mocked him scornfully. Master is omnipotent. Why would he be afraid of them? Yi Liubo refuted loudly. Her eyes burned with passion. To her, that person was no longer just her master in name. Instead, he was the mental support that held all of her hopes and feelings. The elders glared at this traitor, while Yi Liubo refused to back down. She was persuaded away by Yi Mingzhu and Yi Liusu. However, among the other races, the voices of disdain, mockery, and ill intent only grew louder. A demon general who had appeared out of nowhere wanted to challenge the order underground and rule over them. Night roamers. That was nothing more than wishful thinking. He's here. A gleam of light flashed through Yi Mingzhu's eyes. A scarlet-red figure shot through the air, arriving on the platform in the blink of an eye. Just his startling speed made many night roamers shut their mouths. Li Qingshan was bare-chested, revealing a body that was as perfect as a sculpture. His hands were placed in his pockets casually, while the blade of the drinking poison feather was wrapped up in layers and hung across his waist. He was extremely relaxed. I'm Spider Queen, I've made you wait. So this is your original body. Helicoverpa rosa studied him from head to toe and licked her lips. Her scarlet-red eyes were dazzling. You can say that. Li Qingshan glanced past the cavern from the corner of his eye. Although he could not sense any aura, he knew little and was waiting silently on the side, preparing for the worst-case scenario. However, it seemed like Helicoverpa rosa had no plans of falling out with him for now. Let's begin. Strong Stone and Bloodshadow released their demon chi at the same time. Li Qingshan smiled and no longer held back. His demon chi rushed into the air. The three demon chi dispersed the black clouds that lingered at the top of the cavern all year round. Strong Stone's was the strongest, Bloodshadow's was slightly weaker, and Li Qingshan's was much weaker. As a demon general who had broken through recently, it was already extremely rare for him to possess such strength. However, just the size of their demon chi was enough to determine the victor. And I had thought my original body was something impressive. Turns out that's all there is to it. Blood Shadow mocked him loudly. You better cultivate for another 10,000 years before you challenge me. Strong Stone was rather disappointed. It was impossible for him to contend against him with his demon chi. Li Qingshan raised his hands and pointed at the two of them, tilting his head and smiling. 10,000 years is too long. All I can do is seize the moment. Chapter 4:10. He's clearly in such a disadvantageous position, yet he's still provoking us fearlessly. Is there something wrong with this demon's head? The night roamers either discussed softly or mocked loudly. They believed the outcome had already been decided. Is it just arrogance? Yi Liusu suddenly recalled everything that had happened after she met him. His figure that roared fearlessly at the entire Spider Shadow clan was still vivid in front of her. No, that's not it. All of his arrogance was built on his self-confidence. He dared to say who dares to kill me without any scruples because that was only his avatar. If he really attacked, the ones who would suffer losses in the end would only be the Spider Shadow clan. Looking back, all she saw was Yi Liubo's eyes shining. She did not doubt him at all. She opened her mouth and closed it again, smiling bitterly. Was this still the cunning and talented Yi Liubo she knew? She had found someone she could rely on, and she chose to trust him without holding back at all. Was this not necessarily a form of luck? What about herself? What about the fate of the entire night roamers? And where would they go? Suddenly, she hoped from the bottom of her heart that the North Moon could emerge victorious. As he was a demon that did not seem like a demon. If he led the night roamers, he would definitely bring about a brand new change. Dragonsnail said slowly, I've arranged a suitable battlefield for you. Flowing upstream from the river of lava on the other side of Cobweb City, their field of vision suddenly opened up. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed over. A huge rift ran through the ground several hundred meters deep. Looking down from above, All he saw was a thin, fire-red river flowing at the bottom of the rift like a long, winding snake. Li Qingshan's figure was as tiny as a mustard seed. Li Qingshan lowered his head. He stared at the flowing lava, and his scarlet eyes shone brightly. On the other side of the river of lava, Strong Stone clenched his fists and cracked them loudly, sniggering viciously. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just crush your bones one by one, and make you understand the price of challenging the strong. Then come and try it." Li Qingshan strode forward. A pair of iron hooves stepped heavily into the lava river, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Amidst the gasps of surprise, his figure rapidly changed. His scarlet hair was like fire, his horns were like hooks, his head was like copper and his forehead was like iron. There was a type of wild ferocity about him. The barbaric aura of an ancient demon was released. But at the same time on his pitch-black skin, it flashed with blue profound patterns. This was something he had obtained after reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle. It was exactly the same as the profound inscriptions on the turtle's back. It also possessed a profound aura that could penetrate the true meaning of the world, filled with intelligence and divinity. Doing whatever one wanted, going against the heavens was the devil. Those who obeyed the heavens infused with the Tao. Those who lived as long as the heavens and the earth were gods. Two completely opposite and contradictory thoughts. They appeared on his body at the same time, and even he himself did not realize how strange it was. Helicoverpa Rosa was slightly moved. This was his true form. Yimingzhu cursed inwardly. In the end, he still refused to listen to her advice. 2 days ago, Yimingzhu sorted out the information and sent it to Li Qingshan. She also helped him discuss the strategy for these 2 battles. Strong Stone was transformed from a strange rock. It's an extremely rare rock spirit. It's indestructible and has extraordinary strength. To deal with him, the only way is to use the advantage of speed and look for flaws. Makes sense. Li Qingshan smiled. And Bloodshadow's true form is a bat. However, a demon general cultivated from a normal bat wouldn't be so powerful. It should be some kind of exotic beast. However, not many people know its true origin. Rumor has it that he's not from this world, but from the blood pool hell. If he unleashes his speed to the limit, perhaps only Helicoverpa Rosa can restrain him. Therefore, if you want to defeat him, the only way is to remain unchanging. Wait until he's tired, then kill him in one strike. Strong Stone and Bloodshadow both want to defeat each other like this, right? But what's the result? It's a draw. However, according to this strategy, at least we can be in an invincible position. What's the use of being in an invincible position? My goal is to win. Win. Although Li Qingshan claimed to have a 50% chance of winning, Yimingzhu deeply doubted this. As long as they could draw 2 battles, they could stabilize their position in the underground world and truly become one of the 4 great demon generals. Then they could plan slowly in the future. However, Li Qingshan's words just now seem to be an answer to her. 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. Interesting. Let's see how many punches you can take. Strong Stone laughed loudly. He admired and ridiculed Li Qingshan for daring to fight him head-on. At the same time his body expanded, turning into a tall stone giant. He strode over and punched at Li Qingshan's chest. Simple and unadorned, heavy as a mountain just like his body. However, in his small eyes, which were squeezed by his fierce-looking face, nose squashed to only 2 dots, a strange and cunning light flashed. In Li Qingshan's heart, a fanatical fighting spirit suddenly rose. Without hesitation, or in other words, he had no time to think. His body naturally reacted and punched at Strong Stone's chest. He completely abandoned his own defense, as if he had seen the great hatred of the murderer of his father and wife. He could not wait to smash Strong Stone into pieces, not hesitating to perish together with him. With a loud bang, the wind howled, sand and stones flew. Everyone felt a violent tremor under their feet. Even though they were far away, they could still clearly feel the head-on confrontation between the 2 terrifying forces. The river of magma was suddenly cut off. Strong Boulder only wavered slightly, but Li Qingshan was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall and sinking in. He was buried under the rubble that had collapsed. At that moment he felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. Not only was it firm, but it was also heavy. "Master!" Audiobook cried out. Blood shadow hung upside down on a stone beam like a bat. A sunken smile hung on his pale face. This guy did not understand Strong Stone's true abilities at all. No matter how great his strength was, no matter how tough his body was, it was useless if he could not land a hit. However, Strong Stone could force his opponent into a battle to the death and open confrontation. "Is this your innate ability? Interesting." Strong Stone glanced at his fist before looking at the pile of rocks. With a boom, rocks flew everywhere. Li Qingshan stood up. The faint blue spirit turtle's profound shell flickered before him, but it was riddled with cracks and slightly deformed. "It's just a punch." Li Qingshan was shocked. This was the power of the three demon generals. Their wondrous original bodies and millennia of cultivation had turned them into truly powerful and terrifying existences. If it were not for the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would have been injured by the punch. The cracks on the spirit turtle's profound shell healed immediately, but the situation did not improve at all, as it still consumed large quantities of demon qi. Li Qingshan's demon qi was nowhere close to Strong Stone's, so he would definitely lose in a battle of attrition. Li Qingshan found this rather strange. Why had he become so impulsive just now? He was a genius in actual combat. Every time he struck out, it might seem rash and arrogant in the eyes of others, but it would definitely be the best choice of tactics. He would never clash head-on with his opponent like a reckless man. Again! Strong Stone advanced with a wild laugh. His heavy footsteps sounded like war drums. The battle intent and killing intent in Li Qingshan's chest surged uncontrollably once again. His eyes became blood-red as a fist tore through the air, filling his entire field of vision. To be continued. Chapter 411. The stone fist pierced through the air, emitting a muffled thunder-like sound as the wind from the fist surged. Strong Stone was stunned for a moment. His confident punch had actually missed. "Is this your innate divine ability? It can actually disturb my mind." Li Qingshan's tiger claws tightly gripped Strong Stone's wrist. His eyes were calm and serene, and his deep voice was like the vibration of metal. He raised his hand and clasped Strong Stone's other fist. With a clang, metal and stone collided. Their eyes met, and the two surging forces clashed fiercely. There were no roars or shouts. Only the ground under their feet emitted painful shadows as it continuously cracked and collapsed. What a strong force! He can actually wrestle with Strong Stone. Maybe he can really win. He can't win. Strong Stone hasn't even used his full strength yet. You can actually not be affected? But it's too late. Watch me crush you. Strong Stone gritted his teeth and laughed viciously. His muscles rapidly expanded, and huge rocks protruded from his shoulders and elbows to cover his entire body. His head and face were also covered by sharp rocks, and he looked like he was wearing a strange and sinister rugged armor, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. Li Qingshan felt an unparalleled force coming over. It was so heavy that it was like an unmovable mountain pressing down heavily on him. Even the earth's strength could not reverse the situation, and he could only watch helplessly as Strong Stone struggled bit by bit to break free. "Break for me!" Strong Stone's arms flew up, and he broke free from Li Qingshan's hands. With a tremendous force, he grabbed at Li Qingshan's shoulders. Li Qingshan's shoulders sank, and he bowed and lowered his head. Strong Stone's grab missed. "Want to lower your head and admit your mistake?" Strong Stone laughed wildly. Suddenly, he felt his waist tighten, and he was picked up by Li Qingshan. A pair of sharp horns were revealed, and they were aimed at Strong Stone's abdomen. He roared and roared, and his iron hooves madly galloped. Boom! Li Qingshan's two horns pressed against the Strong Stone and slammed into the rock wall. Countless cracks instantly covered the rock wall. Boulders fell down one after another, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Interesting. It's been a long time since someone could make me feel pain. Let's have some fun." Wild laughter came from the pile of rocks. Strong Stone casually pushed aside the rocks. Li Qingshan's sharp horns. It only left 2 dents on his abdomen, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Wait!" Strong Stone was about to make a move. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Is he going to forfeit? That's the smart choice. The night roamers began to discuss. Anyone who saw this scene would feel despair and doubt whether they could win. I don't accept surrender. Strong Stone roared. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes turned cold. What she wanted to see was not a fight of this level. Forfeit? That was just a warm-up. Let's play a game. Li Qingshan walked back to the broken river of lava. He turned around and stood firmly on his feet. Oh, what game? Strong Stone asked with interest. Whoever leaves this river loses. Li Qingshan pointed at the two banks of the river. Limit the range. What? Yi Mingzhu cried out involuntarily. Although the river was wide, it seemed extremely narrow compared to their bodies. That way, as long as they took a step back, they would have to step on the shore. Wouldn't that mean that they had completely lost any room to maneuver, and would have to risk their lives against Strong Stone? How was this a game? This was clearly suicide. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Helicoverpa Rosa licked her lips and revealed a hint of excitement. Good, good, good. Strong Stone was stunned for a moment before cheering loudly. He had never seen such an interesting opponent before. He arrived before Li Qingshan and stood still. Why aren't you using the power you've just now? Li Qingshan asked again. Rock of Slaughter. Strong Stone was slightly taken aback and smiled viciously. What? My original name. When I was still a rock, I already possessed this power. Whether it's humans or beasts, as long as they approach me, they'll be infected by battle and killing intent. If they have companions, they'll kill one another. If they don't, they'll smash their heads against the rock. That's why I'm called the Rock of Slaughter. It's all thanks to them that I can turn a spirit into a demon. Why are you telling me this? Li Qingshan understood. This had already surpassed innate abilities. Instead, it was an ability he was born with. If it were not for the spirit turtle's method of C suppression, even he would not be able to resist this hysterical battle intent. That's because I'm going to cover my entire body with your blood. Strong Stone roared at the sky and unleashed the terrifying power. Even the eyes of the spectating night roamers in the surroundings reddened. When they looked at the people around them again, they were all so despicable. They were tempted to just kill them and be done with it. While they still had a sliver of clarity, they retreated several times, retreating extremely far away. Just now they let out a sigh of relief. Then bring it on. Li Qingshan no longer used the spirit turtle's method of C suppression to control himself. His blood surged like fire, and his battle intent surged. He conjured a series of blurs and threw 100 punches in a single instant, attacking Strong Stone like a tidal wave. Strong Stone turned a blind eye to it. He raised his right fist and twisted his body, twisting backwards and stretching it as far as he could, hurling a punch at Li Qingshan. As soon as the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared, it caved in deeply and became riddled with cracks. It was close to shattering. At the same time, Li Qingshan's fist landed on Strong Stone. After countless collisions, it turned into a great boom. What have you done? The vicious smile on Strong Stone's face suddenly froze up. He stared at his body in disbelief. Cracks appeared on his body, like the ground that had cracked due to drought. The power of tremors penetrated deep into his body, filling his entire body. Beat you up. Li Qingshan snickered. My innate ability is the most effective against stubborn rocks like you. Though it looks like you won't shatter so easily. Though that's fine too. If there's no danger at all, what's the point of fighting? Fair enough. How satisfying. Come, come, come. Strong Stone threw a punch with a furious roar. The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered with a clang, and his fist landed heavily on Li Qingshan's face. Let's see who collapses first. Li Qingshan leaned back, but he immediately straightened himself. Strong Stone grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and threw him hard, wanting to throw him out. As long as he left the riverbed, Li Qingshan would lose. And just a moment ago, did he have any thoughts of winning or losing in his heart? Li Qingshan opened his arms and flapped his wings. He controlled his body and flew above the riverbed. Then, with all his weight, he descended rapidly. Boom! Like a black meteor, he smashed into the ground. His iron hooves stepped heavily on Strong Stone's head, pushing him deep into the riverbed. A ring-shaped shockwave spread out in all directions, lifting up several feet into the air. Before the shockwave had even subsided, Li Qingshan flew up into the sky once more. Boom, 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 boom. It was unknown how many times he struck. The riverbed had become a huge, deep pit. Strong Boulder had vanished a long time ago. Li Qingshan landed in the pit and reached down, grabbing Strong Boulder by the head and lifting him up. He said, "Thank you." He raised his arm and threw him far away. With a loud bang, he crashed into a rock wall and was embedded within. To be continued. Chapter 412. This turn of events stunned everyone. They were tongue-tied, basically forgetting to breathe. If Li Qingshan had used some sort of trick to defeat Strong Stone, it would have been easier for everyone to accept. However, he had done it in Strong Stone's strongest domain, defeating force with force and fighting force with force. Not only had he endured the terrifying attacks, but he had even forcefully destroyed Strong Stone's supposedly indestructible defenses. All of the night roamers shut their mouths firmly. They no longer dared to utter another word. Suddenly, they realized that this demon might actually become their commander in the future. If they wanted to survive underground, they had to be humble and courteous to the strong. Yi Mingzhu's eyes shone. If she pledged loyalty to him, could he really fulfill her ambitions? Helicoverpa Rosa's laughter broke the silence. This brutal battle suited her perfectly. Ever since he had come underground, he had become much more interesting. And, in the future battles, he would definitely become one of the most important demon generals under her command. Blood Shadow became more and more uneasy. If he allowed this guy to continue developing, he would definitely become a great threat, stealing Ma and Spider Queen's trust. He could not allow that to happen. Master is invincible. Yi Liuba's face was filled with fervent passion. Her face was flushed, and her breasts heaved rapidly. She felt supreme glory. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and his figure returned to normal. He twisted his neck, which produced a series of cracks. It was impossible to tell on the surface, but his body had been damaged to the point of collapse. If it were not for the endless support of the strength of the earth, he would have collapsed a long time ago. If it were not for the power of tremors, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious against Strong Stone's restraint. However, all of this was within his plans. He was not a brute who would risk his life in a moment of passion. Instead, he was a true warrior, a natural warrior. With a flash of inspiration, all of his strategies and tactics were carved into every single one of his actions. It was carved into every single action he took. You. A massive explosion sounded out as Strong Stone descended from the sky, landing in front of Li Qingshan. His entire body gave off a berserk aura, and his body became even larger, like an enraged volcano. Li Qingshan stood at the foot of the mountain. She would be engulfed by the volcano at any moment, but the strong wind lifted her scarlet hair. His expression, however, was indifferent. "You lost," Li Qingshan said. The crimson eyes glanced at him. "Is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Strong Stone took a step back as if he had been punched. His figure shrank rapidly until he returned to his normal state. He sat on the ground and said, "Yes, I lost. There's nothing to be dissatisfied about." Li Qingshan did not use any despicable means. It wasn't a sinister scheme, but rather a victory over him with strength. She overwhelmed him with her imposing manner. Only after saying this did he feel a tearing pain in his body. He had also reached his limit. Good. I haven't felt this good in a long time. This time I lost. I admit your strength, but in the future, I will definitely defeat you. There won't be such a chance. Li Qingshan smiled and raised his head, looking straight at Blood Shadow, who was still hanging upside down on the stone beam. Then he said, "Madam Spider Queen, wait for me to rest for a while and recover my demonic aura. Then I will fight with Blood Shadow." "Hurry up," Helicoverpa Rosa urged from behind. With a flick of her finger, an item landed in Li Qingshan's hand. "This is..." Li Qingshan looked at the item in his hand. It was a palm-sized crystal-clear mushroom that looked like it was carved out of white jade. Although the mushroom was small, the spiritual energy it contained was larger than any spiritual herb Li Qingshan had ever seen. He did not know how long it had been growing. This is a spirit jade mushroom. It can heal injuries and recover demonic aura. Blood Shadow's expression turned even uglier. His idea of taking advantage of the situation fell through, but he did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Obviously, Helicoverpa Rosa did not want to watch a battle without any suspense. It was also a reward for Li Qingshan for bringing her so much fun. Thank you, Madam Spider Queen, for your generous gift. Li Qingshan immediately sat cross-legged and ate the spirit jade mushroom. In an instant, a pure and clear spiritual aura spread throughout his body. Everywhere it went, he felt extremely comfortable and his body felt lighter. After a while, Li Qingshan jumped up, full of energy. He felt as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. His mind was clear and his demonic aura was not only completely recovered, but it was even stronger than when he first arrived. Blood Shadow, do you dare to fight me in the air? Li Qingshan flapped his wings of wind and flew up, pointing at Blood Shadow. As soon as Li Qingshan opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. He had just defeated Strong Stone on the ground with his strength. Now he wanted to challenge the lightning-fast Blood Shadow in the air? Helicoverpa Rosa was even more excited after hearing that. She felt that her spirit jade mushroom was not wasted. This guy. Strong Stone was startled for a moment, then he grinned. Dragonsnail, who had been watching silently, frowned. What did he want to prove? Li Qingshan did not want to prove anything. He just wanted to win. If he defended on the ground, he would be invincible, but he would not be able to defeat Blood Shadow. And if he defended for a long time, he would lose. Because of the gap in demonic aura, he would be the first to collapse. Once his demonic aura was exhausted, he would not be able to use his supernatural powers. The so-called invincible position would become a big joke, and it would become unwinnable position. Although Li Qingshan's body was strong, it was still not comparable to Strong Stone. Strong Stone was originally a strange stone, and sturdiness could be said to be his innate nature. Moreover, he did not have the power to stimulate the fighting spirit like the killing stone, which could make Blood Shadow hesitate and not dare to fight. If he blindly imitated Strong Stone's tactics, he would eventually become a piece of rotten meat that could be toyed with. At that time, even a draw would be an extravagant hope. Many times what seemed like a smart tactic was actually a dangerous trap. This was not because Yi Mingzhu was ignorant. Normally, this was already the tactic that could make him last the longest. In his previous life there was a saying, in the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. It was the same in the cultivation world. Not considering his supernatural powers, Blood Shadow's speed was a big problem. Adding on his reaction speed, this problem was completely unsolvable. The weak mongoose could play with and even pounce on the venomous cobra because its reaction speed was a bit faster than the cobra. In actual combat, this bit faster meant that one was as strong as the heavens. For Li Qingshan, this battle was destined to be much more difficult. In order to overcome this obstacle, Li Qingshan chose to confront Strong Stone head-on in the first battle. Originally, with his advantage in speed and ignoring the effects of the killing stone, he should have won this battle more easily. It was in order to stimulate all his fighting spirit in the fierce battle, so that the tiger demon could break through the third layer, make his speed and reaction faster, and make his 2 supernatural powers stronger. Only then would he have a chance to win this battle. Just this point alone, the power of Strong Stone's killing stone helped him. Therefore, before the game started, Li Qingshan specifically reminded Strong Stone to activate this power. Everything was going according to plan. To be continued. Chapter 413. However, there was another saying in the world that went, man proposes, God disposes. Li Qingshan did not have absolute confidence in winning this battle. Now that things had come to a head, he still needed some luck. The wings of wind suddenly unfurled, spanning over 30 meters. Li Qingshan whistled through the air as he smiled confidently. As a man, he would give it his all even if he had some confidence, let alone a 70% chance of victory. Blood Shadow snorted coldly. With a flap of his cloak, he turned into a red bolt of lightning and chased after Li Qingshan. In the blink of an eye, they had all become as insignificant as stalks, almost about to melt into the darkness. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt like he had become a part of the wind. The scenery before him changed rapidly. If it were not for the fact that his reactions had become much faster, he basically felt like he was going to lose control. Sure enough, after reaching the third layer of the tiger demon, his abilities had become even more powerful. He reached the center of the gorge in the blink of an eye. However, before he could even enjoy the changes, a bloody demon chi rushed over. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around, and Blood Shadow's cold, pale white face rushed over. His sharp, pale white claws arrived first. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. With a flap of his wings of wind, he accelerated in the opposite direction. He was like the tiger demon descending a mountain. His right hand formed a claw and he used the tiger demon digs out the heart. His left hand was equipped with many forms of capturing techniques. As long as he could capture Blood Shadow and pull him into close combat, the outcome of the battle would be determined. As soon as he struck, he seemed to enter the final battle. Blood Shadow sneered scornfully. His figure flickered like a ghost. The tiger demon digs out the heart sank into his chest, but it was only a remnant illusion. He did not even have the time to use his capturing techniques before he lost track of him. Clang! The spirit turtle's profound shell flashed, leaving behind 4 deep claw marks. 2 streaks of blue and red crisscrossed. The blue light slammed into the rock wall loudly, while the red light made a graceful turn and landed on a stone beam that spanned the gorge. The difference in strength was clear from the clash. Although Li Qingshan possessed an innate ability like the wings of wind, he was not as good as Blood Shadow, a beast that was born to fly. The sky was not his home field. However, Li Qingshan didn't look discouraged at all. He turned around and stepped on the rock wall, leaped up, flapped his wings and pounced at Blood Shadow like a flying tiger. Blood Shadow's figure flashed and brushed past Li Qingshan. There was a loud bang, but the smoke and dust did not rise. Li Qingshan borrowed the momentum to leap back and pounce on Blood Shadow. The rumbling above their heads continued without end. Yi Mingzhu looked up. Li Qingshan was like a ferocious tiger in human form, bouncing and pouncing back and forth in the canyon as if he was walking on flat ground. However, Blood Shadow was even better. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll on the stone beams. He seemed slow but was actually fast, as if there were several Blood Shadows at the same time. He walked back and forth, easily dodging every attack. You said, I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out you're only so-so. Can you even hurt a single hair of mine? Li Qingshan stopped his useless attacks. He stopped on the stone wall and panted slightly, using the earth god power to recover his strength. This series of rapid attacks consumed a lot of his energy. Before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence, Blood Shadow disappeared before his eyes. Li Qingshan abruptly lifted his head, only to see Blood Shadow right in front of him. Looking down, Li Qingshan said darkly, Is that so? The pale white hand gently pressed against the spirit turtle's profound shell. Dong 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 dong. Li Qingshan felt his heart beat like a drum. A strange power directly grabbed his heart, or more accurately, his blood, through the spirit turtle's profound shell. All of his blood flowed backwards towards his heart as if it could explode at any time. The life force of a demon of this level was already extremely tough. Even if the heart was destroyed, the demon core could replace it, and he only needed to use demon chi to repair it in the future. Many vital points were no longer vital points. However, as an extremely important center of life, once it was severely damaged, it would still result in heavy injuries. Why would your opponent give you the opportunity to recover in an intense battle? How is it? Do you feel weak all over? Do you think I've only achieved my current status through speed? Do you really think I'm afraid of close combat? Only a stubborn rock like strong stone is something I can't do anything to. Your vitality is very powerful. I can't wait to taste it. Blood Shadow extended his bright red tongue and licked his lips. The opponent that he had treated as a great enemy the moment he appeared was completely powerless in his hands. He felt indescribable delight. Then how does this taste? Li Qingshan punched Blood Shadow's chest. A very special power. No wonder even strong stone couldn't withstand it. The shockwave wreaked havoc as Blood Shadow's body surged. After the shockwave passed, everything remained the same. Even the disdainful sneer on his face did not change in the slightest. An attack that even strong stone couldn't withstand was completely useless against him. Strong stone stood with his arms crossed and his brows tightly furrowed. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to deal with Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow's greatest strength wasn't his speed, but his strange recovery ability. It was just that very few people had seen this ability. In countless battles, it wasn't that strong stone hadn't found an opportunity to force Blood Shadow into a corner. However, even if he was blasted into a pile of minced meat, he could recover in the blink of an eye. This wasn't an innate divine ability. It was the same as strong stone's sturdiness. It was an innate ability. The blood in Li Qingshan's body surged more and more violently as if the world had descended into chaos. It would flow rapidly at times and flow against the flow at other times. Could even turn into a sharp weapon. If it were not for his tough body, his body would have been reduced to a mess by his own blood already. Although the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression could suppress the sea of chi and sea of consciousness, it could not suppress something tangible like flesh and blood. His current state was not due to the invasion of the foreign ability. Instead, Blood Shadow was using his innate ability to control it from the outside. Having been forced into dire straits, Li Qingshan did not panic at all. He gripped the sharp, curved hilt of the blade of the drinking poison feather behind his waist. With a flash of violet and azure, it plunged into Blood Shadow's abdomen. Blood Shadow did not even have any intentions of dodging. Even the shockwave that could shatter his body could not harm him, so what was a mere wound? All he needed was a while longer, and he would be able to rip Li Qingshan's heart to pieces before tasting his blood. Just as he thought that, his expression suddenly changed. His pale face became enveloped by a layer of violet and azure. Li Qingshan urged it on. The venom that the blade of the drinking poison feather had accumulated for many years constantly invaded Blood Shadow's body, corroding, contaminating and destroying it. Even if my heart shatters, I'll poison you to death first. The stalemate only lasted for a split second. Blood Shadow could not take it anymore. With a backhand slap he broke free. Li Qingshan calmed his blood in a hurry, urging his demon chi to repair his ruptured blood vessels and his heart that was on the brink of exploding. Although the information Yi Mingzhu had provided him with had already mentioned this, just now, he deeply understood the terror of this power when he clashed with it. It basically ignored all defenses and attacked from the inside. If he were a human cultivator, his body would have been ripped apart by his blood in a single moment. As soon as Li Qingshan recovered slightly, he immediately swung the blade of the drinking poison feather and lunged at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow waved his cloak, and a few stinking blood arrows shot at him. Li Qingshan's wings fluttered, and his body tilted, brushing past the blood arrows. The blood arrows landed on the mountain rock behind him, and white smoke rose. In the blink of an eye, a few large holes were corroded. Looking at Blood Shadow again, the violet and azure poison on his face had dissipated. He had actually used his blood to expel the poison. His face became paler, and his expression became colder. Looking at the blade of the drinking poison feather that was slashing at him, fear flashed in his eyes, and he did not dare to let it touch him again. Li Qingshan chased closely. In the battle, he gradually grasped the use of the wind god's wings, becoming more agile and swift. He felt slightly happy, feeling that Blood Shadow's speed had slowed down a lot. Although the poison had been removed, losing so much blood was not a small damage to him. His trust in his own strength had become the biggest trap. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in Li Qingshan's favor. There were only a few onlookers on the ground who could see this clearly, and Yi Mingzhu was one of them. Is that a weapon made by a human cultivator? It can actually use poison to restrain Blood Shadow's strength. The demonic aura is clearly much weaker, but they can fight on equal footing. This North Moon is really impressive. As for the others, they only felt a strong gust of wind sweeping down from the sky. They saw two light figures flashing in the sky, sometimes intersecting, sometimes separating. It was too much for the eyes to take in. After staring for a long time, one would actually feel dizzy. The explosive sound of the air breaking was like thunder, causing a strong gust of wind to brew into a black storm, sweeping across the canyon. The sound of the wind became more and more intense. At this moment, a sharp sound that was as thin as a thread pierced through the wind and clearly entered everyone's ears. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed as she said, "Circulate your energy to protect your ears." In the sky, Li Qingshan chopped down with his saber. Blood Shadow's head turned behind him, facing Li Qingshan. His mouth opened to an unbelievable degree, and his originally handsome face twisted into a malevolent expression. Horrifying sound waves were emitted from his mouth and nose. Li Qingshan only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Then his wind god wings shattered, and he was pushed by an invisible force, crashing into the mountain rocks. Blood Shadow rapidly approached, and the sound waves were endless. The rocks around Li Qingshan shattered, and a huge pit appeared. Li Qingshan was continuously pressed into the bottom of the pit. Li Qingshan's head felt like it had turned into a pile of mush. However, Li Qingshan laughed sinisterly and let out a deafening tiger roar. The two sound waves met in the gorge, clashing and overlapping, surging back and forth. They passed through the stone beams, which slowly collapsed and fell down. However, the demon chi in Li Qingshan's body was rapidly depleted. He could no longer maintain the spirit turtle's profound shell. Blood Shadow saw through this as well. He turned around quickly and turned into a scarlet tornado. With his claws as the tip, he tore through the air. After fighting for so long, he still had enough demon chi, but his stamina was running out. He wanted to claim Li Qingshan's life in a single strike. Faced with such a killing intent, Li Qingshan only gripped the blade of the drinking poison feather in a reverse grip calmly and leapt up. The blade landed on the tornado, but it was actually deflected. Blood Shadow's sharp claws turned rapidly and stabbed into Li Qingshan's skin. Die! Blood Shadow's miserable howl rang out from the scarlet tornado. Poison feather dance. The blade of the drinking poison feather in Li Qingshan's hand suddenly blossomed. Like a bird spreading its wings, it fluttered in the darkness. The purplish-green feathers were extremely resplendent. Blood splattered. To be continued. Oh! Chapter 4:14. A large hole appeared in Li Qingshan's chest as he fell from the sky. The blade of the drinking poison feather in his hand returned to its original shape after a brief moment of brilliance, becoming dim. Net. Master! Yi Liubo exclaimed and rushed forward, but was stopped by Yi Mingzhu. The battle isn't over yet. Li Qingshan continued to fall. Watching Blood Shadow getting further and further away, the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. Blood Shadow lowered his head and looked at his pale hand in disbelief. There were streaks of blood on it. Normally, such an injury could be healed in an instant. The so-called dismemberment was just a normal injury for him. But at this moment, the streaks of blood were expanding bit by bit. Waves of purplish-green poisonous gas prevented his body from recovering and continued to spread. The same was true for his pale face. In that instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he swung the blade. This was not only his own strength, but also the power of the blade of the drinking poison feather. Like most spiritual weapons, the blade of the drinking poison feather came with a killer move called Poison Feather Dance. Like a blooming flower and a dancing poison feather bird, it released all the accumulated poison in the blade of the drinking poison feather. It was a fatal blow. With Blood Shadow's speed and reaction, it was difficult to hit him. He could only wait until the last moment, when both sides had nowhere to retreat, and finally played a crucial role, perfectly injecting all the poison into Blood Shadow's body. In midair, Blood Shadow broke and fell like a building block. Net. A blood-colored monster core flickered in it, barely gathering all the pieces of flesh together. Shaoan, who was hiding silently in the darkness, stared at the demon core. His eyes flickered with a fiery light. Li Qingshan turned over and half knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest. As soon as he landed on the ground, the power of the earth immediately flowed into him. It nourished his body. Not far away, Blood Shadow turned into a lump of minced meat, squirming and spitting out streams of poison. He tried his best to recover. The battle had progressed to such a tragic degree that everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of injury, Lin Feng's strength was extremely terrifying. It would definitely be fatal to any night roamer. However, with their terrifying vitality, they were able to support themselves and recover. Even at this time, Helicoverpa Rosa had no intention of letting them stop. Her eyes flashed and her face was full of smiles. She looked gorgeous and extremely happy. Lady Spider Queen, these two are your generals. The war is imminent and it wouldn't be good if there were any casualties. Please declare it a draw. Dragonsnail said slowly. The strength of North Moon. This far exceeded his expectations. If he was given such a chance to defeat two great demon generals in a row, his status would probably be above theirs. A draw? Dream on. Before Dragonsnail could finish her sentence, Li Qingshan interrupted in a hoarse voice. How could he be satisfied with this outcome? Internet. What, can you still fight? Dragonsnail raised her eyes and asked. Li Qingshan's organs had basically been completely destroyed. His spine had vanished from the center too. His upper and lower body could basically split apart at any time. Clearly, he could no longer fight. Of course I can still fight. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled. Suddenly, he tossed the blade of the drinking poison feather high into the air. A scarlet figure leapt out of the darkness and caught the blade of the drinking poison feather, landing before Blood Shadow. His red hair drifted about. He was Li Qingshan's mirror clone. If he fought against Strong Stone and Blood Shadow, his mirror clone probably would not even be able to last a single strike before dispersing. He would even have to split his attention to control it, which was why Li Qingshan had always hidden it in the shadows as a surprise attack. Sure enough, it was very effective right now. Madam Spider Queen, this is not fair. Blood Shadow's head, which was barely pieced together, was so frightened that it almost split apart again. It let out a weak protest. This is one of my innate magical powers. It is originally a part of my strength. What is unfair about it? Helicoverpa Rosa remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Li Qingshan's statement. Li Qingshan grinned and raised the blade of the drinking poison feather high into the air. I admit defeat. Blood Shadow exclaimed. If more toxins invaded his body, it would cause serious irreparable damage to his cultivation. However, he did not know that the blade of the drinking poison feather had already exhausted all the toxins and turned into an ordinary knife. When these three words came out, the canyon was silent. No one expected that Li Qingshan would win, and win so beautifully. He defeated the two demon generals at their strongest point. Master, you've won. Yi Liuobua cheered and rushed up, embracing Li Qingshan firmly. Li Qingshan grimaced in pain and swatted away Yi Liuobua. He propped himself up and clasped his hands towards Helicoverpa Rosa from afar. All right. From today onwards, you will be the commander of all night roamers. I look forward to your performance. Helicoverpa Rosa announced loudly from behind. She smiled charmingly at Li Qingshan and vanished into the darkness with her red dress trailing behind her. Dragonsnail followed close behind. Once you recover from your wounds, I will challenge you again, North Moon. Strong Stone leapt up and flew towards the top of the canyon with a rumble. He actually moved with startling speed, nowhere near as sluggish as he imagined him to be. His wild laughter rang out from afar, but he had already vanished without a trace. Blood Shadow had finally expelled all of the poison, turning into a red blood bat. He glanced at Li Qingshan resentfully before flapping his wings and flying towards the other end of the canyon. The night roamers looked at one another. Surprise, worry, fear, hatred. Regardless of what they felt, they all knew that this demon called North Moon would become a figure of great importance in this region. He would also decide the fate of countless night roamers. The situation underground was about to completely change. The Spider Shadow Clan is willing to support Sir North Moon as the commander of the night roamers with everything we have. Please return to Blackluster City with me for now, Sir North Moon. Yi Mingzhu stepped forward first, becoming the first matriarch to pledge her loyalty to Li Qingshan. Apart from the Spider Shadow Clan, the other night roamers all remained silent, vanishing into the darkness and returning to the city to discuss their next course of action. Not only did Yi Mingzhu's behavior fail to set an example, but it instead made the other clans even more suspicious. These cunning, suspicious, and unruly night roamers definitely would not listen to a demon so easily. Getting them to give up on the open and covert struggles that had been going on for who knew how many years was even more difficult. Helicoverpa Rosa's words towards the end only gave him status. If he wanted to convert this status into actual benefits, Li Qingshan would need to work hard himself. However, he had already grown accustomed to this a long time ago. If he wanted to do something, he obviously had to do it personally. In Blackluster City, Li Qingshan lay comfortably in a soft, fur-lined chair. Yi Liubo massaged his shoulders, letting him lean his head against her chest. Yi Liusu stood to one side, feeding him hazelnuts, a specialty of the underground. However, she was clearly very unaccustomed to this job. Sir, the other clans still haven't responded at all? They seem to be trying to contact each other secretly, Yi Mingzhu reported. Mingzhu, prepare to punish those who refuse to submit for me. Li Qingshan took out a ship's wheel from his 100 treasures pouch with a smile. Although the soaring dragon ship no longer existed, the ship's wheel was still the control hub for all the puppet soldiers. Chapter 4:15. As you wish, Mum. Yi Mingzhu lowered her head, and the corner of her lips curled into a smile. As long as she borrowed his power, the Spider Shadow clan could easily surpass the other clans. Everything was even simpler than she had imagined. I'll say this first. I won't be taking action. Li Qingshan destroyed Yi Mingzhu's plans with a single sentence. She raised her head in surprise. But how can our Spider Shadow clan contend against the other clans alone? Do you really think that a single word from me can make the Spider Shadow clan the leader of the clans? If I do take action, what difference does the Spider Shadow clan and the other clans make to me? Li Qingshan said those words coldly with a voice that was like the hum of metal. He did not place any hopes on the so-called loyalty of Yi Mingzhu or the other night roamers. If he had no value at all, he would have to worry about everything. In that case, why had he gone to such great lengths to obtain the authority to command the night roamers? Was it to give them democracy and freedom so that they could live happily ever after? I don't know what to do. Yi Mingzhu shuddered inside. She understood that Li Qingshan definitely was not someone she could use easily. Yi Liusu wanted to say something, but Yi Liubo stopped her with a glance. She sighed silently. Don't worry. I'll provide the necessary support. Li Qingshan placed the helm in Yi Mingzhu's hand. Thank you for your kindness, Mum. Hearing Li Qingshan's explanation, Yi Mingzhu's eyes lit up slightly. She began to think rapidly. With the status that the Spider Queen had promised her in this power, there was a great chance that she could subdue a few weaker clans. And if she worked with them, now it's time for you to show your ability. I'll give you a month to realize your ambition. Li Qingshan smiled and patted Yi Mingzhu's shoulder. Yi Mingzhu bade farewell and left. Yi Liubo wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck. Master, what if she refuses to listen to your orders after she gains power? This was probably the worry of all rulers in the world. It was difficult to control and could even turn the tables on him. Li Qingshan's answer was very simple. Then we'll find someone who's willing to obey. This was the rule of the cultivators. In the face of absolute power, tricks and trickery were not worth mentioning. If Li Qingshan wasted his energy on this, he would be a fool. The only way was to free up as much energy as possible and obtain more resources. Making oneself stronger was the right path. Everything. All efforts. It was all for the sake of climbing higher. When he looked back, these people would have long been left far behind him. The temporarily forgotten goal became clear again. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the dark dome. His gaze penetrated through the thick soil and stones. With another pair of eyes he saw the blue sky. It led to the 9th heaven. Let's go, little Anne. Let's go back to the 100 schools of thought. Leaving the mirror clone to guard the underground, Li Qingshan's main body returned to the appearance of an ordinary human. He pulled little Anne's hand. Clouds rose under their feet and lifted the two of them. They flew in the direction of the 100 schools of thought. The 100 treasures pouch contained a large number of spiritual herbs that Yi Mingzhu or the Spider Shadow clan had offered. When the other clans were wiped out, this number would increase several times. The only thing missing now was a person who could make pills, Wuxia. Wuxia hasn't come out of seclusion yet. In the bamboo forest on Cloudwisp Island, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh, which made Han Qiongji frown slightly. Why do you care so much about her? What's wrong with caring for a friend? Congratulations, chief disciple of legalism. Li Qingshan smiled and pulled Han Qiongji into his arms. He touched his forehead intimately and gazed at her bright face lovingly. I have something to discuss with you. Han Qiongji pinched him and shrunk her exquisite body into his arms. What is it? I want to go into seclusion for a while. Han Qiongji had cultivated to the 10th level of qi refinement. She needed a lot of time to integrate the 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Now that a great change was imminent, she needed to focus on cultivation. What a coincidence. Me too. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He was about to tell her about this as well. He needed a quiet place to recuperate and cultivate the path of qi refinement. Do you want to come with us? Han Qiongji's eyes lit up. If it was possible, she did not want to be separated from him. Then do we still have time to cultivate? Li Qingshan smiled wickedly and pinched her waist. After being nourished, she had become even more charming. I don't believe you won't get tired. Han Qiongji's face was flushed, but she was unwilling to give up. Haven't you always been the one to beg for mercy in the past? Li Qingshan's smile widened and Han Qiongji's face became even redder. But she could not help but admit this. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky, and her voice became gentle as she whispered into his ear. I can find a suitable dual cultivation method. You still have to think about cultivation when you do that kind of thing. It's too troublesome. Li Qingshan was greatly moved, but after thinking about it, he still refused. He had too many secrets. Just the fact that he absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth during cultivation was enough to make people think of many things. I think you just don't want to be with me. Han Qiongji was annoyed. She had already considered this step, but he was still unwilling to agree. I've already promised little and, Li Qingshan said helplessly. If you don't want to, then forget it. Just consider yourself unlucky. Han Qiongji snorted coldly. Li Qingshan did not agree. She was not someone who would pester others endlessly. It was as if she could not live without him. Li Qingshan could only coax her for a while and celebrate with her alone. A night of entanglement. The next day, he sent her to the Han family's seclusion abode and reluctantly bid farewell. On the bottom floor of Contention Island, Li Qingshan and Little N held hands. They watched the stone door close and the formation activate. They looked at each other and smiled. Does it still hurt? Little N untied Li Qingshan's clothes and pressed her hand on Li Qingshan's chest. On the surface it looked fine. However, she could feel that the hole inside was far from being repaired. There's still a little, but it's fine. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. Ever since that battle, the pain in his chest had never stopped. However, he was able to endure it and did not show it. However, he could not hide it from Little Anne. Let me help you, Little Anne said. Under her little hand's caress, Li Qingshan felt the pain gradually disappear. It was replaced by a faint warmth and an indescribable comfort. Waves of power came from her hand. Under the nourishment of this power, his flesh and blood became full of vitality. His injuries began to heal at a faster rate. 2 days and 1 night passed. Little Anne let go of his hand. Li Qingshan had completely recovered. He was even more resilient than before. I thought it would take at least half a month. I really can't do without you. Little Anne revealed a tired but relieved smile. As long as it doesn't hurt. Yi Mingzhu turned around and said loudly, Liubo Liusu, Sir North Moon has summoned the matriarchs. Under the lead of Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu, the 5 night roamer matriarchs entered the cavern and arrived before Li Qingshan. They all stated their names and clans before bowing together. Greetings, Sir North Moon. Apart from an old woman and a young girl, the others were all beautiful matriarchs like Yi Mingzhu. They raised their heads and studied Li Qingshan. No matter how displeased they were all respectful on the surface. None of them were foolish enough to clash with him. Idiots like that could never become matriarchs. From a certain perspective, it was this cleverness that prevented them from working together to deal with this foreign ruler. You can say this is our first meeting. Before the meeting there are 8 words. Those who obey me live, and those who defy me die. Do you understand? Li Qingshan sat there without moving. He did not seem arrogant, nor did he give off any pressure. He just spoke very seriously, as if he was saying he liked sunny days and did not like rain. I understand. Yi Mingzhu spoke first, and the other matriarchs followed suit in a hurry. Now that they had reached this point, they no longer had much interest in resisting anymore. At the end of the day, as long as Empress Helicoverpa Rosa wanted to unite the night roamers, she would have to send a demon general to lead them. It did not matter who they were ruled by. Even if they struggled desperately, what was the point? They might as well use this opportunity to gain the upper hand in the future. It was more important. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction. This was the prerequisite for everything. If anyone dared to say they did not understand, he did not mind making an example out of them. There was probably no need for him to do anything. The other matriarchs could do it for him. Very good. When you came, you already saw the formations here. Pass on my first order. Send masters here directly under my command. Build a fortress here and prepare to fend off the human attacks. Before the matriarchs could return to their senses, Li Qingshan continued, the second order is that no night roamers are allowed to kill one another in my territory, whether openly or secretly. If they disobey, not only will they pay with their lives, but the entire clan will be severely punished too. Yiliosu's eyes lit up immediately. Wasn't this exactly what she had been looking forward to the entire time? She wanted the night roamers to stop killing one another and unite once more. Perhaps he really could change everything. The third order is that from today onwards, all clans must contribute spiritual herbs to me, regardless of the type. The older the better. Do you have any objections to these three orders? Under the scrutiny of Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes, none of the matriarchs had any objections. The three orders seemed harsh, but it was not unacceptable to them. The first order was to send masters. The other matriarchs had ugly expressions on their faces. Yi Mingzhu had once flaunted the might of those puppets. If they were to face them head-on, even if they could annihilate this puppet army, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. And the power of those cannons was even more terrifying. Experts that had undergone the heavenly tribulation would also be injured if they took a direct hit. That small helm was like a scepter. When Yi Mingzhu held it in her hand, it had the power to annihilate any clan. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this was also bestowed by him. No, we can't continue like this. The matriarchs exchanged glances. The same thought flashed through their minds. Sir North Moon, I have an objection to this. I have an objection too. Me too. The matriarchs, who had always been submissive and had no problem with whatever Li Qingshan said, all stood up to object at the same time. Their expressions were furious. They could accept a demon ruling over them, but they could not accept Yi Mingzhu stepping on their heads. P.S. This is Dreamtalker's order. Young and old men, have pity on me. Cast a monthly vote. Genius 1 second to remember. Chapter 49 Li Qingshan's order is complete. You may return. Chapter 417. Oh, what do you think? This was exactly what Li Qingshan wanted. Although he didn't know much about politics, he could still motivate his subordinates. Such a powerful weapon should be in the hands of Sir North Moon himself. How can he just give it to someone else? The old woman said. She had a fierce expression that said, if I can't have it, no one else can. This was entrusted to me by Sir North Moon. How dare you question it? Yi Mingzhu immediately retorted. She had already said the words Sir North Moon very smoothly. You're right. However, I don't have the habit of taking back what I've given. If that's the case, you can take turns wielding the helm. However, it'll depend on your performance. Between Li Qingshan's words, Yi Mingzhu was first surprised, then delighted, and then worried. The matriarchs, on the other hand, felt a sense of hope. It seemed that he hadn't been bewitched by Yi Mingzhu. As long as he displayed enough loyalty, he would receive a corresponding reward. He didn't dare to have any thoughts of half-heartedly responding to Li Qingshan's three orders. Otherwise, his clan would be surpassed by the other clans and fall into decline even without him personally taking action. From the looks of it, Mingzhu's performance is the best. She'll wield the helm for now. Li Qingshan stood up and arrived beside Yimingzhu. He patted her shoulder comfortingly. Thank you for your trust, Sir North Moon. Liubwa, this is your reward. Li Qingshan took out a bright yellow satin. This was a supreme quality spiritual artifact he'd obtained from the Golden Pheasant Elder's 100 Treasures pouch. Thank you, Master. Liubwa was extremely excited. Seeing the situation, she didn't throw herself at him and give him a kiss. The matriarchs were even more envious. This was a powerful weapon that could only be forged by humans, yet it was given to a servant so casually. No, his 2 servants were both Yimingzhu's daughters. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous to them in the long run. They were all thinking the same thing. Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the 6 matriarchs. Now that there is chaos, I hope that all of you can put aside your past disputes and work together to pledge loyalty to Lady Spider Queen. If they were still like a plate of loose sand fighting endlessly, they will definitely be destroyed by humans. Yes. The matriarchs accepted the order and left. Master, can I change my reward? Yi Liubwa immediately stuck close to him and giggled. What? You don't like it? I like it very much, but I want you more, Master. Yi Liubwa licked her lips. Her hand reached into his clothes and slid under his body to grab something. His eyes were misty and filled with sorrow. Go to the side and play. If I give it to you just because you say you want it, wouldn't I lose face? Li Qingshan unhappily pushed her away. Lustful to such an extent it was simply insane. If he let her touch him a little longer, if there was a change, his face would not look good. As she watched Yi Liubwa play around with the bright yellow brocade happily, Yi Liusu felt rather disappointed for some reason. Suddenly, she made up her mind and went up. Sir North Moon, please promise me one thing. What is it? Li Qingshan was rather curious. Ever since Yi Liusu became his servant, she had remained silent obediently. She would do whatever he wanted her to do, but she was as serious as a robot, refusing to lower her head to please him. She really did seem a little like a princess. It was rare for her to take the initiative like this. Please protect the night roamers and lead them back beneath the starry sky. As long as you promise me this, I'm willing to serve you wholeheartedly. I'll be loyal to you and serve you just like Liubwa. Yi Liusu's delicate face was filled with determination. She had always worked hard on cultivation for the sake of the revival of the night roamers, but her future had always been bleak. His appearance seemed to bring her a sliver of hope. Perhaps she had been influenced by Liubwa, but she now believed a little that as long as he was willing, he really could change everything. Sister. Yi Liubwa was rather surprised too. Even if you turn your back on the Spider Shadow clan? Li Qingshan smiled in thought. The more he understood the night roamers, the more he found Yi Liusu's personality to be strange. Her eyes were filled with a determination that was almost unwavering. She did not possess the darkness of regular night roamers at all. Perhaps in every tribe there would be 1 or 2 freaks. Yes. Yi Liusu gritted her teeth. Sorry, mother. This is for the sake of the night roamers. Are these clansmen really worth it for you to do this? I'm guessing most of them are jealous of you and want to kill you. It's this underground world that has twisted their personalities. We believe night roamers aren't like that in the first place. As long as they break free from control. That's a very impressive idea. I'm very tempted, but I refuse. Why? Although she had guessed this might happen, the degree of disappointment still exceeded Yi Liusu's expectations. Because you've got the order wrong. I will give you loyalty in return, but I won't do anything in exchange for someone's loyalty. I'll only do what I want to do. You can help me or watch from the side. There's no other choice. Yi Liusu returned to her original position and fell silent. Li Qingshan returned to his state of cultivation, but before long, he jerked awake again. The masters sent by the clans had arrived much faster than he had imagined. The first to arrive were 10 beautiful female night roamers. They were either cool, gentle, or sweet. Even among night roamers, their appearances were the cream of the crop. Coupled with their sexy attire, it was like a beauty pageant. They did not just possess beauty but great strength too. Every single one of them had undergone the heavenly tribulation. They were noble princesses of their respective clans. After reporting their names and offering up the spiritual herbs, they actually lowered their arrogant heads, expressing that they were willing to leave their clans and serve Li Qingshan as their master. Li Qingshan could not help but smile. Were these matriarchs trying to express that they could give him whatever the Spider Shadow clan could give him? As for just how loyal these princesses were, he did not hold any expectations at all. They looked at him like they wanted to eat him. Not only did they covet his beauty, but they also wanted to obtain something from him. In the eyes of these princesses, Yi Liubo was nothing. She had just gotten a little lucky, since even she could receive a supreme-grade spiritual artifact as a reward. Why couldn't he? Master. Yi Liubo felt extremely threatened, grabbing Li Qingshan's arm subconsciously. Yi Liusu sighed deeply instead. It was no wonder he did not take her seriously. Everything she could offer up was of no importance to him. All right, I agree. From today onwards, all of you will be my personal guards. Li Qingshan did not refuse. The clans needed to be equal and balanced, and he also needed a team that he could directly command. To be able to obtain such a group of personal guards was probably the dream of every man. Liusu, you will be their captain. Li Qingshan continued. Yi Liusu was stunned for a moment, and those proud princesses immediately objected. Why? We should have a competition. Li Qingshan did not care so much and directly said, I am going to start cultivating. Disperse. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and the cave became quiet again. He then opened his eyes. Liusu, why are you not leaving? Why me? In your eyes I am nothing at all. Yi Liusu asked in confusion. Because you are very special. It's madness. Yi Liusu's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head, and her lips curled into a bitter smile. Mother said that if I were born in a regular family of night roamers, I wouldn't have such a crazy idea. All dreams at the beginning seem so crazy. I might be a demon, but I don't dislike people with dreams and pursuits. Li Qingshan smiled. Then why won't you agree? Liubo has only entrusted her to herself, but you want to entrust far, far too much. You can't bear it yourself, so you want to dump it on someone else and live a relaxed life? No. Yi Liusu explained. I have no interest in being a mediator for a group of women, but perhaps your ideas can influence them and make them work for you. I've already given you the opportunity, so do it. I don't know whether you can succeed or not either, but if there really is a day when night roamers can live under the stars again, no longer having to scheme and kill one another, it will definitely be because of you, not me. Yi Liusu's emotions surged. For the first time, she understood Yi Liubo's feelings a little. Ever since she was young, no one had ever said something like that to her. No one had ever encouraged her like that, agreed with her ideas or supported her like that. When Li Qingshan defeated Strong Stone and Blood Shadow consecutively, she only admired his strength and strategy. But now that she heard what he said, she actually felt like she could not meet his gaze. Her mind that had been unwavering from many years of arduous cultivation began to ripple slightly. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. Sure enough, idealists were the easiest to fool. Originally, he preferred Yi Liubo for the position of captain of the guards, but Yi Liubo's cultivation was too weak, and her temperament was lacking too. In comparison, Yi Liusu's qualities were much better. At the very least, she had the bearing of a leader, and she was relatively pure and easy to control. At the very least, she would not look at him greedily. However, Yi Liusu was far too unmotivated. Becoming his servant seemed to be a great blow to her. As a result, he came up with this excuse. It was not all a bluff. If Yi Liusu could really grasp this opportunity, she could indeed do many things. Yi Liusu arrived outside the cave and pressed her hand against her chest. She could still feel her heart beating heavily. She had no idea whether it was because of what he said or because of him. Master really is impressive. You can actually make someone as pure and desireless as me fall for you. Yi Liubo walked over from the side with a smile. Xiu's nonsense. Let's go. Yi Liusu's face brightened before recovering her cold demeanor. She pulled Yi Liubo away. Now is not the time to think about something like this. What are we doing? Since they want to compete, I'll compete with them. Yi Liusu was in high spirits. This was an unprecedented opportunity. She had to grasp it. Under the setting sun, the sky was dyed red. A green figure appeared in front of a cave that led underground. Fu Qingjin stood with his sword on his back. He was exhausted. However, when he drew the green ruined sword, his eyes shone brightly, and he turned into a streak of green light, shooting into the pitch-black cave. If negotiations failed, only death awaited. P.S. Wow, a few hundred votes. I'm so happy. Chapter 4:18. The green light moved with great speed, following the path it had taken to lure Millipede out last time and directly heading towards where Li Qingshan cultivated. The path before him was suddenly blocked by mist. Fu Qingjin frowned and stopped. The demon actually possessed a thought process like that, knowing how to use formations. But how could a formation like that stop him? Fu Qingjin brought his fingers together and slowly swept them across the green ruined sword. The green ruined sword lit up with dazzling light, possessing startling power. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do about it. His mind was deeply submerged in cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. His cultivation advanced steadily as a qi practitioner. Strands of Gui water true qi burst through his acupoints one by one. Suddenly, his mirror clone underground snapped open its eyes. As the person who had set up the formations, he could clearly sense that the formations had been triggered. Were they here? All personal guards, gather. Li Qingshan leapt up and his voice boomed out, spreading out in all directions. Although it was only his clone here, with 12 powerful night roamers and the geographical advantage, it was more than enough for him to put up a fight. Getting through the formations would take quite a lot of effort. A while later, 12 black figures flew over. In the lead were Yiliosu and Yiliobua. They were in high spirits. The 10 princesses were still reluctant to accept this, but they followed behind her. Yiliosu and Yiliobua worked together, facing off against the 5 princesses one by one in a 2 versus 2 manner. Although they did not possess overwhelming strength, their teamwork was seamless and close, far surpassing their opponents' seeming unity. Coupled with the assistance of Yiliobua's supreme-grade spiritual artifact, they achieved a complete victory without any mishaps. It was a daunting but not dangerous victory, and they had secured their position as the captain of the guards. What excited Yiliosu the most was that she explained her idea of unity to the princesses and obtained the acknowledgement of 3 of them. Regardless of whether this acknowledgement was real or fake, it was an extremely rare improvement. She developed some respect towards Li Qingshan. "Master, what can I do for you?" Li Qingshan raised his hand and gestured for them to be quiet. He concentrated on sensing the array plate in his hand and gradually felt a little strange. The other party seemed to be trapped in a formation. Moreover, he was trapped in the outermost fog formation. This was definitely not Fu Qingjin. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the formation. All he saw was a night roamer trapped inside, so he let him in for questioning. After a while, a strange expression appeared on Li Qingshan's face. The night roamer was a messenger from Helicoverpa Rosa. Spider Queen urgently summoned him back to Cobweb City for a meeting. The reason was that a human cultivator single-handedly killed 4 demon generals and nearly 100 demon soldiers before leaving. The territories of these 4 demon generals were all around Li Qingshan's territory. One could almost imagine that the cultivator had encountered the formation. He chose to go around them and kill all the demon generals around him. Do you know what that human cultivator looks like? I'm not sure. I heard it was a green light. Li Qingshan had no idea whether he should be happy or disappointed. You've come? In Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa sat on the throne at the back, supporting her chin with her hand as she faced the 4 strongest demon generals under her. She was at ease. She did not become flustered over the loss of her soldiers, nor did she show any anger or sorrow. Instead, she seemed rather interested, as if she found this very interesting. You all know what happened, right? Yes. North Moon, he originally came for you, right? He's called Fu Qingjin. He's the Demon Slayer's liaison in the Clear River Prefecture. I basically killed the Green Vine Elder right in front of him. Originally, I thought he would throw caution to the wind and break through the formation to fight me, but I never thought. Fu Qingjin, a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, really is something else. The 4 demon generals did not even have the opportunity to blow up their demon cores. If Blood Shadow had not arrived in time, even more demon generals would have died to his hands. Li Qingshan could not help but look at Blood Shadow. He forced back Fu Qingjin? I think it's probably because Fu Qingjin doesn't want to become entangled underground. If it weren't for the fact that I can't go above ground, I'd definitely keep that Fu Qingjin or whatever underground forever. Blood Shadow was filled with pride. Demons possessed an extremely vast range of senses, and Blood Shadow was one of the best among them. He changed the topic and asked, North Moon, everything happened near your territory. You actually couldn't sense it at all? North Moon's demon chi has never been as great as ours, not to mention that what you see right now is just a clone. North Moon, I'm very curious. Where has your original body gone? Before Li Qingshan could even answer, Dragonsnail interrupted him slowly. Obviously above ground, observing the demon slayer's movements. Is this how you observe their movements? Blood Shadow mocked. What's there to argue about? We can just kill our way back. Strong Stone bellowed out, surging with battle intent. Strong Stone is right. North Moon, you kill the 4 of them so they kill the 4 of us. It's very fair. Blood Shadow, from today onwards, the demon generals in the west will be under your command. Strong Stone, the east will be yours. North Moon, you'll continue to manage the night roamers. Dragonsnail, you'll be in charge of managing them. Don't let anyone take advantage of this again. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow both beamed with joy. This meant they could both have several dozen demon generals under their command. Dragonsnail's eyes flashed. He did not have any subordinates, but he was the one who carried out Helicoverpa orders, so he was particularly important. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. With this arrangement, they really were going to start a war. Helicoverpa settled the situation underground with a few words. Afterwards, she stood up calmly and said, By His Majesty the Dragon King's orders, all demons under my command are free to move about and hunt humans from today onwards. At the same time, Fu Qingjin displayed the 100 demon cores he had obtained before the many Foundation establishment cultivators at the Demon Slayer meeting. They were of various sizes like pearls and glass. Demon cores were the crystallization of a demon's thousands of years of cultivation. They were worth far more than regular spiritual herbs and medicines. Apart from ingesting them, they could greatly increase one's cultivation and allow one to break through. As a matter of fact, they had indescribable uses when it came to forging artifacts and formations. Because they were extremely rare, they were worth even more, and the value of a demon general's demon core was unimaginably great. Fu Qingjin's actions were like placing 100 diamonds before regular people. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all sighed in amazement at the same time, creating a buzz. Fu Qingjin stood with his arms behind his back, watching on coldly. For the sake of the bigger picture, he did not choose to attack the formations. Apart from not wanting to waste time and energy, the most important reason was because he actually did not have any grievances with Li Qingshan. Whether it was the 3 elders or Jiang Shancheng, if they died, then they died. They were not worthy of his special attention. Although Li Qingshan had forcefully taken down the Green Vine Mountain, humiliating him in the Sword Collection Palace, he had never cared about the word dignity. All he did was carry out his revenge according to the Sword Collection Palace's instructions, and he took out the demon core to incite the greed of these people. Since it was the same no matter who he killed, why did he have to choose the most troublesome opponent? Fellow Fu, how did you obtain this? A cultivator asked fervently. Fu Qingjin could not be bothered to explain, but when he thought about the Sword Collection Palace's arrangements, he still explained what had happened, which immediately earned him a series of praises. Isn't that going against the Treaty of Kings? From today onwards, all human cultivators within the Clear River Prefecture are free to enter the underground and purge demons. After a series of exclamations, everyone rejoiced. The priceless demon core, the spiritual stone mines buried deep underground, and the various spiritual herbs that had grown for centuries all seemed to be waving at them. Under the temptation of these benefits, demons did not seem so terrifying anymore. Only a few people showed deep worry. They looked at the surroundings, But they were unable to say anything. Was it really that simple? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Hold on. I'm Spider Queen, I have a different opinion. In Cobweb City, just as Strong Stone and Blood Shadow were overjoyed and excited, Li Qingshan voiced a different opinion. Oh, what do you think? I don't think we should let the demons do whatever they want. Li Qingshan could completely imagine the countless demons suppressed underground pouring out of their nests once Helicoverpa Rosa passed down the order. There were also powerful, bloodthirsty demon generals like Blood Shadow and Strong Stone. Just what kind of disaster would they bring to ordinary people? Why? Helicoverpa Rosa frowned. She found it strange that the most radical demon general under her had suddenly said something like that. Blood Shadow is doubting my investigation. So let me tell you the results of my investigation. That is, humans aren't united. They're divided into two major organizations, the Demon Slayer formed from various sects, and the cultivators who belong to the Empire with the 100 schools of thought as their core. So what? They're all our enemies. Blood Shadow said. You're right, but they're not friends either. If we focus our efforts on only targeting the Demon Slayer, the 100 schools of thought are likely to watch from the sidelines, or at least stall for some time. This way, our overall strength will be far stronger than the Demon Slayer, and we'll have a great advantage. But if we start a massacre and involve ordinary people, we'll force the 100 schools of thought to immediately join the war, and the situation will be disadvantageous to us. All of this is for the sake of the overall situation. Please understand, Your Excellency Spider Queen. Li Qingshan spoke with confidence and composure. He spoke with reason and evidence. He only wanted to target the Demon Slayer. The war was also instigated by the Demon Slayer. As long as these radicals were eliminated, peace might be restored between humans and demons. Blood Shadow was speechless. He had to admit that Li Qingshan's words made some sense. Strong Stone also looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe as if he had never seen him before. A guy who dared to risk his life against him actually had such a meticulous mind. North Moon. Oh North Moon, this is what's so great about you. I have to praise you for your courage and resourcefulness. Helicoverpa Rosa clapped her hands lightly. Your Excellency is too kind. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He believed that this suggestion that was beneficial to the war situation would be accepted by Helicoverpa Rosa. Dragonsnail lowered her head, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Then I look forward to your next performance. Helicoverpa Rosa said. Was this acceptance or rejection? Li Qingshan stared at Helicoverpa Rosa's cruel and vicious smile. He suddenly understood one thing. After underestimating Fu Qingjin, he also underestimated her. She just wanted to see the world burn. P.S. It's New Year's Day holiday and all my friends are back. There are some occasions that I really can't avoid. The updates may be a little lacking, please understand. But it's not all bad. Recently, I've been at the bottleneck of the new plot. I feel much better after having some entertainment and meeting people. It can be said that sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. The future will be even more exciting. Chapter 419. I think we should start with the mortals. Humans are all crafty, and they know how to set up traps like formations. They're extremely dangerous. However, if we target the cities inhabited by humans, they won't be able to guard against it. All they can do is be led around by the nose, while we set down traps and surround and attack the cultivators who come to rescue them. As the greatest think tank after Helicoverpa Rosa, Dragonsnail expressed her opinion slowly. What if they don't come to rescue us? Strongstone frowned. Compared to mortals, he still wanted to kill cultivators more. I refuse to believe they'll turn a blind eye to us if we slaughter a city every day. Blood Shadow extended his bright red tongue and licked his lips. What he required the most for cultivation was fresh blood. But underground, he could not simply kill other demons and night roamers. He could only rely on the offerings offered up by night roamers to survive. Dragonsnail's plan suited him perfectly. Our target should be the cultivators. Li Qingshan found it even more unacceptable to lay his hands on the innocent people who had nothing to do with the demon slayer or even cultivators. Don't so-called cultivators become cultivators from mortals? Don't mortals grow up eating the flesh and blood of our race? Only by cutting them off from their very roots can we truly defeat humans. Have you instead neglected such a simple principle? Dragonsnail's 3 consecutive questions left Li Qingshan speechless. Humans fed on beasts. As humans expanded their range of activity, the range of beasts shrank. In the world completely ruled by humans in his past life, weren't other races going extinct every single day? So-called animal protection was just the leftovers from God's benevolence. And it was built on their own needs. Wild beasts were locked up and treated as playthings, while livestock were raised and then slaughtered. Humans took it in stride, but to beasts it was the most terrifying apocalypse. The war had not just begun. Instead, it had never stopped. Humans and demons stood against each other from the very beginning. The founding emperor, who maintained several millennia of peace between the two races, had basically accomplished an unbelievable feat. Dragonsnail is right. This is what we demons do. Helicoverpa Rosa praised. North Moon, when the time comes, you will have a taste of failure, Blood Shadow said gloomily. Ha ha ha. Finally I can start killing. North Moon, why don't we compete to see who can kill more? Strong Stone laughed maniacally. A strange thought suddenly crossed Li Qingshan's mind. Why would I associate with them? The surrounding faces gradually distorted, sometimes turning into a terrifying killing stone. From time to time, it would transform into a bat that reeked of blood. In the end, it transformed into a vicious 8-eyed, 8-legged spider that pounced at him. Then he saw himself. His horns and tiger claws had been stripped off, and his black iron-like skin had turned into a bronze color. He had regained his original appearance. He was a human. North Moon. You've been on the surface the longest, so you think I should start with that city first. It's best if there are more people. Dragonsnail's words seemed to come from far away, breaking the illusion in front of Li Qingshan. Looking up, Helicoverpa Rosa and Blood Shadow and Strong Stone were all looking at him, waiting for his answer. Spider Queen, I have something to report. What is it? I've recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I need to go into seclusion for a while to break through so that I can fight Fu Qingjin to the death. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the initial battle. Li Qingshan lowered his head, his crimson hair hanging down, hiding the trace of confusion in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the situation was completely out of his control. Perhaps it was an arrogant delusion to think that he could control it. Is that so? Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes flickered, full of suspicion. Master, you're back. How did the discussion go? Li Qingshan returned to the cavern in the territory, and Yi Liuobua immediately received him. From today onwards, I will enter secluded cultivation. Everything in the territory will be handled by Yi Liusu and Yi Liuobua for now. If it's nothing important, don't disturb me. Li Qingshan made his way onto the platform and announced loudly. In the end, Helicoverpa Rosa still agreed to his request. She did not doubt that this powerful and accomplished individual would be conflicted like this. Thank you for your trust, Master. Yi Liusu beamed inside. The other night roamers objected, but Li Qingshan completely ignored them. He dismissed them and closed his eyes, minding his own business. Little N, what do you think I should do? Below Contention Island, in his secluded dwelling, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and poured out his troubles to Little N without holding back. Don't help either side. Little N answered after some thought. Don't help either side? Yeah. What does it have to do with us whether it's other people or demons? It's not like you're the one killing them. They're the ones who want to kill each other. Don't worry about them. All we need to do is cultivate properly. Little N blinked her large eyes and comforted him softly. Actually, she struggled a little to understand Li Qingshan's troubles. After all, in her eyes, it did not matter even if all living beings apart from him died. She might as well say this was what she was looking forward to. You're right. Perhaps I've been thinking too much. Li Qingshan shook his head with a bitter smile. As a half-human, half-demon monster, he had already lost his standpoint, falling into absolute isolation. He could not help but think of Gu Yenying. Had she experienced a similar struggle before? Suddenly he felt his eyebrows twitch. Little An had a serious look on her face as she pressed her little hand on Li Qingshan's eyebrows, as if she wanted to soothe his furrowed eyebrows. Li Qingshan smiled. At least, no matter when, he would not be lonely. Let's start cultivating. I need to build my foundation in one go. Take out the item that Brother Ox gave me. Li Qingshan was filled with lofty sentiments. He immediately sat down and began cultivating, but a while later, he unintentionally frowned again. Even when he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he could not help but frown. He was also unable to enter a good state of cultivation. At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly heard the clear and melodious chanting of scriptures. It was Little Anne's voice, and sat before Li Qingshan with her legs crossed, counting the bone prayer beads in her hand. Scriptures poured out from her mouth, directly entering his ears. Although he was unable to understand the scriptures, Li Qingshan's heart gradually calmed down. He began to reflect on everything he had encountered after leaving the Crouching Ox village. The various scenes began to recede like a rewind, moving faster and faster. The various figures flashed past his eyes one by one. The various events were like spinning silk from a cocoon. Unknowingly, so many feelings of love and hatred had already lingered in his heart, but now they were like cobwebs of dust, brushed away one by one. There were also existences that could not be brushed away so easily, such as Fu Qingjin and Han Xiongji. They were the hatred and love that ran deep in his heart. Whenever that happened, the scenes would become stuck, stopping. Anne's chanting changed, and these scenes flashed past. Finally, he returned to the Crouching Ox village once more. Returning to the small cowshed, the young man lay on the hay, sleeping soundly. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 420. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply. It sounded like a steam whistle, kicking up a fierce gust of wind in the spacious secluded dwelling. He opened his eyes. Like 2 cold stars, the light gradually faded and became as dark as a lake. Little End, how long has it been? About 3 years. 3 years, that's a long time. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. What he actually felt wasn't a long time but a short time. In 3 years, plants would wither and grow 3 times, turning a child into a teenager. But to him it was as short as the snap of a finger. There was no 60 years in the mountain, no time in the cave. This was a cultivator's definition of time. In these 3 years he didn't just meditate and cultivate. After 3 to 5 days he would chat with Little N and compete with him. He didn't find it boring at all. Instead, he felt it was very fulfilling. When they were together, they didn't sit down and discuss the Tao in a serious manner. What they talked about often had nothing to do with cultivation. However, when they looked at each other and smiled at each other, they knew each other very well. They were fellow Taoists or perhaps even bosom friends. Vaguely, Yu Liusu seemed to have reported to his clone underground a few times, but the specific content was already blurred. 2 years ago, Little and clearly talked to him, but he could clearly remember every word. Any gains today? Little An asked. There's still confusion in my heart. Li Qingshan shook his head and put his hand on his chest. Right now, Li Qingshan's cultivation was not Qi training level 9, but level 10. He only used half a year to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He opened up the governing vessel. Then, he started to organize the 12 main meridians, which were the 3 yang meridians of the hand, 3 yang meridians of the foot, 3 yin meridians of the hand, and 3 yin meridians of the foot. After 2 years of absolute focus on cultivation, he finally finished organizing them and broke through to Qi training level 10. In the last half a year, he had been working hard trying to break through to Foundation Realm and get the thing oxen left for him. At first, Li Qingshan was very confident. Because he had a lot of true pill, he felt that even if he forced himself to use them, he could still reach Foundation Realm. But as his cultivation deepened, he realized that things weren't that simple. The path of human cultivation placed great importance on the cultivation of one's temperament. If there were shackles in one's heart, one would only achieve half the results with twice the effort. It had even become a great hindrance. That was why Wasungzan was unable to break through to the next level after such a long time. It was not because he was not talented enough. How could the Hua family lack true spirit pills? We have to face what we have to face. Little and Li Qingshan muttered to himself, let's come out of seclusion. Little and continued with a smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth and her smile was sweet. Although 3 years had passed, her figure had not changed at all. Seeing the light of day again, Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and looked at the scenery of the lake and mountains. Nothing seemed to have changed much from 3 years ago. However, he could sense that the spell formation enveloping the 100 schools of thought was still there. It had become even more mysterious and powerful. Little An had to make a trip back to the school of Buddhism, while Li Qingshan went straight to the school of legalism. They arrived in front of an exquisite little building by the lake. That was Han Qiongji's residence in the school of legalism. For the past 3 years he was most worried about her. He was afraid that she had encountered some mishap in the chaos of war. After cultivating to the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, he wanted to come out of seclusion. But on second thought, she might still be in seclusion. Even if she came out with her family background, there would be people protecting her. So he calmed down. But he had to admit that his state of mind had changed compared to when he was passionately in love. Thump, thump, thump. Li Qingshan knocked on the door. The sound of footsteps came from behind the door. Li Qingshan's emotions were slightly stirred, but when the door opened he was slightly startled. Due to the envelopment of the formation, Li Qingshan did not purposefully investigate the aura in the building. However, the person who opened the door right now was not Han Qiongji, but a rather familiar disciple of the school of legalism, Wu General. Seeing Li Qingshan, Wu Zhen was taken aback too. He said in a hurry, "You've come for Senior Sister Han, right? Senior Sister Han doesn't live here anymore." Li Qingshan's heart sank slightly. This was her residence. How could she give it to someone else so easily? You've already reached the 10th layer. Congratulations. Before Wu Zhen could even finish, Li Qingshan had already taken off on a cloud, heading straight for the Great War Island of the School of the Military. At the same time, Little An returned to Ansrava Island to visit the One Thought Master. Senior Sister Little An, you've returned. A Buddhist disciple hesitated. In the end, he led her to the One Thought Master's meditation room. Passing through the familiar temple and pavilion, she sensed that the aura of life that had once been active in the Ansrava temple had decreased drastically. Abbot, Senior Sister Little An has emerged from seclusion. She has come to visit you. The way the monk referred to her left Little An rather strange. A skinny monk emerged from the meditation room. His expression was stern as he brought his palms together. Junior Sister Little An, long time no see. Mind enlightenment. If it were not for the fact that Little An possessed the ability to sense the aura of other people, she would have never connected the person before her to the tall and chubby primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, Mind Enlightenment. After Little An defeated Mind Enlightenment in a single stroke, he personally went to the cliffside cavern to meditate for 3 years. After a period of arduous cultivation, he finally broke through and established a foundation. To no surprise, he wore the abbot's kasaya. You don't need to be surprised. I'm the leader of the school of Buddhism now, the abbot of the Ansrava temple. As he said that, there was no complacency on Mind Enlightenment's face at all. Instead, uncontrollable sorrow surged out. T-Master is already dead. How did he die? He was killed by demons. Mind Enlightenment's eyes widened like the furious glare of a guardian deity. Little An lowered her head. She had no idea what to say. Don't you feel sad at all? Mind Enlightenment asked loudly. Yeah. Little An was expressionless. Why, you really are heartless. Mind Enlightenment pointed at Little, and as his voice trembled, he was clearly truly furious. Little An did not explain anything. As the leader of the school of Buddhism, I don't think you're suited for the position of primary disciple. Mind Enlightenment bellowed out, shocking the entire Ansrava temple before leaving in a huff. Little An did not feel angry. She had never wanted to be some primary disciple of the school of Buddhism. She had done what she needed to do. It was time for her to go find Li Qingshan. She turned around quietly and made her way out. The Buddhist disciples who heard the disturbance rushed out, casting either surprised or disdainful gazes. Little An ignored all of this. She arrived in the forest of pagodas. There was a very new pagoda with the Dharma name One Thought below it. It could be regarded as a final memento. Little An remained expressionless. She took out a golden pearl and stared at it for a very long time. This was the guardian king's pearl that the One Thought Master had given her in the past. Please forgive me. I can't grieve for you, but if it's possible, I will avenge you. In the main martial arts stadium, Han Tie stood with his arms crossed on the stone platform, watching the military disciples train. Through the baptism of war, he had broken through to foundation establishment, but the price he paid was several near-death experiences. Suddenly he raised his head and saw a cloud fly over. He said gently, "He's finally here." "Tie, do you know?" Li Qingshan also saw Han Tie. He sped over on the cloud. Han Tie adhered to his usual rule of silence and did not say any small talk. He handed a stack of letters to Li Qingshan. The letters were clearly written, to Qingshan for Han Qiongji. Li Qingshan opened them one by one. The first letter was from 2 years ago. After reading through it, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. As it turned out, Han Qiongji had already left the 100 schools of thought 2 years ago, going to the Rui Commandery to continue cultivating with her uncle, Han Ongwa. Perhaps because she did not receive a reply, the letters gradually decreased. The last one was from 3 months ago. After reading through it, Li Qingshan had no idea what he was feeling. He felt relieved and melancholic, as well as a sliver of peace. Don't blame her. She waited for you for half a year. During one of the missions, she encountered a demon general and almost lost her life, Han Tie explained for once. Why would she carry out such a dangerous mission? Li Qingshan frowned. There are no missions that aren't dangerous anymore. Where are the others? Li Qingshan's gaze returned to the main martial arts stadium, and the pairs of eyes looked back at him. 3 years had passed, and these military disciples all had an austere aura around them. It reminded him of the personal guards he saw in the Han clan. Although it was just training, every one of them had a murderous look on their faces, as if they were facing a real enemy. However, there were only 300 or 400 people present. There were many unfamiliar, immature faces among them, and their cultivations were not particularly high. Moreover, their cultivations were not very high. Clearly they had just joined. Even if they're dead, there are those who fled, Han Tie said. Li Qingshan gazed at the clear blue sky. In a daze he saw a colossal monster lurking above the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture, silently devouring everything. The monster's name was War. The so-called no different from 3 years ago was a huge misunderstanding. Let alone what kind of person Han Anjuan was. With how stubborn she was, why would she flee from danger? Do you want a reply? Han Tie asked. Not for now. Li Qingshan thought about it and shook his head gently. From the latter part of the letter, she was doing very well right now. She was also making preparations for foundation establishment. It was best if he did not disturb her mental state right now and affect her cultivation. Moreover, who knew when they would meet again? 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years? Even her mental state right now was different from the past, let alone many years later. Li Qingshan and Little An met outside Cloud Wisp Island. Before they could even enter the bamboo loft on the island, a beautiful figure walked over. Li Qingshan could not help but frown when he saw her. Qian Rongji saw Little An, but her eyes lit up. She rushed over in a flash, crouched down and grabbed Little An's hand. She asked, "Does it hurt?" Little An shook her head. Qian Rongji's smile became even more resplendent. She wanted to give Little An a hug, but she missed. "Qian Rongji, what have you come for?" Li Qingshan pulled Little An behind him. "You're still the same. Take out your Scarlet Wolf tablet. There's a mission." Li Qingshan took out the Scarlet Wolf tablet doubtfully. It flashed slightly, and sure enough, Hua Sengzan's voice came out from it. It was a little vague. "Qingshan, I heard that you came out of seclusion. I have a mission for you. It shouldn't be dangerous, but it's hard to say. Anyway, familiarize yourself with the situation first. Qian Rongji already knows about the mission. When you return, I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you." Hua Sengzan seemed to be busy. After saying these words in a hurry, there was no sound. "Do you want to come and experience it? It's our paradise." Qian Rongji smiled like a brightly colored poisonous snake. Chapter 421. This was a small city 250 kilometers away from the Clear River Prefecture. It was called a small city, but it still had a population of several tens of thousands. As far as the eye could see, there was only a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The red blood soaked the ground, turning it black before being frozen by the winter. It was sticky and slippery. With each step Li Qingshan took, he would alarm countless crows and various unknown scavenging birds. However, what was even stranger was that there were no signs of enemies invading this place. A woman in an apron and wielding a cleaver plunged her cleaver viciously into a man's head. At the same time, the man retaliated right before his death, crushing her throat. His expression before his death was utterly furious, like he was facing his mortal enemy. From where they stood, they should have been husband and wife. The virtuous woman should have finished cooking and called for the man to eat. A regular soldier with a spear pierced the chest of an armored military officer. At the same time, 3 spears pierced him. They all wore the same attire, as if they were soldiers responsible for defending the city. Now they had been reduced to a pile of ice-cold corpses. They had forgotten their responsibilities and killed one another. A child with a bun used a hemp rope as a belt around the neck of another child beside her. His head had caved in from the metal ball that was originally a toy in his hand. His dead face was filled with viciousness and killing intent that did not belong to a child. The bloodied metal ball rolled to one side. This was originally a very ordinary game between friends. Wives killing husbands, soldiers killing commanders, friends killing partners. It was like the people in the city had gone mad together, launching desperate attacks against the people around them in an attempt to drag them down with them. Li Qingshan could vaguely guess who had done this. He clenched his fists as his expression became rather ugly. I thought you'd like it. Fortunately, it's winter. If it were summer, it'd be much more entertaining. Qian Rongji walked over from behind. Doesn't anyone do anything about it? There were in the beginning, but after being killed a few times, they all learned their lesson. Who would sacrifice themselves for mortals that are no different from ants? Oh right. There was one a while ago. The one thought master came to deliver the masses from suffering. He challenged the rock demon, but he lost. The rock demon? Li Qingshan confirmed in his heart that there was no mistake. This was the power of the Stone of Slaughter. Strong Stone had arrived here. He released his innate ability, causing everyone to fall into a frenzy and die. To a monster like him, massacring an entire city was not a difficult task. As long as Li Qingshan was willing, he could also cause a huge earthquake here and turn the entire city into ruins. You still don't know. Now the demons were under the command of the Stone Fiends and Blood Fiends. They were great fiendish demons that had massacred countless cities. The cities that were massacred by the Stone Fiends were like this, while the cities that were massacred by the Blood Fiends were filled with corpses without a single drop of blood in their bodies. Whether it was the 100 schools of thought or the Demon Slayer, there aren't many who can fight against them. Then what are we doing here? What's there to investigate here? Collect the corpse. Collect the corpse. This is a good job, I can see that. Wasungzan takes good care of you. Look, what's that? Qian Rongji pointed forward. Under the setting sun, a swaying figure stood up. A survivor. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately rejected this idea. The figure was a burly farmer. His eyes were white and his fangs protruded. His body had already turned green, and his entire body was surrounded by corpse aura. Suddenly, he turned his head and locked onto a trace of a living person's aura. He roared and pounced at Li Qingshan. A wooden cart blocked his way, but he smashed it into pieces. This is a zombie. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. Qian Rongji dashed forward, and a bronze hoop flew out of her hand. She smashed it on the zombie's head, and the zombie disappeared. The bronze hoop flashed and returned to her hand. There was a faint bloodstain on it, and it almost covered the entire hoop. The dead have great resentment. With a little refinement, they can be turned into corpse soldiers that can charge into enemy lines. The quality of the corpse soldiers produced in the cities that were massacred by the stone demons are especially good. Their murderous aura lingers for a long time, and they can even be turned into zombies and refined into corpse generals, Qian Rongji said with a sweet smile. One by one the corpses crawled up from the ground. Under the setting sun they howled, as if they were expressing their endless resentment. Li Qingshan was also shocked by this scene. The words that he wanted to criticize Qian Rongji were at the tip of his tongue, but he was rendered speechless. Everything that happened in front of him was partly his responsibility. Of course, he could defend himself by saying that it was the demon slayer who instigated all of this, that the war between humans and demons was inevitable, and that he was only a pawn. However, in front of the scene in front of him, all excuses became useless. Even if he was only responsible for 1 in 10,000, it was still as heavy as a mountain. Ignoring Li Qingshan's thoughts, Qian Rongji's footsteps were light, and she subdued the zombies one by one. Little and tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve, and revealed a worried expression. Li Qingshan patted her head, and quietly went to collect the corpses. A raccoon-like demon shuttled through the alleys, constantly changing directions. It avoided the bursting flames. A few fireballs flew above the city, illuminating the night sky. It was a few disciples of the Fire Cloud Gate, dressed in scarlet robes, chasing after it, unleashing fireballs that ignited the flames. Smoke rose from the city and the flames spread. The noise and wails soared into the sky like smoke signals. Li Qingshan looked down from the sky and he was shocked. From his point of view, it seemed like a few cultivators were setting the city on fire. Before he could complete the first mission, he received a second mission. There were traces of demons in the city, and he had to eliminate them. But when he arrived, he only saw this scene. Someone got here first. It's the Fire Cloud Gate, said Qian Rongji. What are they doing? Purging demons, of course. It's fine. When they succeed, we'll just kill them as well, and we'll even get a few hundred treasure pouches. Don't look at me like that. Even if they have the chance, they won't go easy on us. The 100 schools of thought lost so many disciples, and they didn't just die in the mouths of demons. The threat of the demon race did not unite the humans. Instead, it broke the original order, causing the conflict to become more intense. Although they did not have the bewitchment of the Stone of Slaughter, killing each other was already the norm. To be able to obtain a few hundred treasure pouches without any danger, no one would mind. After all, in this chaotic world, no one would look into it. Before Qian Rongji could finish her words, Li Qingshan flew down. Oh no! Senior brother, it escaped. The raccoon-like demon was extremely nimble. It turned a corner and disappeared. The Fire Cloud Gate's disciples followed it, and when they saw a small hole in the wall, they couldn't help feeling dejected. That was a beast core. At this moment, Li Qingshan descended from above. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect immediately raised their guards. Li Qingshan waved his hand and conjured a few water dragons, lunging towards the fire and putting out the spreading flames. The Fire Cloud Gate's disciples' faces immediately changed. This person was definitely not someone they could deal with. I wonder which senior brother has arrived? Why haven't I seen you before? The leader of the group was an 8th layer Qi refining realm disciple. He mustered his courage and went up to greet Li Qingshan. Seeing that Li Qingshan had appeared in public, it did not seem like he was going to kill them immediately. Did you guys catch that demon? Asked Li Qingshan as he stood on the roof. Nope, or I would have handed it over with both hands. Then do you know how many people you've killed? Li Qingshan gazed at the city in the distance. There were still wisps of green smoke rising into the sky. With his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the many sobs and moans, flying into the night sky like weeping and complaining. In the blink of an eye, countless families had been destroyed. Even if Li Qingshan had a heart of stone, he couldn't remain indifferent to all of this. If we don't kill this demon, more people will die. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Gate's disciple was more resolute than Li Qingshan. He then pretended to be compassionate and said, "Sai, we didn't want this to happen either. But if we're not careful, we'll be taken advantage of by the demon." When humans and demons fought, most of them didn't fight in the wilderness but in the city. Powerful demons would massacre the city to vent their anger, while weak demons would use the complicated terrain to hide and treat humans as food. It was a common occurrence. When they fought, they would prioritize their own lives. Why would they care about the lives of mortals? Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the fire cloud gate's disciples flew out of the city as if they had been pardoned. They gradually turned into a few sparks of light, but they suddenly extinguished. Another mission, said Qian Rongji as she walked over from where the sparks were extinguished. Her collection of corpses had increased by a few more. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to her. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, like a statue in the darkness. What's wrong? After 3 years of seclusion, you've turned from a ferocious tiger into a timid cat? Qian Rongji smiled faintly. She thought that she could work with him more often, but his performance disappointed her. She was even angry that she took the risk to anger him. Little An looked at Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji raised her hands and shrugged, not saying a word. Thank you, great immortal. Thank you, great immortal. The commoners in the city gathered under the eaves, kowtowing, expressing their gratitude, and asking for help. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to them, and the crowd soon dispersed. Unknowingly, a night had passed. The stars had faded and the east was shining. At the corner of the wall, Qian Rongji, who was holding little Anne's hand and teasing her, suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. Gradually, a familiar feeling came from him, causing her to tremble. The morning sun in the east gilded him with a layer of golden radiance. Let's go, little Anne. Let's go back. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes, and it turned into determination. Little Anne leaped up and returned to his side, holding on to his finger. Mission, said Qian Rongji. Boring mission, go and do it yourself. Li Qingshan's expression was as if he had just woken up, with a bit of laziness. Leaving Qian Rongji behind, he took little Anne and flew away. A dream that lasted 3 years, awakened at this moment. Qian Rongji looked up at him disappearing into the horizon, and suddenly smiled. This kind of you is still somewhat useful. In the high sky where the wind was raging, little Anne cast a questioning gaze over. I'm not you, I can't not help either side, and I can't end everything. I will go and bear my responsibilities as a human, as a demon. Li Qingshan stared at the golden horizon, and the corner of his mouth curled up. There was a bit of sharpness and naivety in his smile. Vaguely, he was still that high-spirited young ranger. I'm not a very smart person, and I can't think of any good ideas. But as long as both sides are killed, the war will stop. Chapter 422. Alright, I'll help you. At this moment, no one would know that a restless chess piece would truly enter the game. Moreover, no one could imagine what kind of changes his appearance would bring. Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island. Inside the bamboo house, he frowned as he heard a woman's moaning coming from Lu Chuanfeng's room. Could this guy be using the divine talisman of great creation for this kind of thing again? Li Qingshan said to little Anne, wait here. Then he quickly stepped forward and kicked the door open. As expected, Lu Chuanfeng was entangled with a naked woman. The woman was so lifelike that even Li Qingshan could not tell whether she was real or not. Lu Chuanfeng turned around and saw Li Qingshan. He was pleasantly surprised and said, who is it? Qingshan, you really came out of seclusion. He had already reached Foundation establishment, but he could not hide the dispirited look on his face. His clothes were disheveled, causing Li Qingshan to frown. What the hell are you doing? Li Qingshan shouted coldly. In life we should enjoy ourselves. Ah, let go of me, I'm your master. Before Lu Chuanfeng could finish speaking, Li Qingshan walked forward, grabbed Lu Chuanfeng's shoulders and lifted him up. Master, my ass. I've wasted my efforts to help you reach Foundation establishment, and you're wasting the power of wishes to do such despicable things. Lu Chuanfeng felt like his shoulders were about to split open. He did not dare to put on airs anymore and hurriedly said, She's a real person. She came from the building. She's not created by the power of wishes. Li Qingshan looked at the woman again and saw that her face was full of surprise. She had never seen a Qi practitioner bully a Foundation establishment cultivator like this. He chased the woman away. Li Qingshan and Lu Chuanfeng sat down. When did you reach foundation establishment? More than 2 years. How's the school of novels? Qingshan. The school of novels was finished. Nowadays, demons are running amok and bandits are running amok. Everyone is in a state of panic. Who would still have the mood to read those stories? Why would they want to take the risk to kill demons? Who knows when they might be killed? Qingshan, please spare me. Was all his hard work going down the drain? If it was before today, Li Qingshan would definitely sigh with emotion. But now? He grabbed Lu Chuanfeng's collar and lifted him up. You still have to write for me. At this time, I need your stories to inspire people. Good. Lu Chuanfeng was always a little afraid of this disciple. It had transcended cultivation itself. When Li Qingshan glared at him, he felt guilty and didn't dare to say anything else. As long as you understand. Li Qingshan left Lu Chuanfeng behind. Before he walked out of the door, he turned around and said, there will always be a turning point. 10th layer of qi training. Qingshan, your cultivation speed is really shocking. In the evening, Sengzan hurried back to Cloud Wisp Island. When he saw Li Qingshan, his eyes brightened. Li Qingshan had broken through the 9th layer of qi training. It was supposed to be the most time-consuming, but he was able to break through in 3 years, which made people look at him in a different light. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to successfully build his foundation and become a strong ally. I barely managed to get by. You've changed too. It seems that I've missed out on many things in these 3 years. Li Qingshan looked Sengzan up and down. He saw that his handsome face had become more mature and experienced. You've seen everything you need to see. What do you plan to do next? Sengzan's expression darkened. I'll do my part for the 100 schools of thought, Li Qingshan answered without hesitation. Let's go. We'll celebrate for you today. When I call Che, the others won't be free. Even if we call them, you might not want to see them. The 3 of us will celebrate for you. We won't be slow, right? 3 foundation building cultivators celebrating for a qi practitioner could be considered an extremely rare and generous treatment. If they didn't value friendship and righteousness, they wouldn't have done this. However, Li Qingshan shook his head and refused. There's no need. Do you think there are too few people? I want to celebrate with you after I build my foundation. Li Qingshan smiled. Now that he had made up his mind, he could attack the last hurdle. Build your foundation? Sengzan raised his eyebrows. He considered himself a genius, but in order to build his foundation, he had spent a lot of effort. He didn't dare to talk about it so easily. Lu Chuanfeng, who was at the side, also raised his head in surprise. This disciple of his really dared to talk big. You want to go into closed-door meditation for another 3 years? Sengzan said tentatively. He thought Li Qingshan wanted to retreat because he saw the dangerous situation at hand. This kind of thinking wasn't rare. Therefore, the 100 schools of thought had strict control over their disciples going into seclusion. However, he also felt that Li Qingshan wasn't that kind of person. This time it won't take that long. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. At this time Hantie descended from the sky. Without saying anything, he directly stuffed a letter into Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan opened the letter with a puzzled look. There were only 9 words inside. Bastard, reply to me. You've informed her. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. He read the 9 words several times and his heart warmed. Her face suddenly became clear, as if she was cursing in his ear. She's my sister after all, Hantie said. Although they didn't seem like siblings at all, and at first glance they seemed a little distant, the kinship of blood was thicker than water. It couldn't be cut off. I often forget about this. Li Qingshan put the letter into his pocket. Do you want to reply? Of course. Li Qingshan smiled. He was no longer confused, and all kinds of thoughts of running away were swept away. This was his responsibility as a man. Hantie handed a jade slip to Li Qingshan. What's this? Take a look and you'll know. Li Qingshan opened the jade slip and was momentarily speechless. The jade slip recorded a cultivation technique, Arts of the Boundless Ocean. You said that you wanted a cultivation technique that could fully activate ocean wielding, And this Arts of the Boundless Ocean was found by Uncle. Although it's missing the first half, she asked Uncle to fill in the rest, so it won't affect you too much. It's the most suitable cultivation technique for you. She told me to give it to you after you come out of seclusion. It's a surprise. Li Qingshan rubbed his sore nose. He had almost forgotten he had said something like that to her, yet she still remembered it. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. This was a deep affection that couldn't be cut off. Even if she didn't know his various secrets, how could her affection be false? Li Qingshan waved the jade slip in his hand and said, "If I don't reply, you don't plan on giving me this jade slip, right?" Han Tie was silent for a long time, and then said, "I'm her brother after all." Although every cultivator had their own thoughts and choices when it came to relationships, a heartless person was not worthy of her thoughts. Li Qingshan returned to his room and wrote a reply in a few strokes. He stuffed it into an envelope and handed it to Han Tie. "She wrote so many letters and you only replied with a few words?" Hua Sengzan laughed. "She knows that I actually hate writing." Li Qingshan no longer had any shackles in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 424. The commandery city of Rui, the great general's estate. Han Qiongji's brows were rather furrowed. That guy actually did not reply to her immediately after emerging from seclusion. Who knew what he was thinking? "Cousin, are you thinking about that man of yours again?" A petite girl around 14 or 15 years of age with her hair combed into a bun stood on a great oak tree that shaded the sun and giggled. "Mimi, get down here." Han Qiongji raised an eyebrow. "Cousin, people are fickle. Perhaps he's already fallen in love with someone else." Han Mimi leapt down and landed on Han Qiongji's back. She wrapped her arms around her neck and spoke like an elder. "Don't talk nonsense. He's always been a little mysterious. Perhaps something has happened to him." "Miss Qiongji, there's a letter." A caretaker had personally delivered a letter. Han Qiongji rejoiced inside. Suddenly she felt like Han Mimi weighed a ton on her back, making it difficult for her to even move. Suddenly it eased up again. Han Mimi flew over and received the letter. She giggled. "Come after me. Give it back." Han Qiongji panicked. She lunged forward as hard as she could, but she missed. Han Mimi spun around and landed gracefully on the eaves. "I can't catch him." Han Mimi's cultivation was also at the 10th layer. Her cultivation was deep, and her reactions were even faster than Han Qiongji's. Like a nimble monkey, she darted through the garden as she tore open the letter. "What? It's just 2 words and it's written so ugly." Han Qiongji's heart sank. She roared out, "Give it to me or I'll tell Uncle." "Oh my, she's really angry. If you can't catch him, you'll tell my father." How shameless. Han Mimi leapt over the eaves and vanished. The letter drifted through the air and landed in Han Qiongji's hands. Sure enough, there were only 2 words written on it. It was crooked and inked, "Wait for me." What's this supposed to be? Han Qiongji curled her lip, but her eyes were filled with smiles. She pressed the letter against her chest. "Everyone, come and take a look. Online, cousin is thinking of a man." Han Mimi appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a copper gong in his hand, banging it fiercely as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Han Qiongji sighed. Since their cultivations were similar, they were arranged to cultivate together. It would be strange if they could cultivate peacefully like this. However, "I won't wait for you. Do you think I deserve to wait for you just because I'm a woman? You should be the one waiting for me. Once I reach Foundation Establishment, I'll return to the Clear River Prefecture." Although it was dangerous there, her family and her lover were there. Li Qingshan didn't go into seclusion again. Instead, he arrived outside the 100 Schools of Thought, by Dragon Snake Lake, within a secluded reed thicket. He gazed at the boundless Dragon Snake Lake, listening to the undulating waves. Although they couldn't reach the seaside, they could still feel the boundless ocean. He had already read through the first half of the Arts of the Boundless Ocean countless times and obtained the rest of the technique. He no longer hesitated. He immediately began to cultivate. Slivers of Gui water true qi were converted into boundless true qi. although it was also water. Who knew how many times more turbulent it was? It was like the difference between a mountain stream and the waves of the ocean. Practicing the arts of the boundless ocean had a very high requirement on talent for the water element, but it posed no difficulty to Li Qingshan. After reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle, he seemed to possess the bloodline of the spirit turtle. His talent for the water element had already surpassed the upper A standard when he tested for the 5 elements a long time ago. He could be described as the perfect person for practicing the arts of the boundless ocean. 10 days passed. Li Qingshan converted the last sliver of Gui water true qi in his body into boundless true qi. Just like its name, it really did feel boundless. He had finally caught a glimpse of the gateway to foundation establishment. His mind was free of shackles, and his true qi was filled to the brim. In the end, he took out 10 true spirit pills and lined them up before him. All rivers returned to the sea. Li Qingshan called out inside. His 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal meridians were like rivers, filled with true energy. All of a sudden, they began to flow backward into his sea of energy, causing massive waves to rise up in his sea of energy, making him feel as if he couldn't control them. The boundless true qi cultivated by the arts of the boundless ocean was extremely powerful, but at a time like this, it instead became the greatest test for a cultivator. If he could not control the surging true qi, it would burst through the dantian and destroy the cultivator. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The spirit turtle's demon core shone brightly, instantly suppressing the violent sea of qi to a point where it could not even ripple. Afterwards, Li Qingshan began to ingest the first true spirit pill. As soon as the true spirit pill reached his stomach, it melted into a wondrous presence. It was like a droplet of divine water had fallen into his sea of qi, only to contaminate it immediately, leading to a startling change. The true qi became viscous and condensed. If he were a cultivator like Wasengzan or Hanqie who had remained at the 10th layer for a very long time, a single true spirit pill would be enough. However, Li Qingshan's cultivation time was still far too short at the end of the day. His accumulation and foundation were insufficient, and the boundless true qi was far too powerful. As soon as the effects of the true spirit pill were unleashed, they began to dilute. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately ingested a second true spirit pill to ensure that its effects would be continuous. Since normal methods were useless, he would use the most brutal method to break through this obstacle. Just like that, he ingested 9 true spirit pills in a row. Not a single strand of true qi flowed through his sea of qi anymore, as all of the true qi had been frozen like water. His sea of qi had become a sea of ice. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly, and he stowed the last true spirit pill away. The time had come. Cracks appeared on the sea of ice before it shattered loudly. An aura that was even purer and clearer rushed into the air. Ignoring the existence of his meridians, it rushed straight into Li Qingshan's mind. In that instant the heavens were clear and his mind was clear. Li Qingshan understood that he had finally opened up his sea of consciousness, which was also known as the Purple Palace or the spiritual field. From now on, he could use his divine sense and manipulate the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the manner of humans. However, this feeling was not foreign to Li Qingshan. Normally speaking, heavenly tribulations would descend at this moment. A strong gust of wind surged, pressing down on the reeds and causing the water to surge endlessly. Li Qingshan looked around, but as expected, there was no second heavenly tribulation descending. Although he could deceive humans and demons, he could not deceive the heavens. The heavenly tribulations would not be more or less, and they would treat everyone equally. Since Li Qingshan had already received it, it would not descend. Oh, ever since the war between humans and demons began, the school leaders of the 100 schools of thought had held a routine meeting. The person in charge was no longer Lu Chongqing, but Wei Yongsheng, who had also reached foundation establishment. Lu Chongqing had not died in battle. Instead, he focused on carrying out his duties as a prefect. Many new faces had appeared among the school leaders. In the past 3 years, many of the original primary disciples had taken the most important step in their lives, reaching foundation establishment. Reaching foundation establishment was difficult, But all those who could become primary disciples were talented prodigies. As long as they did not have too many mental shackles and were willing to spend enough time, they could always make it through. The leaders of the schools of legalism and the Han became Hua Sengzan and Han Tie, while Wang Puxi and Han Anjuan focused on the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard and the military. School leader Liu. I heard that Qingshan has already emerged from secluded cultivation. Why hasn't he come with you? Wei Yangsheng asked with a frown before the meeting. Primary disciples would also listen in on the meeting of school leaders. Behind Wei Yangsheng sat Chu Tian. Qingshan said he wanted to break through to foundation establishment. Before Lu Chuanfeng had even finished, Chu Tian sneered. Don't tell me he's hiding again. Primary disciples did not have the right to speak on their own. However, Chu Tian had already reached the 10th layer, the highest realm of Qi practitioner. Moreover, in the past 3 years, he had made quite a name for himself with the power of the palm of the 5 elements. He had killed many demons. Even if he encountered regular demon generals, he could retreat with composure. He would definitely become a powerful foundation establishment cultivator in the future. They also knew he was narrow-minded, so no one was willing to offend him. Moreover, Chu Tian's words were also in line with the thoughts of many people, who didn't know that Qi practitioners were no longer safe in this era. However, who hadn't walked through such an environment? Why could you go into secluded cultivation in peace, while others had to fight to the death? Breaking through to the 9th and 10th layers in 3 years? Is that considered fleeing? Lu Chuanfeng argued with a reddened face. Chu Tian, shut up. Wei Yangsheng stopped Chu Tian, then asked school leader Liu. Qingshan has only reached the 10th layer of Qi practitioner not long ago, right? He has to continue preparing for foundation establishment. How long will that take? Don't tell me it's another 3 to 5 years? Can you persuade him that cultivation doesn't necessarily have to be in seclusion? Right now, the 100 schools of thought are in need of manpower. If he does this, it won't be a good influence. Regular disciples will have objections. What a pair of fleeing Mandarin ducks, said a middle-aged man with a stout face and silk clothes in a strange tone from the corner. Regular disciples were not the only ones who had objections. School of Miscellany's head, Go Dai, also had objections. School of Miscellany was the same as School of Novels. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy and were not good at fighting. In the chaos of war, the already small number of disciples had lost many more. And the primary disciple he had high hopes for had died in the hands of demons last year. Now he had to stand side by side with a bunch of juniors, which made him feel terrible. Hearing Li Qingshan's words made him angry. If his disciple had also been in seclusion, how could he have died? Han Xiongji had left and Li Qingshan was in seclusion. Therefore, the 100 schools of thought had the disparaging nickname of fleeing Mandarin ducks. Senior, please don't insult my family. Han Tie raised his eyebrows and said coldly. All the disciples of the 100 schools of thought are like this. School leader Han, you can kill them all. Go Dai's anger had not dissipated, but his voice had softened a lot. Qingshan has his own plans. If the 100 schools of thought could have one more foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't it be far better than a 10th layer Qi practitioner? Let's continue to discuss our next strategy. Hua Sengzan stood up and tried to mediate. I don't think so. Why don't we calculate who killed more demons? Chu Tian felt very upset when he heard this. The other primary disciples were also unconvinced. They had been in the 100 schools of thought for a longer time than Li Qingshan. Why was he treated differently? Hua Sengzan was about to speak when he suddenly felt a huge aura rushing over from afar. It was a foundation establishment cultivator. The room fell silent. Had one of the original family heads returned? But this aura did not seem to belong to any of them. It came so quickly. While he was thinking, the aura descended from the sky and the door suddenly opened. Li Qingshan strode in and looked around. He came to a corner and sat down behind Lu Chuanfeng. Chapter 425. Everyone was stunned. Lu Chuanfeng twisted his body and looked at him. He opened his mouth wanting to say something but stopped himself. Hua Sengzan's eyes shone brightly. He really succeeded. From when they first met until now, it had been less than 10 years. He had gone from a penniless member of the Jianghu to a foundation establishment cultivator who ruled over an entire region. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he did not have a clan to back him up. This was the so-called truth of the world. Gu Yining had specially instructed him. By the looks of it now, she really had a good eye for talent. The leader of the school of miscellany, Go Dai, widened his eyes. He was speechless. This was because the aura that Li Qingshan gave off was vaguely even stronger than his. It did not seem like he had just reached foundation establishment at all. This was obviously due to the effects of the arts of the boundless ocean, but more importantly, it was due to Li Qingshan's extraordinary talent from cultivating the third layer of the spirit turtle. After reaching foundation establishment, the strength of a cultivator's aura no longer depended on the strength of their own spiritual energy. More importantly, it focused on their connection with the spiritual qi of the world. Li Qingshan knelt there casually, but his aura was like the waves of the ocean, surging endlessly. He resonated with the world and was one with nature. The other newly advanced foundation establishment cultivators present felt a faint sense of oppression in front of him. What are you all looking at me for? If you have something to say, go on. I want to hear it too. Li Qingshan smiled. He was not as overjoyed as regular cultivators after reaching foundation establishment. He had already sensed this extraordinary power when he transformed into a demon general. He had only come this time to understand the situation so that he could decide where he should go next. Qingshan, you really did it. Lu Chuanfeng lunged over and grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. He was filled with joy, seeming even happier than Li Qingshan. Qingshan, this is fantastic. This way. Our Bai clan has another foundation establishment cultivator. Wei Yangsheng said with a smile. Behind him was Chu Tian. Behind him, Chu Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In terms of cultivation speed, he actually lost to a country bumpkin. But no matter how arrogant his temperament was, he still didn't understand the difference between foundation building and aura refining, so he didn't dare to casually provoke him again. The other patriarchs also came up to congratulate him. Go Dai's round face was also filled with smiles, and he warmly talked about the old days after they parted. Only the head of the school of Buddhism, Mind Enlightenment, furrowed his brows. He sat still. He had just removed Little and from the position of the first seat of Buddhism, and the two of them had a close relationship. Everyone in the 100 schools of thought knew it. He was afraid that he had deeply offended this person. Senior apprentice brother Mind Enlightenment, you've come out as well, Li Qingshan said. Congratulations, junior martial brother, on successfully establishing your foundation. Mind Enlightenment put his palms together and bowed in return. From today onwards, Little and is no longer a member of the Buddhist school. He will continue to follow me, and will no longer receive the Buddhist school's medicinal pills. I believe there will definitely be retribution for the One Thought Master's blood feud. My condolences, senior brother. Li Qingshan had heard about the One Thought Master from Little and had said nothing, but Li Qingshan had already made up his mind. In the past, Little had received a lot of care from the One Thought Master, so all of the pills she received ended up in his mouth. Li Qingshan was not exactly particularly saddened by the One Thought Master's death, but he had to clearly explain the kindness he had shown so that he had a clear conscience. Ba. Mind Enlightenment chanted and lowered his head silently. Leaving the 100 schools of thought had never been easy. Only with Li Qingshan's current cultivation did he have the right to say something like that. The other school leaders would not object either. And Little had already been accepted as a disciple of the Annihilum Light Chan Master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. His status far surpassed that of a disciple of the school of Buddhism. Li Qingshan's gaze landed on an empty seat. That was originally the seat of the school leader of the School of Medicine, as well as the primary disciple of the School of Medicine. Both of them were empty. Hua Sengzan said, Ru Xian has also succeeded with foundation establishment. She's currently the leader of the School of Medicine, but she spends most of her time treating the sick and injured, so she doesn't usually attend these meetings. Li Qingshan nodded. Senior brother Wei, can you explain the current situation to me? It was getting late, and the meeting dispersed. The news of Li Qingshan's success with Foundation establishment caused an uproar in the 100 schools of thought. However, he personally turned down the celebratory banquet and left the 100 schools of thought with little and, arriving in a desolate valley. The moon was hazy, and the grass was luxuriant. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered. He felt rather excited inside, eager to try it out. Foundation establishment was not particularly impressive to him, but it held great significance. He calmed down and found a cave to enter. Then he used a few formation scrolls to seal off the surroundings. Only then did he take out a ring from his bosom. It was the Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and gripped the Sumeru ring in his hand. The item that Oxen had left for him was inside. Just what was it? A super powerful arcane treasure? A super pill? Or perhaps it was just a joke, a form of reluctance. Raising the ring, Li Qingshan and Little Anne's hands crossed. Under Little Anne's gaze, Li Qingshan slowly put the ring on his finger. Afterwards he closed his eyes and channeled spiritual qi into it. The ring gradually glowed, illuminating the pitch-black cave. Li Qingshan's heart leapt. This was the first time something like this had happened. Li Qingshan released his divine sense again, sending it deep into the Sumeru ring. However, it was obstructed by a force, unable to enter. In the boundless sea of knowledge he saw a huge golden dragon entrenched, unmoving. This was the will that the Soaring Dragon Elder had left on it. Only by erasing it could he truly make the Sumeru ring his own. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He had finally seen the door. Now all he had to do was break it open. He immediately used his divine sense to attack the golden dragon. The moment he touched it, the golden dragon abruptly awakened and let out a long roar. It was as if a huge gale had been set off, and the entire sea of knowledge had been shaken. The soul sense that Li Qingshan had released was basically ripped to shreds in an instant. He felt dizzy and the world around him spun. He had never expected the will left behind by the Soaring Dragon Elder, who had died many years ago, to possess such power. To Foundation establishment cultivators, the Sea of Knowledge was even more important than the Sea of Qi. If the Sea of Qi was destroyed, there was still a chance to rebuild it, but if the Sea of Knowledge was destroyed, the best outcome would be becoming an idiot. Li Qingshan was not completely unprepared. He bellowed out inside, "The spirit turtle suppresses the seas." A turtle shell no different from the demon core appeared in his Sea of Knowledge. In the beginning, it was only the size of a grain of rice, but it rapidly grew as it gathered the scattered soul sense. Before long, the huge turtle shell hovered in his Sea of Knowledge, forcefully suppressing all of the chaos. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, and his mind cleared up. Afterwards, he said nothing more and sent the spirit turtle hurtling towards the golden dragon. Boom! A thunderous rumble rang out in his head, giving him a splitting headache. After who knew how long the rumbling stopped just now, Li Qingshan had already retracted his soul sense. He saw that the spirit turtle had already shrunk, and the golden dragon had dimmed slightly too. Fortunately, the will left behind by the Soaring Dragon Elder could only retaliate based on his instincts, and would not take the initiative to attack. This gave him enough time to catch his breath and also reminded him that he had to be extremely cautious in this aspect when he fought with others in the future. Although his spiritual energy and body were powerful after practicing the arts of the boundless ocean, he did not have any improvements in terms of the senses of his soul. It was said that the cultivation methods of Moism mainly practiced this aspect so that they could control even more powerful puppets. However, perhaps due to practicing the three abilities of the ox demon and the turtle, Li Qingshan's Sea of Knowledge became extremely powerful as soon as it was established. It recovered quickly too. When the spirit turtle returned to its original size, Li Qingshan urged it to collide with the golden dragon again. Boom! There was another great rumble. The cycle repeated for who knows how many times. The golden dragon had already dimmed, reduced to 1/10 of its original size. However, as it constantly recovered, the spirit turtle grew slightly larger instead. Li Qingshan pushed forward with a spurt of energy, and the spirit turtle smashed down. The golden dragon let out another roar, but it was so weak that it seemed like a whale on the brink of death. It writhed uncontrollably. There was a flash from the Sumeru ring, and the shackles that stopped Li Qingshan finally vanished. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he was about to open the Sumeru ring and find what oxen had left for him. A man with 2 horns on his head appeared out of nowhere, sitting on the spirit turtle with his back towards him. Li Qingshan had only seen the figure once, but it seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. It was even more lofty than a mountain. Li Qingshan exclaimed in joy, "Brother Ox, you're finally here." Oxen's voice was like a great bell, ringing through Li Qingshan's consciousness. However, it did not make Li Qingshan feel the slightest discomfort. "Don't tell me you've been hiding and spying on me all this time?" Li Qingshan did not doubt that Oxen would have such a vile interest. He had been doing this for over a decade as an ox. "Kid, don't even think about it. This is just a strand of my will that I left behind. I can't be bothered with what you do." "Your 10 years are as short as a day to me. Then why did you leave in such a hurry? Why didn't you accompany me for a day or two? That way I can continue to listen to your teachings. If I'm accidentally killed by someone, you'll have wasted this one day." Li Qingshan had thought that Oxen would say, "I have plenty of time." Even without Li Qingshan, there's still Zhang Qingshan and Wang Qingshan. However, Oxen said, "Then I'll have to find you in the 6 paths of reincarnation and spend another day. Don't doubt yourself. No matter who says that you're an insignificant character, just treat it as bullshit." "Then can you tell me why did you choose me?" Li Qingshan pondered. Could it be that he had some kind of extraordinary talent? Or perhaps he was the reincarnation of some great expert? "Because I believe in you, even though you're just an ordinary kid with some innate wisdom." At this time, Oxen's figure flickered. "I'm leaving. Continue forward, kid. Don't make me look for you in the 6 paths of reincarnation. That will take a lot of time. I don't have too much time. I hope this isn't the last time we meet." As he spoke, Oxen's figure gradually faded away. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. "Then how much time do I have?" "About 1,000 days. Li Qingshan said in relief. "Then don't worry and wait. Although I'm just an ordinary kid, I'm not that useless. If I can't achieve anything in 10,000 years, I'll go commit suicide." "Oh right, where's the thing you left me? Isn't it already in your heart? P.S. New Year's Day is so busy, relatives and friends, eating and drinking. But it's finally over. I'll continue to advance to the 9 heavens." Chapter 426. "Hey, don't think that you can fool me just because you look profound." Li Qingshan was stunned. He reached out and passed through Oxen's body. Oxen tapped Xiao Qin's forehead with a finger. As he laughed, he vanished like a dream. Li Qingshan immediately felt something in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not have time to think about it, because the moment Oxen turned around, he saw many wounds crisscrossing on Oxen's chest. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why Oxen did not turn around. He could not help feeling lost. Right now, Xiao Qian could not estimate Oxen's strength. Who could inflict such severe injuries on him? Also, who was the one who chopped off the ox horn? "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because even if you told me, it would be useless." Little An held the hand of Li Qingshan's previous body and asked with concern. Li Qingshan looked up. His gaze seemed to pierce through the earth, the fog, the clouds, and the sky, all the way to the 9 heavens. After a long time, he lowered his head and smiled. "It looks like we have to hurry. I just saw Brother Ox again. It looks like he needs us." Suddenly, the 9 heavens was no longer an empty promise. That was because the one who gave him everything and believed that this ordinary Xiao Qian was not a minor character was waiting for his help. "I'll accompany you," Little An said seriously. Of course. Li Qingshan withdrew his soul sense and returned to his sea of consciousness. All he saw was that in the boundless darkness, dark figures had appeared. Was that what Brother Ox left for him? The spiritual sense that had condensed into a spirit tortoise dissipated, and returned to Li Qingshan's original appearance. Xiao Qian roamed the sea of consciousness and arrived among the shadows. He counted them carefully. There were a total of 8 shadows. They looked like the silhouettes of various animals. Li Qingshan was most familiar with one of them. Wasn't that an ox? Li Qingshan stretched out his hand and touched that silhouette. That silhouette immediately lit up. A demonic ox stood tall, its back arched like a mountain. The blood vessels in his body expanded, as if they were releasing a steady stream of energy. Li Qingshan was even more familiar with the message that was transmitted from it. Wasn't this the ox demon's fist of great strength? Li Qingshan was overjoyed. In other words, these 8 shadows were 8 divine abilities. Then he found the tiger and the tortoise, but he felt that something was missing. No, not 8, it should be 9. This feeling came from nowhere. Yet it was so intense. The ox suddenly said, "That's right, this divine ability is called the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and it's something I've spent my entire life cultivating. Kid, can you comprehend a little? How many transformations you can cultivate will depend on your own ability." "Brother Ox, you haven't left yet," Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. The ox remained silent, as if it was a dead object. These were the last words that Oxen left behind when he imprinted the 9 transformations of demons and gods into his sea of consciousness. However, he did not explain why it was called the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and why there were only 8 transformations here. However, Li Qingshan could no longer care about that. He looked around at the 8 silhouettes, and his heart was filled with shock. He finally understood why he always felt that the divine ability that Oxen had taught him was nowhere near as wondrous as the path of white bone and great beauty. As it turned out, he had not even truly mastered the first transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, the ox demon transformation. If he could master all 9 transformations, what would Fu Qingjin be worth mentioning? What would the Sword Collection Palace be worth mentioning? It was not that he had to go beyond the 9 heavens, but that the 9 provinces could not contain his existence. Brother Niu had really left him something incredible. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and completely immersed himself in the ox demon transformation. The profound and supreme principles it contained were far more profound and complicated than what Oxen had explained to him in the past. However, back then, he was limited by his own ability to comprehend, so he could only give a rough explanation. He could just barely advance to the next level of cultivation. At this moment, when he carefully comprehended it, he suddenly felt enlightened, especially the aura that the ox demon statue gave off. It was his best teacher. As he comprehended the cultivation method, he subconsciously imitated the ox demon's movements. From Little Anne's perspective, Li Qingshan's muscles rose and fell like waves, vibrating in a strange manner and radiating with a startling aura. Li Qingshan suddenly found it rather strange. As his comprehension of the ox demon transformation gradually deepened, he did not sense boundless power or the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Instead, he felt a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness. A mantra suddenly appeared in his mind. Ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. When Li Qingshan looked at the ox demon statue again, he immediately felt that it was very different. It was still the indomitable ox demon with boundless strength. Now that it was stuck in the mud, it had boundless strength but could not use it. It was all in vain, like a hero at the end of his road, a tyrant wringing his hands. Li Qingshan shook his head and touched the tiger silhouette flapping its wings beside his right hand. A ferocious tiger roaring at the sky seemed to leap out of the darkness. Its baleful aura and murderous intent soared into the sky. This startled Li Qingshan, and then he was overjoyed. This was the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and god, the tiger demon transformation. It loved to fight, loved to kill, and could destroy the world. Even the strong stone, known as the Rock of Slaughter, was like a child's play in front of this tiger demon. Li Qingshan immediately discovered that the tiger demon transformation Brother Ox had given him was even more severely lacking. He had basically purposefully neglected certain important parts. As a demon of slaughter, the tiger demon should have been even more powerful. However, when Li Qingshan focused his mind and comprehended the realm within, a frenzied killing intent immediately took over his mind. He actually felt an urge to kill everything in the world. Suddenly, another mantra appeared. Tiger demon forges the bones, frenzied heart. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression in a hurry and suppressed the sudden killing intent. He suddenly became covered in a layer of cold sweat. He knew that if Brother Ox had taught him according to the original version right from the beginning, he would have become a bloodthirsty madman already. When he looked at the tiger demon statue again, it was a completely different sight. Its eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent, like a madman. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Since it was known as the 9 transformations of the demonic and God, these two were the demonic path. The spirit turtle was basically a god. He casually pressed his hand against the silhouette of the spirit turtle, and the spirit turtle appeared. 5-colored light shone brilliantly like silk. On its back, profound inscriptions crisscrossed, constantly displaying the changes of fortune and misfortune. It was the complete opposite of the aura of the tiger demon and ox demon. It was holy and noble, wise and tranquil. Although it was also a beast, it could not be described as a demon, much less a demon. Instead, it was an otherworldly god. Li Qingshan comprehended the will within and immediately felt like his mortal heart had become empty. Instead of depleting all his strength and fighting endlessly against others, he would be better off just sitting there and observing the changes of fate. Qingshan. When Li Qingshan comprehended the ox demon transformation and became sorrowful, little and did not worry. When Li Qingshan comprehended the tiger demon transformation and became filled with killing intent, little and only showed concern. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's expression was serene and tranquil, peaceful and distant. However, Shaowen's expression changed drastically. He quickly went forward and shook his shoulder. He went up in a hurry and shook his shoulder, calling out his name. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. His gaze was as tranquil as still water. Some of his emotions and lust had faded away. He was so clear that it was chilling. When he saw little Anne's face clearly, he gradually developed intense emotions, like he had thrown a few buckets of paint into a clear pool of water. Li Qingshan rubbed his head and shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally, he thought he would be a little safer after comprehending the spirit turtle transformation, so he relaxed and became careless. Never did he think that the gods would mislead him even more than the demons. Suddenly, he understood that even though the spirit turtle had suppressed the ox demon and tiger demon all these years, it had never been able to purge the endless demonic nature within them. If he only practiced the spirit turtle transformation, his personality would definitely change drastically. He would become a true cultivator with a pure heart and few desires. It was exactly because of the conflict between gods and demons that he managed to retain his humanity just now, allowing him to remain the same Li Qingshan. The third mantra also appeared in his head. For once it was an auspicious one. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens good and bad. The complete cultivation method of the 3 transformations had benefited Li Qingshan tremendously. If he could spend some time and comprehend it carefully, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine were not like regular cultivation methods, where he had to cultivate them layer by layer. Instead, he had to weave through them. Every single transformation was connected to each other in detail. Li Qingshan immediately thought, in other words, can I learn the 4th transformation? Since Brother Ox has chosen to give me this cultivation method at a time like this, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Qingshan raised his hand before lowering it again. The 4th transformation had to be the divine transformation. If he accidentally chose the demonic transformation, the spirit turtle transformation would not be able to suppress his demon qi, and his mind might be irreparably affected. After considering the 5 remaining shadows for a while, Li Qingshan's gaze landed on one of the shadows on the spirit turtle. According to the order, this should be the one after the spirit turtle transformation. The shadow was a huge bird that flapped its wings and dragged its long tail as it soared into the sky. Its posture was graceful. Even though it was just a black silhouette, it gave off a glorious and magnificent feeling. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He placed his hand on it, and a clear cry rang through his sea of consciousness. It was grand and graceful. Li Qingshan had heard countless musical instruments and countless songs before, but none of them could compare to this cry. It was like a grand symphony, condensing the most magnificent notes. The phoenix. Li Qingshan gazed at the soaring phoenix for a very long time. It was so magnificent and noble. At first glance it seemed like a ball of fire. The phoenix was the leader of all birds, the king of all birds. Even among regular people, it was a divine bird that resounded like thunder. Legend had it that it possessed the 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. It did not perch unless it was a Chinese parasol tree, and it did not drink unless it was morning dew. Every time it died, its body would ignite in flames, and it would be reborn from the ashes. It would obtain an even more beautiful figure, and an even more powerful life force. It was known as the phoenix's nirvana. This cycle repeated until it attained eternal life. Although the spirit turtle's lifespan was limited, the phoenix was truly an immortal bird. The phoenix circled around and slowly landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Only then did Li Qingshan realize that the other shadows had already disappeared. Perhaps it was because he had already made his choice. The phoenix pecked gently with its vermilion beak, and a tremendous amount of information was injected into Li Qingshan's body. It was the Phoenix Transformation, also known as the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. P.S. The outline is almost done. It's enough for me to write 100,000 words. I guarantee that I'll fill in all the holes. It'll be exciting enough. However, I'm going to put in a lot of effort this time and come up with an outline that can write 1,000,000 words. Otherwise, you guys will say that I have no integrity. Finally, congratulations to the leader of the Ant Alliance. Thanks for being late. To be continued. Oh. Chapter 427. Li Qingshan stroked the phoenix's feathers gently. The phoenix was not particularly large, but it was shameless. Its long tail feathers trailed down gracefully, giving it an indescribable sense of dignity and nobility. The mantra of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva entered Li Qingshan's mind. At the same time, he comprehended its true meaning. It was the phoenix's noble and pure heart that cherished its feathers. It was different from the spirit turtle's tranquil state of mind. It was like an ancient sage. When the phoenix flies, the world is at peace. As a result, Li Qingshan also obtained the 4th mantra. The phoenix is Nerva, calamity, and chaos. The school of Taoism had the art of praying. It was divided into 2 parts. The praying prayed for blessings while the praying for calamities. The phoenix possessed the power of Nerva and an undying heart. Even if it faced a great crisis of life and death, it would not fear it, let alone a mere calamity. As Li Qingshan was moved, he could not help but sigh in amazement. Why is it that the ox demon and tiger demon are both gloomy and malicious, while the spirit turtle and phoenix are both pleasant and auspicious? Brother Ox, who created this ability, is a demon at the end of the day. And these 8 abilities belong to the 4 gods and 4 demons, so where does the last one belong? Suppressing his various questions, Li Qingshan calmed his mind and comprehended the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Afterwards, he opened his eyes. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. The spirit turtle was of water, while Li Qingshan's cultivation was all of the water attribute. However, the phoenix just happened to be of fire, while the spirit turtle was submerged in the deep sea, while the phoenix danced in the 9 heavens. One was quiet while the other was agile. Their habits were polar opposites. The saying that water and fire complemented each other and moved as one wasn't strange in the cultivation world, but that was only for ordinary cultivators. These 2 types of divine beasts possessed extremely pure characteristics, and if one wanted them to be compatible with each other, then it would be extremely difficult. It was basically a fantasy to make them compatible. After cultivating for a few hours, Li Qingshan temporarily gave up. The wilderness was not a place for cultivation. He would think about it after he was done with what he had to do and return to the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan's thoughts landed on the Sumeru ring again. His eyes gradually lit up. It shone. It contained all of the Soaring Dragon Elder's possessions, various spirit artifacts, magic tools, elixirs, spirit stones, and talismans. There was bound to be an astonishing number, even to the current him. It was also a huge fortune. Putting everything else aside, as long as he could obtain the pills within, it would not be a problem to push his cultivation to the next level. Li Qingshan and Little N looked at each other and injected spiritual energy into it. As they probed it with their divine senses, the Sumeru ring opened up with a bang, revealing an unimaginably large space. It was dazzling and sparkling with spiritual light. Before Li Qingshan could take a closer look, a beam of golden light shot towards him. Soaring Dragon Sword. Li Qingshan had a very deep impression of this sword. The body of the sword was like the body of a dragon, and the hilt was like the head of a dragon, densely covered with golden scales. It shone brightly, and at first glance it looked like a living dragon. Now the sword had truly come to life. It flew out of the Sumeru ring and shot towards Li Qingshan. It was as fast as a golden bolt of lightning, as if it wanted to avenge its master. The sword thrummed like a dragon's roar. With this unexpected turn of events, even Li Qingshan was rather taken aback. Little N was a few steps away, so he was unable to save him in time. Clang! In the nick of time, the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up and blocked the soaring dragon sword. Before Li Qingshan could even catch his breath, he saw the soaring dragon sword leap up and take off into the air like a startling dragon. Catch it! It's trying to escape. Li Qingshan called out and leapt up, but he was still slightly slower than the soaring dragon sword. It pierced through the formation and the rock. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The soaring dragon sword's assassination had failed, so it was like a supreme swordsman risking its life for an assassination. If its attack failed, it would flee into the distance. Never did Li Qingshan imagine that a sword would actually possess such intelligence. It was completely unimaginable. Clang! A bone sword swept out horizontally and knocked the soaring dragon sword away. The soaring dragon sword circled around a few times before fleeing in another direction. The 12 skull prayer beads flew about, surrounding the soaring dragon sword. The soaring dragon sword shone brightly, and the dragon's roar became even more intense. With clangs and clangs, it knocked away the skull prayer beads, but it immediately became much more sluggish. As it turned out, the 12 skull prayer beads had turned into 12 finger-sized skeleton demons that hugged the soaring dragon sword firmly. The skeleton demons all possessed startling strength. They could split apart mountains and shatter rocks, surpassing regular demon generals. However, the soaring dragon sword could still move about freely, slithering about in the cave like a golden snake. Every time it was stopped by Little Ant, it would become more and more frantic. This continued until a huge hand gripped the hilt firmly. The ox demon trembled, and the spirit turtle suppressed. The soaring dragon sword let out a long and sorrowful cry before being sent back into the Sumeru ring and sealed up. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, but he suddenly felt a hint of unease. A lone mountain pierced through the clouds like a lone island in the sea of clouds. Below it, not a single inch of land was connected to the ground. It just hovered in the air, aloof and proud. This was the famed sword collection peak of the Sword Collection Palace. The cliffs of the mountain were covered in swords, either swallowed by rust or entangled by vines. They seemed ordinary and unremarkable. This mountain had hidden away all of their sharpness, quietly waiting for their next master. In the Forest of Swords, there were many sheath-like grooves left behind because the swords had been drawn. The moment the soaring dragon sword flew out of the Sumeru ring, the sword collection peak seemed to respond. One of the grooves suddenly shone with dazzling light, scattering the clouds as if a mother was calling for her son's return. Every single sword would automatically return to the sword collection peak after their new master died. However, even when the light dispersed, the soaring dragon sword still had not returned. The entire Sword Collection Palace was alarmed. On the main peak of the Sword Collection Palace, a middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Invite the divining elder." The middle-aged man's face was ancient, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Before him was a map that encompassed the 9 provinces. He drew an invisible line on the map with his gaze. If someone were to compare it, they would discover that the angle of the line was exactly the same as the line of light from the Sword Collection Peak. With a few coughs, a white-robed, white-haired old man stepped into the palace with a strange sword in his hand. He seemed like he was on the verge of collapse, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, every single step he took was extremely firm. "Greetings, Palace Master." When the middle-aged man saw the divining elder's appearance, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, as the divining elder had not been like this a few years ago. In order to find the soaring dragon elder's murderer, He had triggered the heavenly secrets, but he had touched something and suffered a backlash from the heavenly secrets. In a single night, his hair and beard had all turned white, and he fell unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. When he woke up, the only thing he said to the middle-aged man quietly was, "No matter what it is, it's not something that anyone in the world can deal with. I'd advise you to stop looking into it for now, Palace Master. There might be a turn for the better in the future." "Is there a turn for the better now?" the middle-aged man asked. Clang! The divining elder drew the sword of divination, and his bearing changed drastically. His eyes became as deep as the ocean, and the sword of divination split into black and white along the spine. The 8 trigrams on the hilt revolved rapidly, and the black and white merged into chaos. A moment later, the Tianji sword flew up and the tip of the sword landed steadily on the 9 provinces map, right on the line drawn by the middle-aged man in his heart. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the entire palace seemed to darken. Or the Clear River Prefecture. Chapter 428. At noon, Fu Qingjin landed on a barren mountain. The surrounding grass was luxuriant, dyed golden by the sunlight and swaying with the autumn wind. It was bleak and tranquil. Fu Qingjin focused 120%. This was where the soaring dragon sword had appeared. The divining elder's stern tone in the message prevented him from being careless at all. Very soon, he sensed the abnormalities in the spiritual qi of the world. Fu Qingjin found his way into a cavern. The cavern was not very deep, so he reached the end very soon. It was already empty, but he could sense that someone had once cast down a formation here. A streak of golden light descended from the sky, landing in Fu Qingjin's eyes. Through the crack he could see the sky outside. That's right, it's here. The soaring dragon sword had failed to escape, but the sword qi had already pierced the ceiling. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes. As the sun set, the streak of sunlight vanished in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin snapped open his eyes. First of all, he was not particularly powerful. He was not at the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. Otherwise, he would have been suppressed before the soaring dragon sword could even unleash its sword qi. Secondly, he should have been a foundation establishment cultivator. Demon generals could not open the Sumeru ring, and he was not weak either. Furthermore, his strength was not weak. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to suppress the soaring dragon sword. The only problem was, did he obtain the Sumeru ring by chance? Or was he connected to the soaring dragon elder's death? There were only around 100 foundation establishment cultivators in the Clear River Prefecture. As long as he investigated the location of these people when the soaring dragon sword appeared, then he would definitely be able to find some clues through elimination. Absolute hermit cultivators did not exist among cultivators. It was difficult to hide in the world. In particular, this was even more true for foundation establishment cultivators. Fu Qingjin left the dwelling, and his eyes shone with cold light. He had to retrieve the Sumeru ring and the soaring dragon sword no matter what. On the shore of the lake of dragons and snakes, the reeds swayed. Little Anne opened her hand, and the Sumeru ring flickered. She thought about it and tossed the Sumeru ring into her mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. "You're alone." At this moment, Qian Rongji arrived on the water and looked around. And nodded. "He told you to come find me?" And nodded again. "What is it?" Qian Rongji was curious. "Collect the bodies." Little Anne finally spoke. He took out a pile of spirit stones. "This is the reward. Don't let too many people know." "Why?" Qian Rongji squatted down, cupping his cheeks, and stopped talking and recalled what happened in the cave. When she parted ways with Li Qingshan said, "Little Anne, it looks like you can't casually open this Sumeru ring for the time being. I sensed that something was off earlier. Perhaps the Sword Collection Palace has already discovered our location from that moment. From now on we'll split up. I'll go find Ruexian to refine pills for me. You go find Qian Rongji. Let her help you collect the corpses and continue refining the skull prayer beads. Didn't you say that you would be able to set up a formation after refining 18 of them? I think we'll have to rely on you to kill Blood Shadow." Whether it was killing Strong Stone or Blood Shadow, They both required overwhelming strength. He needed overwhelming strength. Otherwise, once he was defeated, he would no longer be tolerated by the demons. Strong Stone was indestructible, while Blood Shadow was as fast as lightning. They were both tough foes. If he wanted to guarantee his kill, he would have to increase their strength. Out of all the people Li Qingshan knew, there was basically no one more untrustworthy than Qian Rongji. However, there was no one more suitable than her for this. Only someone as meticulous and secretive as her could complete this task in secret. Even Li Qingshan could not match up to her in this aspect. His nature of seeking nothing but profit became a form of protection at this time. Although Li Qingshan did not like his personality, their cooperation the entire time had been a success. Since An did not say anything, Qian Rongji did not ask further. She pushed the spirit stones back. I'll calculate the payment with him. What kind of corpses do you want? Refined corpse soldiers and corpse generals or anything else? Anything. But don't kill indiscriminately. This is also his order? Hell, why would I waste this energy? What we have the least is people who kill indiscriminately. I'll bring you to a good place. Qian Rongji said with a smile. He won't let me go with you. Little An lowered his head. Alright, sometimes I really want to kill him. Don't stare at me. I'm just joking. The sun is so good. The sparkling dragon snake lake reflected their figures, as if they were plated with a layer of gold. The smile on Qian Rongji's face seemed to be a little warmer. Let me rest for a while. I'll go right away. Right away. Qian Rongji lay down on the withered grass. She pillowed her arms and closed her eyes. A beautiful little snake wriggled up her face. It looked strange and terrifying, but her expression was very calm. When Li Qingshan saw Ruexian again, she was practicing medicine in a small city in the mountains. She was dressed in white and had a warm smile on her face. She stood among the crowd, and with a wave of her hand, injuries were healed and diseases were eliminated. Everyone knelt on the ground and called out Goddess, Bodhisattva, and Immortal. Her expression became more and more gentle, and she asked them to stand up. Under the light of the setting sun, her head seemed to be surrounded by a halo. She was noble and holy like a goddess. Bodhisattva Ruexian, my heart hurts. May I know what medicine can cure it? Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He concealed his aura, pushed through the crowd and went forward to ask. Ruexian heard a familiar voice coming from behind her. She looked back and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, Your heart hurts because your conscience is bad. Only by digging out your heart and cutting off the bad flesh can it be cured. But I think your heart is already bad. Even the gods can't save it, and there's no medicine that can cure it. Then I'll dig them out for you. Li Qingshan laughed. After 3 years, old friends were still like old friends. Wasn't it great? This laugh was inappropriate, and it caused a wave of anger in the crowd, especially the young ones. They were filled with righteous indignation. Who are you to come and tease us? Don't let him run, beat him up. An old man rushed forward and wanted to punch Li Qingshan, treating Li Qingshan as a lecher. Li Qingshan tilted his head and dodged it, but he didn't dare to fight back. With his current strength, a simple move would cause a lot of people to die. Ruexian giggled. Not only did she not understand, she said, Thank you, fellow villagers, for helping me out. Get out of the way, I'm her husband. Li Qingshan shouted and everyone was stunned. Afterwards, he pulled Ruexian and made his way out. Ruexian didn't struggle. She smiled and waved at the villagers, letting him pull her away. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the young ones. Their faces were ashen, and their hearts were broken. She actually had a husband. It was a small city. In fact, it was more like a big town, with white walls and green tiles, small bridges, flowing water and green willow houses. Li Qingshan pulled Ruexian to a secluded corridor. On one side there was a flowing river and on the other side there was a house. There was smoke rising from the chimney. Looking up, the whole city was filled with smoke. Ruexian smiled. Husband, it's time to let go. Husband, you can't bear to. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He teased. If you can't bear to, Then divorce that lady from the Han family. Otherwise, I'll have to explain it to her. It seems like we're not fated to be together. Li Qingshan let go and shrugged. How did you build your foundation to? Sigh, I wanted to show you the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, and beat your stomach so hard that you would spit out the rest of the blue butterfly flowers. Now I can't. Ruexian rubbed her wrist, and her almond-shaped eyes slanted slightly. She was full of smiles. That's what you said. I really want to do that. How about it? The feeling of building your foundation isn't bad, right? You have to thank me. Li Qingshan sat on a bench in the corridor by the river. Same here. Ruexian sat beside him. I heard that after you came out of seclusion, you've been practicing medicine and treating mortals. To be honest, I have a whole new level of respect for you. I'm just completing the mission given to me by the 100 schools of thought. Ruexian smiled faintly and explained. It turned out that the consequences of the war were not as simple as demons massacring the cities. The corpses kept causing plagues. If there were no medical disciples to remedy the situation, the number of people who died from the plagues would probably be no less than the number of people who died from the demons. It's not that simple. Now that bandits are running amok, many people are taking advantage of the chaos to burn, kill, and loot. They are even more vicious than the demons. The Confucian school and the legalist school have both sent many disciples to maintain the stability of the various regions. They are taking more risks than me. People really like to kill each other. Ruexian sighed slightly, and the smile on her face faded. You seem to be very emotional. Li Qingshan sized up Ruexian curiously. He saw that her eyes were wandering, and he could not tell what she was thinking. Back then, when the 100 schools of thought were attacked by the White Lotus sect, and there were countless casualties, she did not show this kind of expression. What are you charmed by me? Hurry up and divorce the Han family's wife. Ruexian stroked her hair, and her smile was the same as before. I'm not joking anymore. Do you still have time to concoct pills? Li Qingshan explained the reason for his visit. While Ruexian was thinking, a barefooted little girl with a bun ran over and stuffed an apple into Ruexian's hand. Big sister, I picked this from the mountains. Thank you for treating my father's illness. Good girl. It's about to rain. Hurry up and run back. Let your mother collect the clothes. Ruexian smiled and patted the little girl's head. Then she took a bite of the apple. The little girl responded and ran away. She shouted from afar, "It's raining, collect the clothes." Ruexian spat out the apple and casually threw it behind her. Why did you throw it away? It's someone's kind intentions after all. Li Qingshan caught the apple. The bite on the apple was very neat, and it was easy to imagine her teeth. Of course it's because it's disgusting. I saved him and I appreciate his kindness. I've also eaten the apple, so there's no need to continue making things difficult for my mouth. Ruexian suddenly said mischievously, It can't be that after seeing me take a bite, you want to. Before Ruexian finished speaking, she heard a plop. The apple fell into the river and was carried away by the current. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and said, How do you know it's going to rain? I remember that your main cultivation is wood spirit, right? Although there were many clouds in the sky, it was still clear. He could still feel the changes in the water vapor, so he did not dare to confirm that it was going to rain. I was just saying, do you want to bet a true pill? Fai Wen will set off. I've opened a new cave abode, and I'll bring you to take a look. Can I not bet? In just a moment the sky was covered in dark clouds and autumn rain poured down. Ruexian stretched out her hand, a crafty look on her face as if her scheme had succeeded. Let's go. Li Qingshan placed a true pill on her hand. The rain became heavier, forming a curtain of rain outside the corridor. There's something wrong with this rain. Ruexian frowned and looked outside the mountain in the west. It's demonic energy. Li Qingshan also felt the roiling demonic energy in the distance, rushing into the curtain of clouds. At the same time there was a tremor coming from the distance and it was getting closer and closer. The two of them flew to the peak of the mountain. They saw a muddy yellow current sweeping up rocks and broken trees, howling as it rushed towards them. A mountain torrent. Chapter 429. The mountain torrent rumbled towards the small city. How could the demon qi it contained escape Li Qingshan and Ru Xian's senses? This was not just a natural disaster but a demon disaster. The small city was about to be swallowed by the flood in a single moment, turning into a swamp. Probably not even a tenth of the people in the city would survive. Li Qingshan said, "Let's stop the mountain torrent first." Ru Xian extended her hand and beckoned. The verdant leaves shrunk to the size of doors and scattered down, forming a dam along the path of the mountain torrent. "Do you really think you can stop me with your puny tricks?" There was a sneer in the distance. A strange catfish floated in the muddy waters with a flick of its tail. Its wide, pitch-black back seemed like a piece of land at first glance. It was a demon general as well. There were many demon soldiers vaguely in the water, also driving the torrent forward. The heavy rain was drawn into the torrent at a slanted angle. The torrent became even greater, smashing through the dam of green leaves loudly. When the residents of the city heard the disturbance, they all emerged from their homes and gazed at this in shock. A dragon's roar grew from soft to loud. A crystalline water dragon several dozen meters long condensed in the sky and flew down, lunging towards the strange catfish at the source of the torrent. This was the first time Li Qingshan had used techniques as a foundation establishment cultivator. The effects were so great that even he was surprised. The strange catfish's colossal, pitch-black body suddenly leapt high into the air, swinging its tail and dispersing the water dragon. Instead, it used the momentum of the water to make the mountain torrent even more rapid. It surged down like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The strange catfish possessed the geographical advantage. It did not seek to kill or injure the two of them, only destroying the city and killing them. It was no longer something a foundation establishment cultivator could stop. Li Qingshan was just about to fly down and use the spirit turtle's demon core when he suppressed the torrent. He hoped that Ru Xian would be careless and not notice anything amiss. Ru Xian instead said, "I'll stop the mountain torrent. You go kill the demon." "What? How are you going to stop it?" Before Li Qingshan had even finished asking, Ru Xian had already flown down. She saw the two mountains sandwiched between them. The torrent rolled over, and her eyes suddenly turned blue like a tranquil lake. His hair fluttered and turned light blue. His skin was faintly translucent like water. He jumped into the torrent. "Cut the crap." Ru Xian rose from the water. It was composed of clear water and was several feet tall. Only its upper body was left, and it spread its arms wide to catch the torrent. The water seemed to have transformed into green threads that scattered in the rain. Li Qingshan didn't have time to be surprised. He took a step in the void, and a powerful wave surged under his feet. He took another step. He was already 1,000 feet away. The sky was filled with water rain, rippling waves of air as he fell into the mountain torrents. Boatsang Hai? Tasho Shiki in an instant, the spiritual energy in his Dantian sea of qi began to surge. It was like the rising tide of the ocean that surged ceaselessly and ceaselessly, and it carried an unstoppable imposing aura that seemed as if the entire world was the same. This was the power of the arts of the boundless ocean that Li Qingshan had yet to truly cultivate. Originally he could not use it, but now that he did, he actually felt indescribably delighted. Without any time to think, he struck out with his palm. Bang! The turbid waves split apart, and the strange catfish demon general slithered away. The other demons and prawn monsters that came with it were not as lucky. They were still sent flying despite being separated by the water, dying a violent death. Li Qingshan dove into the torrent, and what greeted him was the huge fanged mouth of the strange catfish, swallowing him in a single gulp. The strange catfish was stunned. It originally wanted to chew Li Qingshan to pieces, but instead, Li Qingshan took the initiative to enter its stomach. Then it laughed sinisterly. Its digestive juices could be worn down even by metal. Suddenly, an intense pain came from its stomach. The strange catfish seemed to have gone mad as it thrashed about in the torrent. Not only did it fail to digest Li Qingshan, but it was also turned upside down by Li Qingshan. Suddenly, a figure broke out of its body. It was Li Qingshan, and in his hand was a demon core that emitted a faint blue light. It was trembling, but it couldn't break free. The strange catfish knew that it had unfortunately met a strong opponent, and shouted, "I'm going to die with you." It was about to activate the demon core to self-destruct, but suddenly, a pitch-black giant palm pressed down on its head, grabbing it. With a squeeze, it was crushed into a pulp, and randomly placed into its 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan's eyes turned scarlet. He glanced around and silenced the remaining underlings one by one, obtaining 7 or 8 demon cores and over a dozen corpses. He stowed them all into his 100 treasures pouch. Downstream, Wuxia immediately felt the pressure on her lessen significantly. However, even without the control of demon qi, the mountain torrent had already taken shape. Coupled with the support of the rain, the mountain torrent turned into a wall of water several meters tall in the blink of an eye. It was a daunting sight. Wuxia found it extremely difficult to use this innate ability, gradually struggling to maintain it. The water Wuxia she had conjured showed signs of collapsing as well. In the mountain city, the common people had never seen something like this before. All of them became ashen in shock. They all knelt on the ground, praying piously and crying for help. All of them seemed to be right by her ears. She smiled bitterly to herself. Even if you beg me, it's useless. I'm not really an immortal Buddha or demon at the end of the day. I'm just a puny cultivator who has just grasped the basics of the path of cultivation. She never thought that she would still be powerless after exposing herself before him. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan descended from above and landed in front of the torrent. The raging torrent immediately calmed down significantly, but the danger had not been resolved. The wall of water continued to rise. If this continued, it would be like a tsunami that could directly flatten the mountain city. At that moment, Li Qingshan forgot about everything. He stared straight at Wuxia. Only now did he finally see Wuxia's true appearance. Not only had her eyes changed color, but a pair of blue fins grew from behind her ears as well as an even larger pair of fins on her back. They were transparent like silk and fluttered like wings. From her waist down, the pair of fins turned into an azure fishtail, swaying gracefully in the water. Have you seen enough? If you have, then hurry up and help me, Wuxia said in annoyance. Sure. Move aside. Li Qingshan smiled like a child who had peeped into an adult's private matters, which made Wuxia feel like he was extremely annoying. She said nothing more and moved aside. The wall of water immediately collapsed. When the people in the city saw this, they all cried out. They all collapsed onto the ground as their legs became as weak as noodles. All they saw was the gushing water spiraling into the sky. Li Qingshan's right hand constantly spun, using the vortex form. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body shone brightly and flew high into the air. At this moment, the strange catfish had been slain. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun emerged. Sunlight shone on the river of water that stretched across the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan swung his hand forcefully like he was splashing ink. In that moment, the river of water poured down and shattered in the air, turning into a true downpour. All the people in the city were drenched. As the mist surged, a streak of light shot across the city. Cheers rang out. Li Qingshan returned to the area between the two mountains. Wuxia had already returned to her original appearance. She was so relaxed that it was like she was purposefully pretending nothing had happened. However, Li Qingshan could not hold back his curiosity. He asked, "You're a merfolk?" Wuxia answered with a question instead. Even if mortals primarily cultivate the water element, do they possess such control over water? Chapter 430. That's because I'm talented. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. The rainbow bridge stretched out behind him, shining resplendently. Me too, Wuxia said in exasperation. If you want me to refine pills, then cut the bullshit. She leapt up and landed on the verdant leaf, drifting away with the wind. Li Qingshan followed behind on a cloud, constantly studying Wuxia's back. Merfolk were one of the other folk. They lived by water, mostly on the shores of the South Sea. They were beautiful and good at singing, weaving water into silk, and their tears turned into pearls. The Mist Province was much larger than the Green Province. He was unable to imagine how she had crossed almost 50,000 kilometers and settled down here. Now that he had seen her true face, the mystery surrounding her became even deeper. All right. I'm half a merfolk. What do you think? Ruexian could not put up with Li Qingshan's stare anymore. She suddenly stopped on the verdant leaf and said in annoyance, "Nothing. Actually, just now you're quite beautiful. In particular, your eyes." Li Qingshan said sincerely, "Perhaps due to the elves of the world condensing. Many races of other folk were renowned for their beauty. Merfolk were the cream of the crop among them. It was said that their eyes possessed a mysterious power. You could not make eye contact with them, or you would be enchanted." Ruexian's heart skipped a beat. She found Li Qingshan to be very strange. When regular people saw other folk, all of them would be surprised and shocked. They would feel repulsed, but he showed no reaction at all. Instead, he seemed even more amiable towards her. Her nervousness eased up. She pointed at her eyes with a smile. "If my eyes are made into condensed jade pearls, they'll be priceless." Li Qingshan was taken aback. He smiled in disdain. "And here I thought it was something impressive. I have something on me that's worth much more than your eyes." Ruexian was originally probing him, but she never expected him to compare it to something more precious. She had no idea how to react. She did become rather curious about what he was talking about. Suddenly she snorted, "What a pervert," and took off on her artifact. Li Qingshan was confused. "I'm talking about the demon core. What are you thinking?" 150 kilometers southwest of the Clear River Prefecture, there were dozens of undulating mountain peaks, and they were called Chain Mountains. Although it could not be considered a paradise, it was still rich in spiritual energy. It was a good place for cultivation. The two of them passed through the fog and landed on a cliff. Ruexian waved her hand. The scenery in front of him distorted, and the door of the cave residence protruded. 2 large words were written on it. Ruexian. Li Qingshan smiled. She had written her name on the door so boldly. It really did suit her style. "Please, fellow Taoist Li." Ruexian gestured with her hand. The stone table and table in the cave were complete, clean and elegant, without a speck of dust. Only the smoke curled upwards, adding to the otherworldly feeling. Ruexian said, "I won't drink tea. If you don't drink tea, I won't trouble you. You won't drink tea, right?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Yes." While Ruexian was preparing tea, Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. After looking around inside and out, he suddenly heard a clanking sound from the front hall. Ruexian shouted, "Li Qingshan, get over here and drink some tea." Li Qingshan returned to the front hall, picked up his teacup and took a sip. He said slowly, "Although this place is peaceful, what if a fiendish demon attacks? That would be bad. The formation will be able to hold on for a while. It's also very convenient to ask for help from the 100 schools of thought. Besides, I'm not made of paper. Let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly bring the remaining blue butterfly flowers over." "With my current skills, it won't take much effort to refine a few true pill," Ruexian said casually. Li Qingshan put down his teacup and opened his 100 treasures pouch. Numerous blue butterflies flew out, but he was not done yet. He continued to take out the spirit herbs he collected from the underground, one by one. 1,000-year black blood ginseng, 1,000-year astragalus seed. Ruexian was stunned. She took out the spirit herbs one by one to admire them, her eyes shining brightly. She had been refining pills for a long time and had seen many kinds of spirit herbs. However, these spirit herbs were either 1,000 years old or 800 years old. Every single one of them was hard to find in this world. Yet, Li Qingshan took them out like they were cabbages. For a moment she was at a loss for words. "All right, that's all for now. Fellow Taoist Li, please have some tea." Ruexian smiled gently and picked up the teacup. "Leave it here." Li Qingshan snorted and tilted his chin. "TSK, I said you're fat. You're panting." Ruexian tossed the teacup on the table before picking up the spiritual herbs and studying them closely. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Forget it. I've struck it rich. The virtue I've accumulated over the past 2 years really hasn't gone to waste. The two of them went to the alchemy room. Wuxia took out the crystal resin furnace and various spirit herbs. She immediately started to refine pills. Li Qingshan quietly retreated. Wuxia looked back and asked, "Where are you going?" "To open up a cave." Li Qingshan had already planned on setting up his own school a long time ago. There were too many people in the academy, so it was truly inconvenient for him to cultivate. In particular, it was even more so when it came to demons. After seeing Wuxia's dwelling today, he made up his mind. "You're not going to watch over me this time? I'm too busy. I don't have time. Don't blame me if I don't get enough pills. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, I'll get rid of the donkey after it leaves the millstone. Even you won't be able to escape." Li Qingshan waved his hand without looking back. Wuxia was startled. "You're the donkey." Li Qingshan had already walked out of the cave. His laughter gradually dissipated. Originally, she thought he would have to accompany her to refine pills for a while. She felt it was a bit troublesome, but she didn't expect him to leave so quickly. Instead, she felt a bit lonely. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Even though he was so bewildered, she had never doubted that he would really turn against her. Even if it was only 30% of the pills refined from these spirit herbs, it would be enough for any two cultivation sects to turn against each other and start a war. Shaking her head to get rid of these thoughts, she sat cross-legged, started the crystal resin furnace, and began to refine pills. Li Qingshan returned to the 100 schools of thought and told Lu Chuanfeng that he was going to open up a cave outside. Then, he looked for little Anne. "Have you told that Qian Rongji about the matter?" "Yes, I've already collected 70 to 80,000. That fast?" Li Qingshan was surprised. As it turned out, Qian Rongji had not just collected corpses over the years. She had also done quite a bit of shady business. She had accumulated 40 to 50,000 corpse soldiers, and they were all elites that had been refined with great care. The others that were of inferior quality had all been sold. Otherwise, she would have had at least 1 or 200,000. There were many acquaintances in the 100 schools of thought as well. After casually collecting some, they gathered 70 to 80,000, which she handed to little Anne for now. She didn't accept the spirit stones. She said she wanted to settle it with you. "That's fine too." Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's head and thought to himself, it really was a good idea to leave this matter to her. "Let's go build a cave." "A cave? That's our home." "Home," little Anne repeated softly. The heart that was created from the path of white bone and great beauty suddenly burned with passion. She nodded firmly, "All right." Just as the two of them were about to leave, Hua Sengzan and Han Tie came over together. One of them had a picturesque appearance and was incomparably handsome. The other had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking extremely heroic. Ever since they overcame the heavenly tribulation, their beauty had become even more alluring. When they stood together, they looked like a pair of jade. Li Qingshan went up to greet them. "Why are you two here?" "Qingshan, I heard that you're going to build a cave. Do you need our help?" Hua Sengzan said enthusiastically. Han Tie did not like to talk. He stood there coldly. "There's no need for that. It's just digging a hole." "You can't say that. You can't build a cave without a formation. This 8 gates formation of golden locks might not be the best formation, but it's barely enough to be used as a protective formation. Take it as a congratulation for your success in establishing your foundation." Hua Sengzan was being overly modest. This 8 gates formation of golden locks was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to break through it with their own strength. Furthermore, it could lock in spiritual qi. After a while, even a regular mountain could become a cultivation spot. Li Qingshan was moved. He accepted the entire set of formation plates and flags. Right now, he did not lack several tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, the source of his assets was unknown. If he spent it recklessly, it would be very easy for others to become suspicious. Hua Sengzan's formation could be said to be a timely help. However, he did not have anything to return the favor with. Everything he had on him was stolen goods. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out the demon core he had just obtained from the strange catfish he had obtained from his 100 treasures pouch. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Take this. Hua Sengzan and Han Tie's gazes were immediately drawn away. Hua Sengzan accepted the demon core and said in surprise, "This is a demon general's demon core. Where did you get it from?" Li Qingshan told him everything that had happened. Han Tie looked at him, and the light in his eyes flickered. Hua Sengzan said, "I've heard about that demon too. It's already flooded many cities and towns. I never thought it would die to your hands." Apart from giving him a gift, he had also come to persuade Li Qingshan not to focus on cultivation and neglect the matters of the 100 schools of thought and the Hawkwolf Guard. Never did he think he would kill a demon general as soon as he took action. What else was there to say? Even if he went into secluded cultivation for another year or so, no one would say anything. The value of the demon core even surpassed his 8 gates formation of golden locks. He fiddled around with it before returning the demon core to Li Qingshan. "It's not like I've come to make a deal with you, so why would I need your demon core? If you don't need it, I can buy it. However, you specialize in the water element, and this demon core is also of the water element. It suits you the best, so take it." Li Qingshan was actually very reluctant to part with it. Since Hua Sengzan had said that, he would just go with the flow and take the demon core. As long as his cultivation increased, would he still need to worry about not having a chance to return the favor? "Brother-in-law, where's your gift?" Li Qingshan teased. Sure enough, Han Tie reached into his 100 treasures pouch. He seemed to pull out something, but there was nothing in his hand. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and studied it closely. Just now, he could see that it was an almost transparent sword over a meter long. Although it did not give off any light, Li Qingshan could clearly sense that it was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Hua Sengzan smiled. The illusory water sword of invisibility is one of General Han's treasures. When you use it, both you and the sword can become invisible. It's a god artifact for stealth and assassination. You've basically acknowledged Qingshan as your son-in-law. "My father didn't say that," said Han Tie. Hua Sengzan ignored him. He asked, "Where do you plan on building your dwelling?" "The Chain Mountains." "Isn't that?" Hua Sengzan stopped talking and looked at Han Tie. Han Tie was about to hand the illusory water sword of invisibility to Li Qingshan when he suddenly clenched his hand and wanted to take it back. Li Qingshan grabbed his hand. "Brother-in-law, how can you take back something that you've already taken out? This is a gift from old Mount Tai." Han Tie struggled, but he could not move his hand at all. He was secretly shocked. "What great strength!" Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't mess around. Don't forget, you still owe me a punch." "Come and get it." Han Tie threw a punch. He had long wanted to spar with Li Qingshan again. Chapter 431. Since we're already married, how can I still hit you? Li Qingshan smiled and dodged backwards. What does the matter between us have to do with other people? Han Tie took a step forward and swung down viciously with his fingers like a blade. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. The cloud parting form. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and pushed them forward in an ordinary manner. Han Tie's expression changed. He felt like a great tsunami was slamming down on him, blotting out the sky. He could not dodge it. Hum! A ring of blue light whistled past. The bamboo forest rustled and rippled. Hua Sengzan's clothes ruffled as he praised inside. Li Qingshan had only just undergone the heavenly tribulation, yet his control over spiritual qi was already so exquisite, not to mention the tremendous force behind it. If he faced him head-on, it probably would not be a good idea. Sure enough, Han Tie was like a floating boat in the surging waves, drifting back over 30 meters before landing gently on the ground. He was completely unscathed. With another stomp, he lunged towards Li Qingshan. The cloud parting form. Li Qingshan pushed out with his palms again calmly. With the tremendous spiritual qi, He had cultivated from the arts of the boundless ocean as support and the spirit turtle's demon core assisting him in mobilizing the spiritual chi of the world. Using the cloud parting form took an almost negligible toll on him. Han Tie could only retreat again. He had personally passed the arts of the boundless ocean to Li Qingshan, so he understood its workings very well. The greatest characteristic of the cultivation method was its limitlessness and vastness. For some reason, this advantage seemed to be particularly obvious on Li Qingshan. When he had just returned from foundation establishment, no one had thought the tremendous aura would belong to a cultivator who had just reached foundation establishment. In short, he could not face him head-on. All he could do was find an opportunity and defeat him in a single move. However, Li Qingshan seemed to have fallen in love with this move. No matter how many moves Han Tie tried, he just stood where he was without moving. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed out the cloud parting form over a dozen times. Han Tie's battle techniques were profound, but he couldn't do anything to him. Originally, he wanted to wait until Li Qingshan's spiritual energy was exhausted, and his spirit was exhausted. However, unexpectedly, the more he pushed, the more smoothly it became, and the more spirited he became. Han Tie was forced to retreat more than 10 times. She didn't even manage to touch a corner of his clothes. Hua Sengzan chuckled. Qingshan, don't bully an honest man. Li Qingshan was still in the mood to chat with Hua Sengzan. This is called one move to dominate the world. In a decisive battle on the battlefield, of course, whatever moves are useful will be used. What's there to bully? Even though Han Tie had a strong will, he was still cursing in his heart, and the coldness on his face deepened. With a single step, the stone slab shattered. He took out his weapon and shook the tassel of the spear. One with the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, intending to break Li Qingshan's cloud-expelling style. Oh, my little brother-in-law is angry. As Li Qingshan spoke, he pushed out his palms again. Han Tie raised his eyebrows, but he didn't see the expected cloud-expelling tsunami. His spear stabbed in the air. Then he looked at Li Qingshan's face, and a strange smile appeared. Oh no! I fell into this guy's trap. It was too late to change his move. Li Qingshan's right palm turned into a claw. Using the vortex style, he changed the push into the lead. Han Tie's body was drawn slightly, and Li Qingshan's left fist whistled over. A battle between masters was only a thin line. The long spear in Han Tie's hand suddenly became as soft as a snake, twisting and bending, and stabbing into Li Qingshan's heart. Li Qingshan retracted his fist and retreated. He took the illusory water sword of invisibility and floated away with little Anne. His laughter came from the clouds. Since we're already in-laws, let's forget about this punch. Little brother Tie, if you have any trouble in the future, don't hesitate to ask brother-in-law for help. Haha. This guy Tie, are you alright? It's a draw. Hua Sengzan saw Han Tie standing still with his spear and said with concern, it's not a draw. I lost. Han Tie looked up at the sky and touched his face that was almost hit. No one knew what he was thinking. Winning and losing are common things in war. Besides, if it was really a battle of life and death, you wouldn't be so easily swayed. I know how you feel about Ruexian. Stop talking. I'm not you. Han Tie interrupted coldly. It was normal for one's heart to be moved by something that could be desired. However, not everyone would fall head over heels and break their hearts for the sake of the word love. Alright. You're all men with hearts of stone. I'm the only one who's a sentimental little woman. Hua Sengzan touched his face and sighed. This attitude caused Han Tie's lips to curl up involuntarily. His eyes revealed a smile, and the bit of depression in his heart disappeared. Sir, the Demon Slayer's Fu Qingjin is requesting an audience. He says he has some questions. A legalism disciple came to report. Hua Sengzan's expression had already turned serious. He exchanged a glance with Han Tie and had the same doubts. What is he doing here? As soon as Li Qingshan left the 100 Schools of Thought, he came across an extremely familiar figure. Fu Qingjin currently stood with his arms behind his back, looking at the sky. He lowered his head and glanced past Li Qingshan indifferently. Li Qingshan frowned and brushed past him on a cloud, but he heard Fu Qingjin say, please wait, fellow cultivator. He arrived before him in the blink of an eye. What is it? I want to ask, where were you yesterday? Fu Qingjin said slowly. Why are you asking that? Li Qingshan immediately became alert. Sure enough, the appearance of the soaring dragon sword had exposed its tracks, which was why the spirit turtle's demon core had warned him. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just asking. Fu Qingjin smiled warmly with great self-restraint. He even nodded at Shaoan. However, his politeness was like that of a naturally modest king. Although his politeness towards his subjects came from his own intentions, it was still difficult for others to accept. If it were a regular cultivator, even if they were dissatisfied, they would still be forced to show some politeness and say a few words. However, the two of them were not so easy to get along with. Little An was emotionless while Li Qingshan said, I'll go wherever I want. What's it got to do with you? He directly rode off on a cloud. Fu Qingjin did not stop him, nor did he chase after him. He only watched on as he sank into his thoughts. At this moment, Hua Sengzan received the news and came out to receive him. Fu Qingjin said, May I ask who the fellow who just left is? Why haven't I seen him before? Hua Sengzan was taken aback. He had no idea what was going on, so he briefly introduced Li Qingshan. Fu Qingjin's right hand behind his back was hidden in his wide sleeve, holding a curved and elongated horn. He thought to himself the truth. He added another name to the list of people worthy of suspicion, Li Qingshan. Fu Qingjin did not chase after him, which made Li Qingshan even more vigilant. This person was shrewd and unfathomable. The three elders could not compare to him at all. After flying for a while longer, a streak of five-colored light shot over from below. Chu Tian called out, Li Qingshan, so what if you've reached foundation establishment? Are you bold enough to compete with me and have a taste of my palm of the five elements? Li Qingshan sighed. If only my enemies were all as adorable as the one before me. He smiled. All right then. If I don't slap the face that's been delivered to me, what's the point of me reaching foundation establishment? Ever since that meeting, Chu Tian had been holding back his anger. Afterwards, when he heard that Li Qingshan had actually found Ruexian and wanted to set up a dwelling in the Chain Mountains as well, he flew into a rage. Wasn't that basically the same as a couple of cultivation partners? However, he had been waiting for a very long time this time. Below was a desolate, sparse forest. If he used that thing here, no one would be able to find out. His killing intent suddenly rose up. To be continued. Chapter 432. Sensing this killing intent, Li Qingshan's eyes twitched. It seemed like he would have to settle things today. Chu Tian, I don't have any deep enmity with you, but don't blame me for being cruel and merciless when you put on such a display. The five elements' true energy shone brilliantly, condensing into a giant hand above Chu Tian's head. His mind sank bit by bit as he coldly gazed at Li Qingshan. All the humiliations he had received appeared in his mind. Li Qingshan, today is the day you die. Li Qingshan and Little An exchanged glances. A lion should use all its strength to capture a rabbit. Let's not waste any more words and work together to instantly kill him. Little An understood and pinched the skull prayer beads. The setting sun cast their figures into the wild forest below. Their gazes clashed, and a battle to the death could break out at any moment. Li Qingshan frowned and looked into the distance. He rubbed Little An's head and curiously sized up Chu Tian. Could it be that the reincarnation of a celestial really had the mandate of heaven protecting them? Wei Yangsheng flew over and shouted from afar, Chu Tian, what are you doing? When Chu Tian heard that Li Qingshan wanted to open up his cave, he had come here to lay an ambush, thinking that no one would notice. However, he was a person who showed his emotions on his face. His body was filled with killing intent, and he would occasionally sneer. No one could see that something was wrong with him. As soon as Chu Tian left the 100 schools of thought, a Confucian disciple quietly reported to Wei Yangsheng, Patriarch, why are you here? Chu Tian's expression changed and he put down the item, not daring to make a move. Wei Yongsheng ignored Chu Tian and bowed to Li Qingshan. Junior brother Li, what are you doing? Chu Tian wants to challenge me. Don't stop him, senior brother. I'd like to see just what he's capable of, Li Qingshan muttered. He also sensed something was amiss. Although Chu Tian was arrogant, he wasn't actually stupid. Could it be that he couldn't see the difference in strength between them? Since he dared to challenge him, he must have some powerful trump card. Chu Tian, is this true? Wei Yongsheng asked in surprise. What kind of person was Li Qingshan? Not to mention a mere qi practitioner, even he did not have the confidence to defeat him. Challenge him? Is the god of longevity tired of living? You even chose such a desolate place. Once Li Qingshan's murderous intent flares up, do you think you'll still be alive? Patriarch, don't worry about me. This is our private matter. Chu Tian waved his hand in annoyance. Wei Yongsheng was angered by the retort. I was so worried about your safety and hurried over, but you didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, you're complaining that I'm a busybody. Chu Tian, your cultivation is amazing. I can't control you. I'll just watch from here. Let's see how you win. I'll be waiting to applaud and congratulate you. Senior brother, don't be angry. Li Qingshan smiled. He knew that Wei Yongsheng was staying here because he didn't want Chu Tian to suffer too much. But the current Chu Tian was just an insignificant person to him. So what if he spared his life? There was still a long way to go. Chu Tian frowned, his face full of anxiety. He clenched and unclenched his fists. In front of Wei Yongsheng, he couldn't use that thing. He couldn't kill Wei Yongsheng as well. After so many years together, he still had some feelings for Wei Yongsheng. He wasn't deranged to the point of not recognizing his own family. But if he didn't use that thing, how could he win? If he admitted defeat like this, he would lose face. In his heart, he still had some hope. Now that his 5-elemental true qi was complete and formed the 5-elemental body protection, even if he faced a foundation establishment cultivator, he would have the ability to protect himself. When he returned, he could just say that even a foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan couldn't do anything to him. Then he would win. Li Qingshan didn't waste any time. He separated his hands and used the vortex technique. The invisible true qi of heaven and earth converged into a huge vortex in the blink of an eye. It spun rapidly and released a strong suction force, causing the wind to howl. In the wild forest on the ground, some trees with shallow roots were uprooted and sucked into the vortex. Wei Yongsheng's expression changed slightly. He flew back more than 10 feet and thought, is the arts of the boundless ocean so powerful? It was a happy thing for the 100 schools of thought to have such a powerful figure, but Chu Tian was going to be unlucky. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Chu Tian was shocked. He clenched his teeth and desperately urged the 5-elemental true qi to stabilize his body. But like a withered leaf in a vortex, he was involuntarily sucked into the center of the vortex. Suddenly, with a roar, the 5-elemental palm print fiercely slapped at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. The vortex reversed and Chu Tian flew out again. He could only watch as Li Qingshan went further and further away. The vortex spun again and he was sucked in again. After going back and forth countless times, Chu Tian felt the sky and earth were spinning. He was dizzy and had no strength to fight back. A foundation establishment cultivator had an overwhelming advantage over a qi refinement cultivator. Chu Tian might be able to protect himself in front of a normal foundation building cultivator by relying on the 5-elemental true qi. But how could a normal foundation building cultivator compare to Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan simply sat on the cloud and guided the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If he wanted Chu Tian to go east, he would go west. If he wanted Chu Tian to go west, he would go west. It was purely for fun. Wei Yongsheng sighed softly. He wanted to say something but stopped. It was good to teach Chu Tian a lesson. If a qi practitioner jumped out like this and made trouble for him, this kind of trick would be considered light. Chu Tian said angrily, Li Qingshan, fuck. What are you going to do? Li Qingshan's figure flashed. He arrived in front of Chu Tian and slapped down with his palm. Chu Tian's protective true qi began to crumble inch by inch. Bang! Like a rubber ball, Chu Tian flew into the wild forest. With a boom, the forest trembled, and smoke rose in all directions. Li Qingshan wanted to chase after him. Wei Yongxing stopped him and advised, "Junior brother, give me some face and let it go. He's already been taught a lesson." Chu Tian jumped out of the deep pit he created. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodshot eyes. "Li Qingshan, you've gone too far." Li Qingshan said in surprise, "Weren't you the one who came to challenge me? What does it have to do with me? Did you come here just to make me happy?" "Thank you, I'm in a much better mood now. Chu Tian, why don't you apologize?" Wei Yongxing grabbed Chu Tian and shot him a glance. Why? Chu Tian looked at Wei Yongxing before looking at Li Qingshan. He clearly had a powerful trump card, yet he was unable to use it. He felt so wronged and furious that he actually burst into tears. It made Li Qingshan very apologetic. He clasped his hands at Wei Yongxing. "Senior brother, I'll be leaving first." Wei Yongxing was exasperated at Chu Tian for failing to live up to his expectations. He persuaded earnestly and sincerely, "Little Tian, we're all people of the academy. It's not like you've killed your father or stolen your wife, so why must you humiliate yourself like this? Even if you want to get back at them, you need to reach foundation establishment first." "Senior brother, if it weren't for you, Chu Tian hammered the ground as he choked back sobs. "If it weren't for me? Wah." The Hawk Wolf Guard bustled about in the Clear River Prefecture. Hua Sengzan descended from above and stepped in. "Commander Hua, you've come." Everyone greeted him. "Yep, I've come." Hua Sengzan nodded at them one by one. He made his way upstairs quickly and pushed open the door. Wang Puxi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. He said without even looking back, "Where is he? Didn't I tell you to tell him to report back?" Hua Sengzan said. "He said he wanted to set up a dwelling, so I told him to go first." "Aren't you being too lenient with him? Even if he's at Foundation Establishment, he's still a Hawkwolf Guard, and he's a disciple of the Academy. He has his own responsibilities. If he wants to enter secluded cultivation, he can enter secluded cultivation. If he wants to set up a dwelling, he can set up a dwelling. What kind of propriety would that be?" Wang Puxi turned around and said sternly. Compared to 3 years ago, his appearance had not changed much. He only seemed a little more weathered. But he just killed a demon general. Wang Puxi was taken aback. Even so, he can't act so recklessly. However, his tone eased up. Not all of the school leaders of the academy could kill demon generals. Although Li Qingshan did whatever he wanted and was unrestrained, the things he did were impeccable. As a matter of fact, they could not help but praise him for his actions. Fu Qingjin came earlier. He asked me about my whereabouts yesterday. He seems to be investigating something. Hua Sengzan ruminated over his conversation with Fu Qingjin just now. He wanted to analyze something from it. No matter what this leader of the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture did, there would always be a deeper meaning behind it. Investigating what? Wang Puxi frowned. "I'm not sure. From what he said, someone did something impressive yesterday. He even said he's going to do something major before long. He wants our cooperation, and it'll be very beneficial to us as well." Hua Sengzan crossed his arms in thought as he propped up his chin with one hand, trying to guess what Fu Qingjin was thinking. In the Chain Mountains, a white cloud swam freely between the mountains. It was Li Qingshan and Little, and who had come to search for a suitable place to set up a dwelling. A while later, they had toured through several dozen mountains of various sizes. Finally, Li Qingshan chose a mountain. Although it was not particularly steep or lofty, it did seem rather elegant. "Let's get to work." "Yeah." Little and nodded. They circled around the mountain again and found a natural cave. Li Qingshan condensed the water ripples in his right hand into a huge drill. The rock fell to the ground like powder, expanding the cave. It was the entrance to the dwelling. Li Qingshan ventured deeper. Before long, he had carved out a huge cave in the center of the mountain. He had basically created the simplest dwelling. In the end, he took out formation discs and banners and cast down the 8 gates formation of golden locks. The 8 characters of the 8 gates: rest, live, hurt, Do die open, flickered one after another around the mountain. A diagram of the 8 trigrams revolved at the top of the mountain and suddenly froze, enveloping it before vanishing at the same time. It was like it had merged with the mountain, locking up the spiritual chi of the mountain firmly. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. From that moment onwards, no one could enter the mountain so easily unless they received his permission. He did not have to worry about leaking demon chi and being discovered by others if he cultivated here either. Arriving at the entrance of the dwelling, Li Qingshan flattened the rocks above with a wave of his hand. He said to Little End, "I can't write. You do it." Little End bit her lips. The bone sword pierced through her palm and danced in the air. Her strokes were like dragons and snakes, and the rock powder scattered. 3 big words appeared. Qing Zhao's home. It was Qingshan and Little An's home. Qing Zhao's dwelling. What a strange name. But it doesn't matter. From today onwards this is our home. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked up. He was in high spirits. Little An smiled faintly. At that moment the moon had just risen. The moonlight shone on the autumn mountains, shining on the 2 figures of one big and one small freezing time. Hiss. If you think this site is good, please remember to help promote this site. This site. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.